the last fortress of humanity, a gloomy city shrouded in silence broken only by the whisper of the wind. The Lord of the Ancient Dragons watches over him from the depths of time, like a shadow cast upon the stones. Within these walls, every stone holds the memory of past battles, and the air is heavy with forgotten promises. People here live between light and darkness, hoping and fearing the awakening of the forces that slumber underground. Their history is written into narrow streets and high towers, where even the reflections of lanterns seem like echoes of an ancient flame. But even the almighty dragon could not reverse the inexorable course of events. They were developing at great speed. The elder listened to the heavy words about how our world could no longer be saved. He understood this perfectly well, but he wanted to believe in the best. The guardian of time, Otto stood motionless as a rock, but his eyes burned with the determination he wanted to show with his actions. He then declared that he was ready to burn his body and soul, using the power of the time dragon to open the way to the past for others. It was a final, desperate sacrifice. He believed that with this wisdom, bought at such a terrible price, they could change the future. The one who best mastered the secrets of time spoke with a quiet inevitability. He reminded everyone that they all belong to this time. This point of death, and none of them can simply leave this doomed world. Their destinies were intertwined with the dying flame of the era. The elder drove these thoughts from his head. And then, in the midst of general despair, a new thought sounded. Most likely this was the last chance of existence. Let he who does not belong to this time, whose soul is not chained to these crumbling walls, become the key. Let him, free from the bonds of a doomed present, try to follow the opened path into the past in order to find the root of the disaster. Let him try to change what seemed immutable. It was a call not for sacrifice, but for liberation, for the search for the only being, for a creature that could try to go beyond the boundaries of its predetermined end. There may still be something waiting for it. And this sentence was pronounced, becoming the last hope. Let the one who does not belong to this time rewrite the fate of humanity. The words echoed like a spell through the very foundations of the gloomy city, rushing through the layers of reality. And then they saw him. Horror gripped their hearts. They heard the voice of the forbidden god. The entity stood in the way of their final salvation. His voice thundered, promising that all their pitiful hopes would be swallowed up by despair. He intended to destroy the passage, the gate to the past. He saw humanity, which had wasted centuries on ruins, and now, with this sad hope, was turning to dust. But even in the face of such all-consuming despair, the answer was born not from strength, but from acceptance. A quiet voice rang out, "Better to die as heroes." It was an oath carved in the very darkness. Then the holy elder, the keeper of the last knowledge, began the ritual of sacrifice. He said that their age was coming to an end, and that soon everyone would die. And he called on the warriors to join this great fireworks display of doomsday. Everyone answered that they would follow him and die without regrets. One after another they sacrificed themselves, their souls merging into a single stream. At the same time, they continue to say that they, the people of antiquity, are presenting the final gift, the key to the future. This was not just death, but an act of supreme creation. They laid the seed in the archive, in the very foundation of the coming times, for the future of humanity. And this future, which they saw in their last burst of consciousness, will be a generation of ancient wasteland, where beasts and monsters rage. The world born from the ashes of their sacrifice was harsh and full of dangers. But it was into this world that one who did not belong to time had to set foot. With beast tamers, they fight monsters and obtain the best resources, and they have become the stronghold of the new humanity in the world. But behind the veil of shelter, in deep forests and on scorched plains, many dangerous, bloodthirsty monsters await them. The heart of this harsh existence is the main base, called the Kite Base, which has stood in the dangerous wasteland for hundreds of years. Her current owner is an extremely powerful master, and it was he who created a special device and training method for new tamers. A dire notice was posted for all to see. There was no room for slackers in the training camp, and so one of these students, whose time was coming to an end, stood in deep anxiety. He was thinking about his next steps. Tomorrow is the last day, and he shows absolutely no signs of the egg hatching. He whispered these words, clenching his fists in helplessness. Despair washed over him, turning into a bitter curse, and curses burst from him as the realization of failure washed over him. His soul cried out, and he along with it, that all this was very offensive, feeling how the last opportunity was slipping away. Ahead looms only the hard lot of a collector in the deadly wastelands, where there is almost no chance of survival. And at that very moment when despair reached its limit, something unexpected happened. In the darkness of his humble home, next to the silent egg, a strange, flickering light appeared. The young man whispered what it was. At first it was just a weak point, but then it began to grow, taking the form of an unclear symbol. The mysterious energy emanating from the symbol hit the guy so hard that he immediately passed out. His mouth wide open, he fell unconscious to the ground, and his blue egg landed next to him. Something very interesting was apparently going on in the guy's mind. His facial expression was changing every moment. Sometimes he made some strange sounds, frowned deeply, but he had no intention of waking up. This was not surprising, because in his head, in his thinking, a huge beast was now flying. With giant paws, which also had sharp, wide claws, the paw itself was covered with thick scales. It turned out to be a formidable dragon, and at the end, he let out a terrible roar, while his eyes glowed with a bright light, showing his power. Afterwards, he showed his toothy mouth and himself in full growth, with his tamer, who could easily control him, showing off on him. A rude shout and a sharp one brought him out of his stupor. Someone was calling the guy, asking him to finally wake up. Opening his eyes, the protagonist noticed that he was being poked with a whip, which caused him genuine alarm. A voice told him to get up. The man was clearly not happy that the young man was sleeping. He asked him again if he really did this right there. When there was no answer, the man explained that younger students could not spend the night in the castle. These words surprised the protagonist even more. Then the question came again, in an even rougher tone. The man again held the whip in front of him, and looked demanding. The young man, still stunned by what had happened and the sudden awakening, muttered something incoherent and tried to collect his thoughts. He muttered to himself, looking at the empty space, realizing that it was just a dream. That dragon was just his fantasy. He clung to the remnants of a vision that had seemed real just a second ago, whispering, unaware that his thoughts were escaping. The older student snorted, his patience snapped, and he replied that, in fact, he was still here and could hear everything. His voice boomed, asking if he really thought he was an idiot, and he took a step forward, swinging at the shameless boy. The young man recoiled. Despite the scratch in his head, chaos reigned. Where was the creature? Was it really a dream or something more? The older student, still dissatisfied, moved on to another topic. He had heard that today he was going to join the wanderers from the squad. He paused deliberately, letting the looming threat penetrate the young man's consciousness, and added whether he would be able to return alive. And at that very moment, when the fear of the wasteland squeezed Su-Heng's heart, his gaze fell on the floor. There, among the scattered things, lay his egg. But it was no longer whole. One student followed his gaze, and there was amazement in his voice. Could it be that the hero's egg had cracked? Su-Heng exhaled, falling to his knees and carefully picking up the shell with the gaping crack. He didn't believe that he could have succeeded. Su-Heng let out a strangled cry of triumph. He had succeeded after all, and he jumped to his feet, clutching the cracked egg. The older student took a step back, his arrogant expression replaced by open bewilderment and annoyance. He grumbled under his breath. But then, quickly getting his bearings, his face broke into an unnaturally wide smile, and he began babbling that this was all a misunderstanding. Sir Su-Heng approached the guy and said that he would definitely inform the head teacher that he had completed his internship and become a master. Suddenly a female voice was heard. He cut him off, saying that there was no need to report. The guys looked at the girl with bewilderment. It was the main mentor of the base kite tower, Lu Yu, who decided to come to the main character and see what he was able to do. The teacher examined the crack and nodded, saying that now Su-Heng would be able to interact with her egg. Su-Heng repeated all of her words, still not understanding how this was possible when he had essentially done nothing. He concentrated, trying to feel the thread that the mentor spoke about. He spoke softly, addressing the creature that was waiting for him so much. Su-Heng shuddered, his eyes widened in surprise. He swallowed, and continued to peer into the hole that had appeared in the egg. He exclaimed that his pet was talking, and the mentor, who was watching him, smiled at the corners of his lips. Yu added that more and more young beast tamers are appearing in blacklight, but not every one of them hears their pet from the first day. This is a good sign for Su-Heng. Now he must learn to understand it. The mentor's penetrating gaze lingered on the young man's face. She asked, pointing to the fresh bruise and scratch that Su-Heng himself had forgotten in the whirlwind of events. What kind of wound was that on his cheek? He pointed his finger at the offender and said that it was he who hit him, deciding not to hide or cover up for this impudent guy. Immediately, Lu Yu's mentor's voice followed, full of rage and defense, asking how he dared to hit the master. She added that she would reward him with 20 lashes and then send him into the wasteland to get food, where he would receive his punishment. This outburst was so bright and emotional that Su-Heng even recoiled slightly, and the senior disciple, sensing something was wrong, suddenly fell to his knees. His tone became obsequious and full of horror. He begged Master Su-Heng to spare him, but he no longer listened to the guy. Su-Heng and mentor Lu Yu now headed towards the castle, which was illuminated by the shining sunlight. Having looked into the castle, they immediately headed to the office of the base owner, who politely received them without making them wait long. Jogu, sitting at his desk, nodded towards Su-Heng, asking if this guy was really the first newcomer this semester. The girl next to him confirmed that she had heard that he was about to join the search party, but suddenly his egg began to hatch. Lu Yu added that this boy should be rewarded well. It didn't sound like a congratulation, but rather like anticipation of a test. Jogu replied that Su Heng was a persistent boy and was able to give up at the very last moment, adding that this was not bad at all. He then looked straight at the boy, saying that he could give him a piece of dragon scale with dragon blood. This would speed up the hatching process. Su Heng listened in disbelief. Dragon blood was incredibly rare and valuable. After hatching, he would become stronger than other scaled ones. Then the master offered a second option, the opportunity to choose an egg from his collection for a second pet in the future. The saying, "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush," flashed through Su Heng's mind, and he firmly decided to choose the first option. The foreman's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He repeated the guy's words to himself. He didn't expect him to make up his mind so quickly. Afterwards, he stood up and said that he would arrange for the dragon scales to be delivered this afternoon, and expressed hope that the boy would not forget this. Su Heng nodded, realizing that he had accepted more than just a gift, but had entered into a complex relationship of duty and expectation with one of the base's influential masters. Besides the castle, Blacklight itself is divided into two zones, the inner and the outer, the inner zone being where the wealthy members of the community lived. The main character's house was located in the outer zone, which was considered bad and dirty, and was where representatives of the lower classes lived. Here stood the main character's house, a plain building made of rough stone and wood, and from inside came the cry of a boy and his sister. Inside, his sister Su Qing tried to explain to the hero that he knew nothing about pain, since he himself had not spent the night at home yesterday. She said that this morning she went to the inner zone to look for Huan, but she couldn't get in and had to wait at the gate. But at that moment there was a knock on the door. A dull, insistent sound interrupted the quarrel, and the boys became wary. The girl sharply asked who was there, still not letting go of her wayward brother's ear, who was looking through one eye to see what was going on. A messenger from the castle stood at the threshold. He greeted the boys. He respectfully said, "Su Heng," emphasizing the address, sir. He handed over everything he had brought to Su Heng, telling them to keep it safe, then bowed and wished them success in their martial arts. With these words, he left, leaving a deathly silence in the house. His sister looked first at the scrolls in her hands, then at Huan's face, and her aggression changed. She realized that before her was no longer a poor student on the verge of exile, but a man who was now taken into account by the castle itself. Su Heng, wiping away her tears, looked at her brother with wide eyes full of surprise and pride, then jumped into his arms. But Su Heng gently interrupted her, placing his hand on her shoulder. He quietly said that he would still live in the outer zone, and there was a sadness in his voice. Their idyll was broken by the messenger standing there, or rather, the boys suddenly remembered his presence. Su Heng exclaimed, catching herself and trying to change the topic, saying that she was going to work, and quickly adjusted her simple clothes. She added that little Huan should behave well, then patted his hand and rushed out the door, throwing him a reassuring smile as she left. Su Heng was left alone with the messenger in the quiet house. He looked at the scroll, and then at the beautifully shimmering gold coins. His status had changed, but the reality of their life in the outer zone remained the same. But now, he had power. Even though this power had not yet manifested, he swore to himself that one day not only he, but also his sister, would live in safety and prosperity. Left alone, Su Heng sighed, and the sound was full of determination and slight anxiety. He looked at the dragon scales, touching them with his finger. She exuded an ancient, powerful aura that made the air in the room thicker. And at that very moment, everything around changed. The scales flashed with a blinding golden light. The light filled the room, displacing all the shadows. For a moment, Su Heng thought he saw huge ghostly images of glittering scales folding into armor. These were visions of the power he had now touched. A magic book appeared before him, with a dragon depicted on it. It opened on its own, and seemed to be looking for the page it needed. Everything was happening too quickly. The guy didn't have time to think. Then the light faded as quickly as it had appeared, remaining for some time only in the eyes of the protagonist. Su Hina, satisfied and slightly sleepy, mentally thanked the forces for this. He knelt down, unable to hide his surprise. He asked out loud, remembering the master's words, if the scaly lizard had really turned into a dragon. In response, a thought popped into his mind. An adult dragon lizard, a top-class species that could easily destroy a small city. And the one he had, a middle-class scaly lizard species, they were two completely different species. A dragon blood root appeared in the hero's mind. It looked like a brownish-brown root. He became interested in whether the root was useful for himself. His thoughts took him to a story that everyone in Blacklight knew, about a girl who was so talented that she became an elder's apprentice. The first animal she bred was a dangerous, high-class species. She rose from rags to riches and her example burned in hearts. Su Heng thought that if he could breed a dragon lizard, then maybe everything would be different. A bold, almost daring thought lurked within him. The hero rushes swiftly through the dusty streets of the outer zone, his whole being focused on one goal, the medical shop. He flies into the dimly lit shop, where the air is thick with the smell of dried herbs, strange ointments, and something chemically pungent. While searching for the ingredients he needed, he kept thinking that maybe he too could become the castle owner's apprentice. This idea burned within him. Without wasting any time, as soon as he returned home, Su Heng began drawing special magical symbols to begin his ritual. Upon completion, he placed his blue egg in the vessel in the center of the magic circle, and it immediately began to glow. It seemed that something interesting was starting to happen inside the egg itself, as if something was changing there. Suddenly, a wave of energy and great power began to fly out of this egg. It was so bright in the room that the hero had to squint. It wasn't just energy that flew out of the egg, it quickly transformed, now taking the form of a powerful dragon. But soon, the guy didn't even have time to really examine anything. Everything quickly ended. The dragon went back into the egg. The main character just wanted to touch with his hand what he had just seen, but nothing came of it, and he was again left alone in the room. A moment later, surprise could be read on the face, because another crack appeared on the egg. Or rather, the shell had already fallen off. He wondered anxiously if it was still a scaly lizard, or if he had finally succeeded and was now a dragon lizard. The next morning, Su Heng arrived at the base's main training ground, located in the shadow of the high walls. The air was filled with the smell of dust and sweat, and dozens of other young tamers were already crowded there, their voices merging into a hum of nervousness. Lu Yu stood in the middle of all the guys. She watched them, but still wanted to wait for the main character. Although she was patient, she was still strict and could no longer bear it and thought that she had trusted that guy in vain. Behind her back, the guys were whispering that Su Heng's egg hadn't even hatched yet, and he hadn't attended training for 4 days. Suddenly, the teacher's gaze caught on something. She looked into the distance with apprehension and anxiety, and her students also looked there. She expressed surprise when she realized it was Su Heng, and asked if he understood that he still needed to attend training. Other voices of those watching could be heard. They were sure that this was it. Su Heng had come to an end. But the guy wanted to explain. He said that he had to miss training, but he had a good reason. The teacher, with a sly smile and sarcasm in her voice, asked what this reason was, and added that she had better be very serious. The main character also grinned slyly, turned his head behind him and called someone, saying that it was time for the baby to get out. The boy's backpack opened on its own, revealing small blue paws and then small yellow eyes. The little animal quickly moved to its owner's shoulder. At first, it was even a little scared by so many people. But Huan encouraged him and told him not to be afraid of anything. So the little animal looked lovingly at his owner and made an incomprehensible sound. The sight of the small creature on Su Heng's shoulder did not cause affection, but a momentary silence, which then exploded into excited whispers. The other students and mentors froze, staring intently at the unusual creature. The atmosphere on the site became tense to the limit. The experienced mentor, having gathered himself, announced loudly and clearly that before them was a particularly dangerous species, a dragon lizard. Su Heng stood motionless, feeling dozens of gazes on him, full of fear, envy, shock, and distrust. Teacher Lu suddenly moved forward sharply, grabbing Su Heng's hand. She firmly said that they were going to the castle owner. After a long pause, the owner said that it was indeed a dangerous species, and with amazement in his voice, he asked if it was really the boy who hatched it first. Then his face darkened with anger. He turned sharply to one of his assistants, and in a thunderous voice demanded to know what was going on. Who dared to give the hero such an egg? His anger was like thunder rolling through the stone walls of the hall. He ordered that the bureau responsible for egg distribution be notified, so that the culprit could be found and fined 3 months' salary. Then his gaze softened, and he turned to Su Heng, saying that thanks to his hard work all these years, the boy had been able to get through a lot. He assured Su Heng that despite all his past suffering, this was only the beginning of his journey, and expressed confidence that the boy would go far. Su Heng, hearing such words from the castle's owner himself, straightened up to his full height and loudly declared that he would live up to all expectations placed on him. The elder nodded. A shadow of a smile appeared on his face. He was very glad to see such a talented and persistent young man within his walls. Jogu leaned forward a little and asked Su Heng if he wanted what every black-eyed inhabitant dreamed of, the question hanging in the air. And finally, the master spoke words that turned Su Heng's world upside down. He asked directly if the young man wanted to become his disciple. Teacher Lu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but whisper in surprise, and she addressed the master by his title, expressing her shock. This event was unbelievable. Su Heng, a guy from the very bottom, was just offered the opportunity to rise to the very top. Without a second's hesitation, Su Heng blurted out that of course he really wanted it. his voice trembling and his eyes shining with such a bright light. The master of the castle laughed loudly, and his laughter, full of approval and power, echoed in the stone vaults. He declared that this was good. He also announced that he would be holding a banquet that evening, and explained that all the tamers and their mentors, who would be free from work, would be there. And they celebrated until the evening, until the sounds of music and laughter merged with the approaching twilight. Late that night, Su Heng and his sister Bertha set off for home, accompanied by the mayor's personal guard, in a comfortable carriage. Inside the house, Su Heng, still under the impression, proudly informed his sister that he would now receive 100 gold pieces a month. Su Heng gently patted his head, and with a slight smile noted that she hadn't earned that much even in 3 years, adding that this is what he gives. Then the sister, trying to return to seriousness, but with a smile in her voice, said that it was time to rest, because tomorrow she had to go back to work. The hero learned that the difference between normal creatures and dangerous species is whether they have innate magical abilities. The ability to handle magic was called magical talent, and this talent was a key factor in determining the strength of a beast. The snake dragon lizard, as one of the most dangerous species, naturally had a special predisposition to the use of magic. Besides the most common fire attack, the other 6 skills of the fire dragon were skills such as dragon sleep. Also mentioned were the lower dragon power, common to most lower dragon races, and dragon might. Su Heng continued to study the materials. He read that dragons also use the power of the earth, which is a destructive technique. Then his attention was drawn to the skill natural power, which allowed him to use the energy of nature and its resources for magic. The last skill was a powerful ability called evil, the most powerful technique that possessed destructive power. Su Heng imagined how his dragon, now so small and defenseless, would one day be able to spew streams of purifying flames. Su Heng looked at him as he slept, and quietly whispered to him that he believed that he would become a true beastmaster. Suddenly, Su Heng was stunned. The baby who had fit in his crib just a moment ago could no longer lie on it normally. Su Heng couldn't help but let out a surprised cry when he saw the dangerous species growing so quickly. The next morning, the boy entered the training room specially designated for him. Jogu entered the training room. He carefully examined the dragon, and stated that his dragon was indeed very talented. Then the mentor suggested that Su Heng conduct a test. He explained that it was necessary to determine the dragon's strength in 3 elements and choose one. The mentor sensed the inner preferences and power of the animal, so he confidently declared that his animal's element was fire. Su Heng asked if this was the teacher's animal talisman. He had heard of such things, but had never seen one up close. Jogu described how the beast talisman allows one to contain a beast of enormous size within oneself, where it can rest and recuperate. This was a solution to the problem of containing large and dangerous creatures in a base environment or while traveling. The instructor made a sweeping gesture with his hand, and a creature materialized in the far corner of the training hall. The elder explained that it was a scarlet wolf, a huge beast the size of a horse, whose fur was the color of dried blood, and whose eyes burned with flames. He was a representative of a beast with the element of evil of the 2nd rank. The mentor said that this wolf was once his main beast. He also added that it is ideal for training the snake dragon, as they work well together. Su Heng looked skeptically at the scarlet wolf, then at his dragon, which was no longer too small in size, but still inferior to the wolf. He muttered incredulously that they were compatible, but he didn't believe it. The difference in size made him doubt it. The mentor patiently explained that the scarlet wolf was a most dangerous species, combining not only pure breeding, but also true animal anger. The mentor then looked at Su Heng encouragingly and told him to lower his pet to the floor and trust the process. The pet, sensing the challenge, dropped to all fours, its body tensed, and a low warning growl escaped from its throat. The dragon and the scarlet wolf froze, assessing each other. The tension in the air could be cut with a knife. However, it was clear that the dragon was subconsciously seeking support. His gaze sometimes darted towards the main character. Su Heng told him not to rely on him, but to act independently. He repeated this, emphasizing the importance of the moment. Jogu commanded the scarlet wolf to use his evil breath, his powerful technique, to show the baby how it should be done. The scarlet wolf heard his master and began to perform his technique. No one around was going to disturb the silence. The mentor, who was watching this, sharply commanded him to stop, and the wolf looked at him with an incomprehensible expression. The mentor, watching the unfolding events, chuckled approvingly and said that everything worked out. The main character looked at his pet with surprise and delight. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Su Heng approached the dragon in fear. The latter, breathing heavily but with burning eyes, approached. He wanted to press his head to his palm. Suddenly the pet began to use its growing power, trying out short, controlled breaths of flame that were more frightening. The mentor watched this with interest, commenting to himself that the kid turned out to be so smart. While the pet seemed to be fighting within itself, its owner stood nearby and shouted words of encouragement, saying that everything would work out for it. The dragon sneezed sharply, and a small cloud of strange purple-hued smoke escaped from his nostrils, which immediately dissipated into the air. The mentor immediately perked up, pointed at the smoke, and announced that the little animal had just now grasped the element of fire for the first time. The mentor continued with increasing interest, noting that his dragon truly had great talent. Then the mentor paused and, thinking about something, said that he probably would no longer need the Scarlet Wolf. This meant that the pet had already outgrown the level at which the wolf could be useful, and now it would require either stronger opponents. The mentor, seeing potential, decided to move on to the next stage of training. A strange silhouette rose from the stone floor in the center of the hall. The elder explained that it was a creature called a land platypus, formed from earth magic, animal essence, and fear. Su Heng looked at this dangerous creature with concern, and began to say that maybe it wasn't worth leaving him with the pet yet. He felt the dragon's wariness through the connection, and it let out a warning growl. The boy understood that it was, of course, the mentor who would decide, but there was clear concern in his voice for his protege. The mentor looked carefully at Su Heng, then at the wary pet, and his face softened. He agreed that he was right. He reversed his previous order, and the earthen figures slowly sank back into the floor. However, something new began to appear out of nowhere, even more terrible and dangerous than before. The teacher thought for a moment as he looked at Su Heng and the dragon, and then a new idea lit up his face. He loudly exclaimed that of course Su Heng was right, and added that it would be too simple, so his pet needed another beast. A new creature appeared in the hall. This time it was not a terrestrial platypus, but a living beast of incredible size and power. The mentor proudly introduced him as one of his most powerful beasts, the embodiment of the harmony of fire, stone, and evil, a dragon. Su Heng, without taking his eyes off the lava tyrannosaur, asked if dragons were rare. The mentor laughed in response, confirming that of course this was rare. Su Heng was lucky, since the dragon was the first one to hatch from him. He emphasized that this was incredible luck, adding that without it, he most likely would never have received a second egg of such value. The guy mentally assumed that the grimoire with the rituals of ancient dragons must be a very serious thing. The mentor interrupted his thoughts by asking him briefly if he was ready. The creature that arrived had eyes that glowed like hot coals with rage. He was ready to take action right now. The baby stood at the feet of his master. He was incredibly scared, but the question of readiness was not being asked of him, so there was no choice. The elder then gave a command to his lava tyrannosaur, ordering it to move forward. He let out a low, menacing roar that was not just a sound, but a physical wave of pressure filled with primal menace. The baby was frightened, his tail frozen in tense readiness, his eyes narrowed to slits, watching every movement of the giant. Even as he stood to the side, Su Heng felt a wave of pure animalistic power from the lava tyrannosaurus crashing down on him. He mentally compared himself to a tiny boat that was about to capsize from this colossus. It was a terrifying feeling. The teacher, noticing the pallor and tension on Su Heng's face, sharply ordered him to move away so as not to get hurt. His voice was firm and did not tolerate objections. He was genuinely worried about the main character. When the first wave of pressure subsided, Su Heng let out a sigh of relief, whispering that it was over, but he still felt his knees trembling. Seeing how the pet, despite its size, steadfastly withstood this pressure, Su Heng whispered how strong it was. The mentor, watching the little dragon's maneuver, nodded approvingly and remarked, turning to Su Heng. He said his baby was holding up well, and there was a professional note in his voice. Then the mentor decided to increase the pressure. He gave a new command to his lava tyrannosaur, ordering him to intensify the attack. The lava tyrannosaurus responded with a powerful low roar that filled the hall with vibrations again. This time he didn't just demonstrate his strength, but began to act more actively, turning his massive head to follow the movements. The dragon, sensing a change in the enemy's tactics, was forced to continue moving, using its agility. Every step the giant took, and every swing of his tail created currents of air and vibrations that were disorienting and threatening. The mentor, seeing that his pet continued to dodge, said that now we'll see if he can withstand this. However, not much time passed, and the mentor smiled broadly and exclaimed with obvious surprise that this was it. He commented that although his pet was still quite weak, he was trying to use the dragon's base strength against the Tyrannosaurus's might. It was an incredibly brave and smart move to use the innate magical protection of dragon blood. He continued, noting that his dragon had a very high level of magical talent, but he didn't know if he could break through his beast's terror. Su Heng watched with bated breath, realizing that it was precisely such trials that tempered a true beastmaster. Suddenly, the mentor seemed to remember something. He looked up from the fight and turned to Su Heng. He asked the young man if he had already used the dragon scales he had sent him, his voice filled with curiosity. Su Heng immediately responded, addressing the master as a teacher, that he had used it as soon as he received it. Jogu looked closely at the pet and noted that it seemed to have absorbed the substance contained in its scales well. He then suggested that perhaps he had even been able to obtain some dragon blood, which would help him increase his talent. The mentor walked over to the shelf and pulled down a thick, tattered leather-bound volume. He handed the book to Su Heng and told him to take it. He began to explain that in this book he had collected the methods and knowledge that Su Heng would now need for his further training. The mentor continued to explain that the book contained techniques that would help him develop his beast. Su Heng bowed with deep gratitude and thanked the teacher for the precious gift. He understood that this was a sign of great trust. After some time, after leaving the castle, Su Heng was finally able to realize his dream by buying his family's old mansion. While his sister Su Qing was at work, Su Huang began cleaning their new, or rather, returned old house. Although he was unable to make the house what it was in his childhood memories, before the ruin, there was a deep sense of relief in his heart. Before telling Su Qing the good news about the house being bought, Su Huang decided to go to her work and pick her up to give her a surprise. He imagined her face lighting up with happiness when she saw their old home return to the family and told the pet that it was time to go. Suddenly, while still approaching his sister's place of work, his hearing caught a strange sound, a sharp bark or roar of some creature. Then, from around the corner of the nearest building, a desperate, terrified scream came from a woman's voice. Su Huang instantly recognized him. His blood ran cold. That voice belonged to his sister. Without thinking about anything other than her safety, Su Huang rushed towards the source of the sound, shouting her name. Bursting into the narrow, dirty alley behind the workshop, Su Huang saw a scene that made his heart clench. His sister was pinned against the wall. In front of her, blocking the exit, stood 3 rough-looking men, and next to them, 2 huge, skinny dogs with wild eyes growled and grinned. One of the men, with an unpleasant grin on his face, said that they just wanted to play with her, and there was an open threat in his voice. The men continued to mock, interrupting Su Qing, and said that if she played with them that evening, his dogs would not play with her. Their intentions were more than obvious. It was impossible to discern any conscience in their faces or eyes. At this moment, an icy, calm voice came from behind the men. Su Huang stepped forward, his face like a mask made of stone. He repeated their word with a murderous intonation. Then he slowly bent down and picked up a brick from the ground and swung it. His voice did not tremble. It sounded with concentrated rage, so much so that the laughter on the men's faces instantly disappeared, replaced by wariness. The tension in the alley reached its limit. The air was filled with a heavy, almost tangible fear. The gang leader, who had been thundering with rage just a moment ago, froze with his mouth open, his gaze darting to his whining dog. Su Huang felt a cold determination replace the initial trembling in his hands. He took another step forward, and his calm but firm voice broke the oppressive silence. The gang leader, recovering from the shock, muttered something unintelligible, and his hand trembled as he reached for his belt. He told his dog Jack to attack these offenders who dared to hit his Charlie. His voice thundered, full of pride and bloodthirstiness, as if he himself had taken part in this vile attack. The sister asked Su Heng to leave. She didn't want him to get hurt, and although it was clear that he didn't intend to do it, she tried to persuade him. The dog didn't think for long. He rushed at them with a growl. The main character stood like a wall to protect his sister. Another moment and Jack's mouth would close on the guy. The little pet didn't like this at all. He bared his teeth angrily. The bandit's triumph was short-lived. Suddenly a sharp, piercing screech was heard, full of pain and horror. It was Jack the dog howling, his furious growl cut off by Baby's attack, replaced by a plaintive, dying whine. Su Heng, seeing him, was very pleased with his actions. He continued to encourage his pet, saying that he was doing well and it was time to finish the dog. He just detached himself from Jack's body, leaving a bloody stain on it, and his blood also left its mark on the little dragon itself. The gang leader froze, his eyes wide with surprise and impending realization, his cry sounding like a groan of utter defeat. The rage that replaced fear turned out to be blind and helpless. A sharp knife appeared in his hands, pointed straight at the main character. He shouted to his stunned henchmen, urging them not to run, but to pounce and end this once and for all. Then they all rushed towards the boys, screaming, "Die!" and took out their knives, which were lying in their pockets and waiting for their moment. The hero looked at these madmen in amazement, unable to understand why they were sacrificing themselves like that. He decided to use the dragon power skill on his pet, stretched out his hand forward, and loudly shouted these words for the animal. His silhouette, low and collected, seemed to absorb all the darkness of the alley. He stood completely motionless. The gang leader asked out loud, cursing, what was going on? This trio could not pass by the dragon on their offenders. There was an overwhelming fear in his voice that was stronger than any rage, and he immediately offered the only sensible solution, to run away immediately. Suddenly the silence was broken by a new voice, rough and commanding. It turned out to be the security guards, attracted by the noise. One of the gang suggested blaming everything on those standing opposite them. Let the security arrest them, and while they sorted things out, they would have time to escape. The leader proudly declared his connections with the local police, assuring them that all he had to do was ask, and the bastard would be taken away in handcuffs. He was already imagining how the one he called a bastard would end up in a prison cell thanks to his influence. His vanity and cruelty, temporarily suppressed by fear, returned with redoubled force. The most vile part of his plan concerned Su Heng's sister. He muttered, imagining how he would meet Su Qing right in front of her helpless brother, humiliating her as well. This thought, full of sadism and complete impunity, now seemed to him like a sweet poison, eclipsing all previous fears. He continued his vile thoughts, thinking that his dogs could not have died in vain, and that he should benefit from this. However, one of the guards who approached came out. One man. It was the one who recognized the leader of the gang and called coup. He blocked the road, and his simple question about where he was going sounded not like curiosity, but like a quiet command to stop. Seeing a familiar face, the leader was momentarily confused, but then his face distorted again, now with feigned bitterness and the role of a victim. He began his version of events, full of lies and distortions of facts. The guy called himself a victim whose dogs were cruelly and without reason killed. The chief guard's demand to arrest the culprit sounded loud and brazen. He was confident in the guy's words. The other two guards were in shock and anger. One of them started shouting indignantly, "How dare he touch Mr. Ku's dogs?" And then a calm young voice was heard. It was Su Huan. He did not shout or make excuses. He simply showed that very brick. But he did not admit guilt, saying that he had killed the dogs with this brick, adding that if the security guards had any questions, they should ask him. The guard addressed the hero with an angry speech, shouting at him how he dared to kill animals right on the street, saying that he would like it in the cell. The guard's threats hung in the air, meeting neither fear nor response. The guard's attention was distracted by the pet that appeared from behind. Their eyes darted towards him. What they saw made them freeze in place. The little animal was very angry and hissed at the guards. One of the guards breathlessly whispered, "If this guy is really a tamer, that changes the whole point. If a person next to such a beast was a tamer, then all his actions acquired a completely different, undeniable status." And then, to confirm these guesses, something happened that made their hearts clench. The guy handed them a card with the inscription Tamer. The guards could only whisper, unable to speak. And in that unfinished whisper was the realization of who they had managed to go against. The silence that followed the presentation of the card was broken by the guards' confused and frightened voices. They realized it was the boss. The head guard muttered about the rumors that had been circulating in their base lately. Rumors about the burgomaster's second apprentice. His gaze slid from the tamer's symbol to the calm, confident face of Su Heng standing next to him, wondering if this was really that guy. At that very second, he took his pistol and fired into the air, shouting at the same time what kind of impudence was happening here. He turned to Ku Jianyao and asked how he dared to so brazenly and presumptuously arrange this murder of dogs. He shouted at the security to immediately handcuff Ku and his accomplices, and in case of resistance, to shoot them on the spot. This caused the gang leader to suddenly fall silent, his scream cutting off into a short, meaningless cry of surprise and fear. Then he turned to Captain Zhenyao and started babbling about how he was a victim, that some terrible mistake had happened. But seeing that this made no impression, he turned to his last trump card, his origin, and shouted out the name of his father. His attempt at pressure failed completely and irrevocably. The guard's fist turned out to be very heavy. He didn't even bother to hear about his father. He simply stated the fact that the suspect had tried to escape, so let him get beaten with rods. And his subordinates immediately confirmed the order, clearly and without hesitation. There was no pity, no doubt. This trio would get what they deserved. Captain Zhenyao feigned regret over the incident, saying that no one could have known that this scoundrel would set his dogs on him. Su Huang listened to this and dryly remarked that the captain and his men had also arrived just in time, with a hint of subtle irony. Captain Zhenyao fussed, trying to smooth over the impression. He spoke even more respectfully, addressing Mr. Su. Then, wanting to demonstrate his loyalty, he said that if these three fell into his hands, they would either die or flay themselves. The main character only replied that it didn't matter whether this guy died after them or not, but he would still take revenge as soon as he was released. Captain Zhenyao, hearing this, only meekly muttered that he understood everything. He did not argue or offer his services. Mr. Su turned to his sister, who had been anxiously watching what was happening the whole time, and said that it was time to go. And then, taking her hand and simply ignoring the others, Su Huan announced that everything was fine. They were going home. She, still trembling a little but already reassured by his tone, nodded in agreement and whispered, "Okay." Then the guy repeated again that they were going home. These words were simple, bringing her out of the nightmare of the alley back to the reality of home. The captain asked a rhetorical question, summing up what they thought was worse, offending the plantation owner or angering the master tamer. His subordinate didn't even hesitate. His words were simple, bordering on fear. There was nothing to think about. It was better not to anger the tamer. The senior officer gloomily confirmed that he was speaking correctly, calling him a kid and placing his hand on his shoulder. Then another was ordered to find a carriage, while the captain and Lao Dong would wait, and then they would take the 3 detainees to the cell. The captain continued his sentence, saying that at first they would just keep them there, and then they would see what to do with them. This was their end as a threat. A quiet and unknown disappearance at the behest of those they dared to disturb. Meanwhile, Su Huang and his sister, having already left the gloomy alley, found themselves near their house, and the sister exclaimed that she was very happy. Returning home to familiar safe walls seemed almost unreal to the girl. She said she felt as if she were in a dream. Su Huang, watching her, allowed himself a slight, warm smile, then handed her the house keys, saying only so that his sister wouldn't faint. He reminded Su Qing that buying out their old house was just the beginning, and that things would only get better from here on out, and nothing else. Su Bing looked at him, her eyes shining. All fears and doubts seemed to evaporate. She joyfully exclaimed that she believed her brother. She said that only the best awaited them ahead. This phrase did not contain a naive dream, but the confidence of a person who had gone through darkness. The peaceful atmosphere of the house was suddenly broken by a quiet but insistent knock on the door. Su Huang, still alert after the night's events, suddenly opened the door and asked who was there. A calm voice responded, calling the guy forgetful and introducing himself as the deputy director of plantation management, Go. Su Ging asked again, clarifying his position, and asked why he was here now. Her tone was straightforward. The guest, without any embarrassment, got straight to the point. He explained that he had just received news from the police that Q's son had insulted Mr. Su. He then outlined his plan. He was going to transfer the guilty Ku to the 30th plantation to plow the land. He added that he thought Ku Dingquan, who was at least the leader, would be able to adapt to it. Su Huang listened to Deputy Guo's proposal with a cold, assessing gaze. He was glad that it was being taken into account. A little later, Guo noticed that Mr. Su's sister was a senior agronomist in their plantation system, so he offered her a promotion. Su Huang's sister, Su Qing, was stunned, but she sheepishly retorted that she was completely unsuitable for a higher position. But Deputy Guo immediately dismissed her doubts with insistence, saying that she was Mr. Su Heng's sister, so of course she was suitable. Su Xing, seeing her brother's determination, who silently indicated that consent would be correct, replied that she would be happy to help then. Su Huang said thoughtfully, looking into space, about how it seemed like as you became stronger, more and more privileges appeared. Now the main character was left to do his own thing, following his mentor's instructions and cooking for his little animal. Su Huang tried to persuade the pet, saying that it was very good for him. He would eat, grow, and become stronger, trying to motivate him in this way. The dragon made a dissatisfied sound, but was already ready to give in to persuasion. Su Huang, looking at him, thought. He continued that the food the teacher gave was of very good quality, just right for a young animal, and that this recipe was really important. However, the little animal tried the offered food and clearly didn't like it. Su Huang frowned as he watched this. As Su Huang pondered the problem, he considered the possible causes. His gaze fell on the bowl, and it dawned on him that it might be the ingredients. He recalled that he had blindly followed the recipe, but had not taken into account possible individual reactions or the freshness of the ingredients. But then lines from the book came to his mind, and he confidently exclaimed that this was true, that it was said so in the rituals of the ancient dragons. As soon as the dragon lizards hatch, they immediately eat their own shells, and then may not eat for a long time. At the same time, dragons, snakes, and lizards are quite picky about food. They prefer food in the form of living creatures. Su Huang, with a slight smile of relief and new understanding, said that he thought he understood what the problem was. Having decided to take action, Su Huang stroked the animal encouragingly and announced that he would now go and look for a new recipe for it. Turning to his pet with renewed determination, he assured him that he did not need to limit the animal's food intake, so it needed to eat more and grow faster. Over the next few days, Su Huang meticulously followed the new, more suitable recipe he had found in the ancient dragon rituals. The recipe required fresh, live, or rather, extremely fresh ingredients. Su Huang chose the best, sparing no expense. The results were not long in coming. The pet liked the new diet, ate with appetite, and it seemed to do him good. However, this led to an unexpected and big problem, all because of the satisfied appetite and quality nutrition. After only 5 days, Su Huang, looking at his protege, exclaimed with amazement and slight panic that very little time had passed. A good intention turned into an unexpected challenge, requiring new flexibility and quick adaptation from the young trainer. The problem was not that the animal was sick or refusing to eat, but that it began to grow too quickly, perhaps exceeding all expectations. The beast was no longer a baby, but a full-fledged young dragon. Its size had noticeably increased. Muscles were visible under the skin. The protagonist sighed, saying that although there was no money left, At least his dragon had overcome its childhood stage and entered adulthood. He remembered that night fight in the alley, where his pet had difficulty coping with the dogs, but now it would not have been any trouble for him. The hero began to imagine how his dragon, now full of strength, acts. The beast freezes, its muscles tense, preparing to jump. Then, in an explosion of action, the little beast, or rather now a dragon, jumped and headed off to defeat its enemies. Su Heng confidently stated that his pet would be able to finish off such a fighting dog in a couple of seconds, in one breath. He realized that with such strong scales, an ordinary person without a firearm posed absolutely no threat. And even the numerical advantage lost its meaning. In his imagination, this group did not represent a well-coordinated detachment, but rather just targets. Su Heng exclaimed in fear. He remembered the important task given to him by his mentor. He needed to find him in the castle now. The boy was still amazed at the speed of change. It was surprising that only 5 days had passed since he had stopped being a cub. Having come to his conclusion, he decided that since this was the case, it was very important to be careful and keep it a secret, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. 10 days flew by in training and watching the dragon's growth stabilize, after which it was time to move on. Su Heng went to fulfill the mentor's request. He stood in front of the massive wooden door in the castle. A familiar, slightly hoarse voice was heard from behind the door, allowing entry. The elder, seeing the student, raised an eyebrow. He said that he had not seen him here for a long time, calling him a kid, and asked if he was really idle. Su Heng, maintaining his respectful manner, began to explain and began to apologize to the teacher, saying that he had worked hard to cultivate the dragon. Then, with a touch of pride, he moved on to the main news. Thanks to his recipe, the dragon had successfully reached adulthood. The teacher's reaction was immediate and much more emotional than Su Heng expected. The old man stood up abruptly or opened his eyes wide. Su Heng, a little embarrassed by such a violent reaction, tried to downplay the achievement, saying that it was only in 10 days. The teacher reacted to Su Heng's words with even greater astonishment, and told him that it took Bai Su a whole month for her beast to advance. He asked the rhetorical question again, asking how fast it would take for it to be considered really fast. The protagonist looked at his mentor and thought that things would be better without such a wild growth rate. Then the teacher's tone changed, and he suggested that Su Huang's dragon also had unique potential for growth. If the dragon has truly reached adulthood, then it stands to reason that it should already be familiar with its new, more powerful abilities. The hero explained that the pet now has the power of the dragon of the first and second degree. The first, the power of the dragon called intimidation. The second was a dragon power called shock and awe, which sounded like a more active attack, of a crushing physical nature. But that was not all, Su Huang continued, saying that there was also a previously existing ability, which he called the breath of evil thought. It also rose to a new level and formed into something greater, a stream of evil thought. It implied a wider flow of power. This last point was the last straw for the old teacher's patience and amazement. He couldn't believe his ears. Su Huang, seeing the teacher's reaction, hastened to pay tribute, stating that all these successes were possible thanks to the teacher's hard work with him. Su Heng noted to himself with relief that he had not yet told the teacher about the other abilities he had mastered, such as the dragon's dream, or the power of nature. The mentor noted that he never doubted the guy, and he suggested going to the training hall and seeing what his protege was capable of. They moved to a private training ground owned by the burgomaster himself. The teacher gave a clear instruction. He told Su Heng to let his snake dragon lizard show its best, to show what it was capable of. He explained that Su Heng had really worked hard and gone through many obstacles, deserving such recognition. Su Heng, encouraging his dragon, leaned towards it, and quietly said that it was up to him whether Su Heng would receive his master's talisman. His entire future status and recognition hung on the upcoming demonstration, and the teacher, in turn, did not waste time on trifles. He didn't offer a training dummy, but rather challenged an opponent, whose name spoke for itself. A stone armadillo bear. The sight of this new, impressive creature caused genuine amazement in both the pet and Su Heng himself, and he exclaimed in surprise. He asked how many more beasts with the element of evil his mentor had, noting that every time during training the teacher called a new one. He dismissed his student's admiration, claiming that he had only tamed 10 or 20 high-danger class beasts, and among them, only half are at the level of a stone bear or a lava tyrannosaurus. This was where Zhou Gu's skill was felt. After the master described his collection, he challenged Su Heng to prove that he truly wanted to obtain the master's coveted talisman. He then repeated the command, which was both permission and an order to show everything that he and his pet were capable of. The time had come to see the real fruits of all their hard work. Not in words, but in deeds. The bear was already ready for such a fight. His roar sent a blast of air towards his opponents, nearly knocking them off their feet. The fight promised to be interesting. The dragon reacted instantly to this impact, his eyes shining with a bright fire. It was clear that the pet was determined. The teacher, who was watching this with professional attention, instantly recognized the technique. It was the dragon's power-holding barrier. The elder acknowledged the skill, noting that it was not bad when a dragon, even at the growth stage, was able to withstand a fully fledged adult individual. Then he raised his hand sharply, giving the command to stop. The first stage of the test was completed, checking the protection and control. Now it was time to attack. The mentor was about to give Su Heng and his pet a clear and specific command. He told him to attack using the evil breath ability. This was a test of the very skill that Su Heng had mentioned earlier. He wanted to see not just the presence of the ability, but its power, concentration, and destructive effect against an armored target. Su Heng concentrated and gave a command to his dragon. Now everything depended on whether the energy flow could penetrate the bear's stone armor. Then came the action, the movement of the dragon's head, the thickening of dark energy emanating from its mouth. There was a sound, not a thunderous roar, but rather a sharp, stifled exhalation. This quiet sound emitted by the little animal trying so hard. It was the sound of concentrated energy being released, but it seemed weak. Although this energy was able to reach the bear, it turned out to be disproportionate to the expectations of the technique called the stream of evil thoughts, and was hardly noticeable to the enemy. The teacher, who was watching this with close attention, did not hide his disappointment, and asked the boy whether he had not eaten enough porridge. The answer to the teacher's question was not a verbal excuse, but an action. Su Heng realized that a simple technique would not be enough here. He concentrated and gave another command to his dragon, calling out the full and true name of the technique: the stream of evil thoughts, the pearl of evil. The snake dragon, having received the command, changed. He understood his past mistake and knew what his master required of him. If earlier he had only exhaled a weak stream, now his body tensed differently. The air was charged with a different, more menacing tension. It looked like shots of dark, clots of energy that rushed at great speed towards the stone bear. Unlike the scattered stream, these pearls were designed to pierce, concentrating destructive force in one point. The silence that followed the teacher's sarcastic remark was now broken by a display of true, crushing power. The teacher told Su Heng directly that he was a good fellow, admitting that he had not expected such deep study and masterful application of the technique. He noted that Su Heng used the accumulation of dark energy to create not just a stream, but a real series of shots, like bullets. Su Heng, accustomed to his teacher's restraint, responded with embarrassment that he was overpraising him, realizing that in fact there was another technique. The teacher, having heard this, finally confirmed his decision. He declared that he was satisfied with Su Heng's attacks, and that the test had been passed. And then he fulfilled his promise. He handed the main character a ring, that very personal talisman of the master. The old Tamer explained that although this ring could not hold as many beasts as his own artifact, it could easily hold 5. Jogu added the explanation that there was enough space inside for 5 animals, and if they squeezed a little, there would even be room for 10. And then the teacher announced his decision. He said that real fights are the best way to increase this experience. Therefore, he decided to send Su Heng to the northern defense area, where there would be a great opportunity to fight dangerous beasts. The teacher gave clear instructions. In 3 days, the boy had to report to military headquarters, inform of his arrival, and they would give him an assignment. He also described the structure of the defense. Behind the high walls of the main base, there were 4 defensive lines guarding the entire perimeter. Each section of the defensive lines consisted of military outposts and many beast tamers that formed a wall. He emphasized that the southern and northern borders were the most dangerous, where encounters with dangerous animal species occurred almost every day. This was where he directed Su Heng. Most of the materials in the city related to dangerous species were the results of hunting in these areas. This meant that this place was not only the front line, but also a source of resources for the entire settlement. And this is not the case regardless of what resources they are, be they alchemy ingredients, crafting parts, or just trophies. Within 3 days of preparation, Su Heng, following the instructions, received an advance payment for his next month's stipend as a tamer. And the hero did not hesitate to spend it. He spent most of this amount on buying ingredients for his dragon's food. He needed ready-made, nutritious, and long-lasting rations to keep the dragon strong in the field. The 4 defensive lines around the base were not simply created as a shield against wild animals. They largely protected the plantations. After all, the area of land suitable for harvesting in the safe zone was limited, and risks had to be taken. Working on these outer plantations was also one of the most dangerous professions, which the base's residents tried to avoid. Ku Dingquan, the same father of the bully they had problems with, was transferred to plantation number 30. And this plantation, as it turned out, was located in the security zone of the northern defensive line, the place where Su Heng was now heading. Su Heng arrived at his destination, the 7th observation point on the northern border, and the officer respectfully pointed to his new post. His arrival did not go unnoticed by the local garrison, and two guards watching from their post whispered to each other. One of them noted with surprise that this newcomer was personally brought by the chief of staff, which already spoke of his special status. Realizing that they were seeing the master Tamer, the other guard exclaimed, "Why are they waiting then?" and offered to go and help immediately. Both soldiers hurried towards the hero, running up. They turned to him out of breath, respectfully calling him Mr. Su Heng. One of the soldiers asked why the master Tamer was carrying his own heavy luggage, and exclaimed that they could not allow him to do that. He introduced himself by giving his last name, Huan, but suggested that they call him simply Brother Huan, an address that immediately eased the tension. However, the protagonist replied that there was no need for such politeness. Since he was older than the guy, he decided that he would call him Huang Ge. Huan began to whine and admitted that it was the first time he had met someone who was not a pompous master tamer, but one who was so simple and accessible. Then Brother Huang took the initiative and urged everyone to quickly finish unloading and hold a feast in honor of Mr. Su's arrival. There were only 29 guard posts on the northern border, and Su Heng now had to report on the situation at the 7th. More than 10 years ago, this very post was blown to smithereens by a passing dangerous species that left no survivors. This place had a tragic history, and now Su Heng had to not only defend it from new threats, but also engage in real combat. The past tragedy hung in the air, a reminder of the cost of error. But at the moment, there was an atmosphere of simple camaraderie. One of the soldiers, probably a cook, proudly offered Su Heng to try his signature dish, even though they didn't have the facilities for such delicacies. The protagonist addressed Huang Gu and everyone present, saying that since they were now comrades in arms, it would be better to call him simply by his first name. Huang, in turn, showed respect. He agreed that the master tamer was a very important person, so he would call him Suge. Su Heng accepted the compromise with a slight smile, acknowledging that everyone could think of the other differently, but the main thing was mutual respect. He then got down to business, asking the practical question that worried him most. How often were dangerous species of animals encountered here? Another soldier explained the situation. Their post was somewhere on the middle line of defense, and the pressure on the defense was less than at the forward posts. To illustrate his point, he showed Su Heng a bunch of dangerous beasts they had caught over the past few days. In the middle and at the end of each month, a military officer and a team from the city would come here. They were responsible for transporting rare resources. Su Heng, after hearing this, agreed that without a tamed beast, such work would indeed be very difficult. And then another soldier, having already gotten used to it, asked Brother Su directly with curiosity what the beast could do. Huan reproachfully asked him if he had become completely insolent, and reminded him that one cannot simply show off tamed animals. However, Su Heng, without letting the argument escalate, instead simply but authoritatively gave the command to his pet to appear as a snake dragon. These words, spoken quietly but clearly, made everyone present freeze. The air seemed to thicken. One of the guards couldn't hold back an exclamation of complete shock and said, "Holy shit, this is the most dangerous species." The serpent dragon, even in its calm state, was the embodiment of a high-class threat, and now it stood among them as an ally. Su Heng, letting the impression subside, calmly confirmed that here was his tamed beast, the snake dragon. The soldier, having recovered from the initial shock, asked with delight whether it was true that his first tamed beast was the most dangerous species. And then, as if answering the unspoken question about his abilities, the dragon revealed itself, emitting a low, vibrating hiss. And at the same time, one of his abilities manifested itself. It was a demonstration of the dragon's power, the shock and awe technique. The beast's owner immediately intervened, shouting sharply towards the dragon, while lightly hitting him on the head for his misbehavior. The main character ordered him not to attack his own people and reproached him for his lack of manners. He didn't want to punish his pet, he was simply raising him. Then he hurried to the frightened soldier, asking if he was okay. He, having come to his senses, babbled that everything was okay with him. But his next sentence, directed at Su Heng, he said that Su Heng's beast was very strong, and the hero himself was an excellent master. Brother Huan, seeing that his comrade was not hurt, allowed himself to laugh and tease the soldier, saying that he almost wet his pants from fear. This altercation eased the tension, and brought the newly reunited comrades closer to the new member of their team and his beast. The feast came to an end. It was getting dark and evening outside. It was noticeably colder, although the voices and laughter of the children could still be heard. After the meal, Su Heng formally introduced himself to all 5 of his new brothers in arms, memorizing their names and faces. Then, following the schedule and advice of his mentor, Su Heng began his personal training. Despite the fatigue from the move and new impressions, he understood that he couldn't relax, so he began to train a new method called Crystal Mind, which consists of 3 stages. The first step was to eliminate all distractions and create a crystalline environment for meditation around you. The second stage involved working with a specific breathing rhythm, where the mind gradually becomes one with the meditative environment. And finally, the third stage, based on the method of the spiritual hammer, can only be applied by achieving unity with the crystalline environment. Su Heng exhaled, assessing his progress, and realized that at this rate, it would take half a year to reach a state of crystal-clear mind. He looked at his hands, realizing that they were in line with his teacher's predictions. Progress was steady, but not perfect. His thoughts turned to Bai Su, the same 8th disciple of the teacher. He said that she had refined her mind in just a month or so. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp, piercing sound from outside. The sound was alarming and insistent. It was an alarm signal. Meditation and internal comparisons instantly stopped. The first test in the new post began. The door to his room swung open, and Brother Huan stood on the threshold. He turned to the hero, saying that it was time to get down to business. There was no time for questions. Su Heng jumped to his feet and they ran outside together, an alarming hum mixed with other sounds hanging over the post. Having reached the observation platform, they saw the cause of the alarm. Something was moving in the dim light of the moon. Su Heng quickly assessed the threat. He recognized the creature. It was a dangerous second-rank species, the scythe beetle, also known as the scythe beetle. The protagonist quickly conveyed this information to Brother Huan, naming the creature and its rank. Now everything depended on their reaction. Brother Huang, hearing Su Heng, nodded, confirming his assessment. He added an important context. This kind is the most common in their sector. Then, without further ado, Huan began giving clear combat orders, first ordering all team members to prepare for battle. He quickly distributed positions. He and Lao Yu would take the machine gun position. Avan would take the forward sniper position. Xiao Hu and Xiao Lu will guard the 5th and 6th rifle posts on the first level, providing cover at the base of the walls. After finishing the distribution, Brother Huang made a rousing appeal to everyone to help Brother Su finish off these brats. In response to his call, the soldiers shouted in unison in agreement and readiness, the sound of their voices creating a tense but collected atmosphere. The battle began with a sharp, loud shot. It was Sniper Avan who opened fire, but the enemy was not so simple. One of the soldiers, observing through binoculars or thanks to his experience, quickly assessed the situation, a characteristic feature of a dangerous species, perception. Afterwards, it became clear that these creatures used a special technique, namely, the imposition of armor, with the help of which they could protect themselves. At first glance, it might seem that the intended bullets would not penetrate this armor, but only at first glance. But after a short time, the ammunition was able to pass through their defenses and reach these uninvited pests. A new sound was heard. Several creatures were defeated at the same time. Bullets pierced their bodies, leaving them no chance. Thoughts of 1,000 fallen were left behind. The main thing now was not to break the heads of the enemy, otherwise there would be no reward for this battle. The menacing scythe beetles possessed an innate and insidious ability, an armor overlay, that rendered standard bullets nearly useless. In this sudden silence, born from the roar of misfires, a new solution matured, which came to the main character's mind. The machine gun fire flared up with renewed vigor. A solid lead wall, dull and loud, should have pinned the beetles down, making them freeze for a moment. And that moment was all that was needed. The guy looked at the sniper and tried to control the process. The continuous curtain of fire created by the machine gunner provided an ideal opportunity for the sniper. A flash in the chaos, a single precise shot that must find the weak spot in the armor, that very microscopic crack. Everything froze in anticipation of the result. The air seemed to stop vibrating, holding its breath along with the defenders. Much now depended on this shot, not just the outcome of the skirmish, but also the belief that these new allies held the key to victory. A sniper's shot broke the silence, a clear, sharp sound that contrasted with the machine gun fire. He was like a cold needle piercing the very depths of darkness, and now all that remained was to watch to see if the armored enemy would finally falter. It paid off. There was a crunch, a quiet but distinct sound of breaking chitin. The armor cracked and it was possible to defeat the creature. The protagonist realized that this was a real battlefield of the northern border, harsh and merciless. Although the soldiers did not hold the title of Master Tamer, their names were not shrouded in legend. Their strength was born of harsh necessity. But their depth of understanding of the situation and their combat skills, honed in countless battles, were more than enough. This was enough to unite efforts at the right moment and bring down upon the enemy all the necessary coordinated and deadly force. It swept through the ranks of the defenders as one of the creatures turned away from them and began to flee, the instinct for self-preservation overcoming its rage. This moment could not be missed. Huang gave a quick and clear command to Xiao Hu and Su Ge to finish him off together. The answer came immediately. Without hesitation, everyone was ready. And right after that, a decisive voice sounded. "Let's go." Several figures broke from their positions, rushing in pursuit to finish what had been started, and finally turn the tide of this night battle. Huang, Xiaoshu and Suga were already racing, their shadows flickering among the trees, chasing the fleeing enemy to deliver the final, decisive blow. The outcome of the entire battle now depended on the speed, determination, and coordination of this small but courageous group. And this group caught up with the fugitive. He stood up, no longer daring to run further, since he understood that it was useless. Any move he made now could go against him. All he could do was watch the group's actions. Huang Ge gave a short but important warning to his comrade to keep an eye on the inner border. Everything there is gilded, so you need to be on your guard. The answer was clear and unhesitating. It was already clear that these armored creatures required a special approach and vigilance. The protagonist's attention returned from the chase to their immediate target, the beetle, and he decided to approach it a little closer. A low voice rang out, full of cold curiosity about what would happen to him after the evil attack. The phrase was spoken like a spell. The moment of action had arrived. A decisive cry cut through the silence. The energy condensed. The air around Su Heng seemed to warp. Now all that remained was to see if this dark power, or rather the hero's beast, would be able to finish off the ancient creature. The dragon was always ready and always happy to carry out his master's orders. He flew towards his opponent, and was already using the method of an evil attack. The blow fell, but not on flesh, but on the defense. It was the beetle's last desperate attempt to activate its shield. Resistance arose, and it was clear that the evil attack was struggling with the remnants of the ancient creature's magical armor. The beast threw the beetle forward several meters, but its rage had not yet subsided. It was ready to attack again. And this was necessary, because the repulsed enemy was not yet defeated, and it was necessary to finish this fight. Although the sight was impressive, the creature left behind a trail of dust and earth, so powerful was the dragon's blow. A sharp, dry sound was heard. It was emitted by the opponent who was getting up. Apparently, he was ready to defend himself again. After assessing the situation, Su Heng stated to himself that it seemed like this armor really worked so well that it repelled the attack. Then a new force was put into play. A clear command was given to the pet to use the stream of evil thoughts, the pearl of evil. It sounded like a call for a technique that would strike at the very core of the enemy, completely immobilizing him. Sharp, lashing sounds were heard, and bubbles of energy burst against the creature's still strong shell. Watching the beetle's persistence, the boy couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and irritation at how thick its skin was. This ancient creature, whose body and spirit seemed to have been forged by the most primordial elements, was ready to endure much more. The silence after the failed attempt was heavy. Everyone understood that the usual methods were not working. The delay could cost them the victory. Then the call came with renewed vigor, urging the beast to use its powerful technique, shock and awe. It was a fierce call to attack. The command echoed, amplifying the message. The dragon's magic thickened in the air, filling it with a chilling, paralyzing aura. The beetle, which had recently been fighting back furiously, suddenly slowed down. Its movements became abrupt and constrained. His body began to go numb. A soft, drawn-out sound was heard, like a creaking sound. The dragon's magic was working. And at that moment, when the enemy was completely immobilized, the final crushing order sounded, the power of the dragon, to tear him apart. All the pent-up energy, all the anger and determination was put into that final push, into the blow that was supposed to kill. But the ancient creature seemed to be trying to find within itself the last strength for despair. Although the outcome was already known, the beetle lunged forward with unexpected speed, the light staccato sound of its claws on the frozen ground growing quieter with each step. The protagonist let out an astonished cry and asked rhetorically if he had really managed to escape, knowing that he would not succeed. Su Ge gave another order. The power of the earth, the ground beneath his feet trembled. The dragon did its job perfectly. The earth grabbed the fugitive in a stone embrace, putting an end to this long and furious chase. The creature distorted into a terrifying grimace. When the dust and debris settled, it became clear that the chase was over. Huang Ge, one of the pursuers, looked at the place where the beetle had been, dumbfounded. It became clear to the soldier that Su Ge did not need anyone else's help. His voice trembled with a mixture of relief and receding horror. Huang Ge said, unable to tear his eyes away from the scene of destruction, that he was now covered in goosebumps. It was a fierce sight. Later, recalling this moment, he would again hear in his memory that commanding, low cry that echoed through the forest. Returning back, the soldier told how Su Ge shouted the power of the earth, and how these spears pierced this beetle right from under the ground, like an ordinary pumpkin. Then Huang came up and put his hand on Su Ge's shoulder, saying that he had previously thought that he had simply decided to strike it rich, but he himself was a real nugget. Su Heng, somewhat embarrassed by such directness, only smiled slightly and modestly waved his hand, saying that everyone had tried their best back then. However, the moment of respite was not destined to last. Someone's voice reached them, warning Huang Ge that someone was coming here. The group's attention instantly shifted. Huang Ge muttered something about looking while peering into the distance. Together with the main character, they moved to a place where the access road to the post was visible. They quickly ran to the place and looked down at the road with interest. Soon everything became clear to both guys. A small column of military vehicles approached along the road, raising a light dust. Huang Ge determined that it was a command convoy. But he immediately noted that this was strange, since usually when counting military reserves the command arrives only at noon. So why were they so early? Silence hung in the air like a heavy cloud as the soldiers watched the approaching convoy, a guess flashing through their minds. The convoy pulled up and stopped, leaving behind clouds of dust and sand, and a man began to get out of the central carriage. His posture and armor unmistakably revealed that he was a high-ranking official. This was the commander-in-chief of the Northern Defensive Line, Lu Ling. His very presence here made the soldiers stand at attention, and a loud, forced greeting rang out from the senior post. The commander's gaze slid over the faces and stopped on one. He called him by name, Huang Chengzhu, and said that they had not seen each other for so many years. Huan seemed momentarily speechless, whining and saying he didn't even think anyone remembered his name, adding that he was so flattered. The commander-in-chief waved his hand, removing the formalities, and said that it was less than 10 minutes' drive from the barrier to here. It didn't matter at all. Then his attention turned to the young Tamer. He asked how he was doing here, and whether he was getting used to being here. Su Heng, a little embarrassed by the sudden attention, straightened up, saying that he needed to report to the commander-in-chief. Then he, having blurted out a memorized phrase, he met all his fellow soldiers, and I adapted well to life here. Lu Ling laughed, warmly and approvingly, and patted the boy on the head, telling him that there was no need to speak to him so formally. He admitted that the teacher had already told me a couple of times that he had taken on a new, very talented student. And he nodded, confirming his words. Afterwards his face became more serious. He heard the words of the chief of staff that he did not see him when he came to headquarters. They simply missed each other. A murmur of surprise ran through the soldiers. Could it be that the commander-in-chief had come to this tiny post for Su Heng's sake? Huang Chengzhu thought that Su was an ordinary master, but he didn't know that he was the personal disciple of their burgomaster. It was lucky that he hadn't caused any trouble during this time. Lu Ling, noticing that everyone had frozen in place, clapped his hands, returning everyone to work, and ordered that they sum up the results for the last 2 weeks. When they were alone, the commander turned to the young Tamer and asked Suge to summon his snake dragon. Hearing this, Su Heng couldn't help but let out a slight relieved grin. He had already thought that the mentor had forgotten about him as soon as he left the city. Su Heng gathered his courage and clearly uttered a summons. The air in front of him thickened, and the majestic form of a snake spirit materialized. A low, astonished cry rang out from the commander-in-chief, who was unable to contain his admiration. Lu Ling walked closer, carefully examining the protagonist's incredible dragon that had just arrived. He asked in amazement, but hadn't his dragon hatched just under a month ago? The development of a pet in such a short time seemed incredible. Su Heng, a little embarrassed by the attention, replied that his dragon had grown very quickly since it learned to use dragon magic. Lu Ling, the commander-in-chief, watched silently, and later added that his had grown even more in his time. Then he took a step back, his tone changed, and began to say that the mentor had asked him to find out how well he had honed his dragon fighting skills. With these words, he made a slight gesture with his hand, and a movement of magic, far more powerful and established, could be felt in the air. The ground beneath their feet shook slightly, and from it, as if emerging from the rock itself, a massive creature appeared, a horned earth dragon. His body, made of stone, exuded strength and steadfastness. It was a dangerous species with 2 bloodlines, earth and dragon. Lu proudly explained that he had bred it to the level of a full-fledged dangerous species, capable of withstanding second-rank beasts. The experienced battle-hardened earth giant versus the fast-growing but still inexperienced snake dragon Su Heng. Lu Ling patted his companion's stone side, noting that this was one of his greatest assets. The test was scheduled. The training fight was supposed to show the true level of skill of the young Tamer, but for now, both the boy and his pet were stunned. Su Heng, looking at this stone monster and then at his more graceful snake dragon, couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. He turned to Lu, calling him brother, and asked him to tell the beast to be gentler, otherwise he would simply trample his dragon. Lu Ling first raised an eyebrow in surprise, then he laughed, and his laughter was warm and encouraging, relieving the tension. He told the guy not to worry. His dragon knows his limits, and exchanged a knowing glance with his stone companion. Reassured by the commander's words, Su Heng exhaled and nodded affirmatively, ready to begin the battle. The commander-in-chief turned to his pet, saying that it seemed that the snake dragon had not yet woken up, and that he needed to be awakened. The beast understood its master. He took a step forward, causing the ground to shake slightly, leaving behind huge footprints. He walked straight towards his duelists next to Lu. He was completely confident in his strength, but also remembered that there was no need to harm the opponent. The protagonist let out a surprised cry. It was unexpected that the horned earth dragon actually attacked first. Su Heng, after looking more closely at this dragon and thinking about its technique, suddenly realized how to respond to it. The guy nodded to himself, thinking that this was levitation, the advantage of being able to control spiritual power after training. The power of the mind. However, there was no time to think. Su Heng concentrated, giving the order to now use an evil attack and dodge the blows. He decided to combine evasion with a counterattack, trying to find a gap in the stone defense. The pet stepped onto the shoulder of the owner. The snake dragon darted to the side again, avoiding the tail, and at the same moment released a dark cloud of energy, an evil attack. The training battle continued, and the young spirit had to show not only speed, but also strength sufficient to somehow make an impact. Realizing that direct attacks were almost useless, Su Heng decided to use the Ida Pearl against this horned dragon. It was a technique of a different order. The serpentine dragon froze, and a glow thickened around its mouth, taking the form of a shimmering sphere. He released it towards the earth giant. The sphere, like a ghostly ball, rushed towards the target. Su Heng understood the reality of the situation. Expecting my snake dragon to defeat the horned dragon was just a dream. But retreating was not in his nature. All he could do was show off the results of his dragon development that he had achieved over the years. This thought gave him determination. Su Heng's snake dragon, using its speed and levitation, circled around the massive opponent. Several times the snake dragon found himself dangerously close to crushing blows. But thanks to his reactions, he dodged them. In response, he tried to attack as quickly, accurately, and frequently as possible. But the enemy's strength was very high. Then the snake dragon decided to spend a little time and accumulate more of his magical sphere, which meant that the blow had to be more powerful. It really didn't take long at all, and after that he immediately directed the accumulated energy straight at the earth dragon. However, only a small scratch and barely noticeable redness remained on the opponent's body. Su Heng sensed that his companion's strength was running out, and he knew that exhausting tactics against such an opponent were futile. So he decided to change his approach. He gave a new command, this time aimed not at attack, but at restoration, using the power of the earth. It was a wise tactic. Instead of continuing fruitless attacks, he ordered a temporary retreat to use earthly energy. Su Heng realized that it was time to attack and commanded, gathering all his concentration to use the power of the dragon, the dance of the earth now. It was not just a call to attack, but an announcement of the use of the combination technique they had been practicing. And the earth responded. A low, growing rumble was heard. It was the sound of a rumble. The ground around the horned dragon began to move. The very ground beneath the stone giant's feet began to shake, trying to disrupt his stability. It was a dance of the earth. The earth dragon simply slammed both of its massive front paws onto the ground, and the serpent dragon was thrown back by a wave of powerful energy. Su Heng cried out in worry as he saw his beast struggling to rise, clearly shaken and weakened. Lu Ling laughed. He said that it was a good tactic, but his dragon's strength was already at the 9th level, so his earth dance was no problem for him. Su Heng, still worried about his pet, responded by asking if they hadn't told him to use everything he could. Lu Ling smiled softly again. He didn't mean to offend, it really did look that way, but he just already understood what snake dragons were capable of. His words meant that he saw Su Heng's potential and current level, and his assessment was exactly what the mentor wanted to see. Then he threw his arm in a friendly manner over the hero's shoulder, and said that his snake dragon was developing much faster than his had. Soon after the commander-in-chief's departure, winter arrived, time passed, and the harsh realities of service took over. There was no idol. It was terribly cold at the guard post. The walls were not as high and strong as those at their base, which could provide shelter from the cold. The cold penetrated to the bones. One of the soldiers chattered his teeth. He tried to say that he was very cold, but his words were drowned out by the sound of chattering teeth. Another soldier, watching his torment, replied that he should become a master tamer. He has spiritual cover. He is warm. The silence and cold were broken by a sharp, piercing sound, an alarm bell, immediately followed by a loud, commanding shout. All drowsiness and complaints about the cold instantly evaporated, giving way to a demonstrated readiness. The duty officer reported that guard post number 3 in the northern part had called, and a group of dangerous species had attacked plantation number 25. The commander, Huang Ge, immediately gave orders without wasting a second. Xiao Hu and Su Heng will now go on call from the 3rd post. He appointed 2 of his most effective fighters, including Su Heng, for sorties, while Lao Yu and Awan would remain to guard the house. According to Captain Li, the situation is really serious now, as almost the entire 25th plantation has been completely captured. The situation was worse than expected. Huan continued to report that more than 20 individuals of the dangerous species had entered the territory. All the plantation workers are now locked in the staff quarters, with about a dozen broken guns to fight back with. But it was only a matter of time before the animals got inside. The clock was ticking, and it was a matter of minutes. not hours. The guys were going to gather support for all patrol base posts number 3 and number 4 in the northern sector. The assembly must be completed by 4 o'clock in the morning, since the attack will begin exactly at that time. The commander told Xiao Hu to drive faster. Plantation number 25, post number 3, gate 6. Su Heng's group arrived at the gathering point at the gate. Huang Chengzhu, I request to report that Huang Chengzhu, Zhao Xiaohu, and Su Heng from post number 7 on the northern border have arrived at the designated location. They were met by the coordinator, who told them to come quickly and added that he would transmit information by radio. As they were moving towards the scene, the scout's voice rang out. Those bastards had broken through the 6th gate on the northwest side. They are now in the grain area, tearing pieces out of dead bodies. All the survivors have been moved to the staff quarters. Then the command order was given. All combat units, all vehicles will line up in the shape of a spear. A warning followed to be careful, dangerous species, poisonous wolves, which are resistant to attacks and can easily bite off a head. A desperate, panicked voice came from the radio. Kill them and free the people. It was time to counterattack. The silence of the night was broken by an intermittent knocking. So desperately were they shooting the uninvited creatures one after another. These wolves were also very frightening in appearance. When they were furious, they bared their teeth and their eyes lit up with a bright, evil color. One of these wolves climbed onto a high cliff and howled throughout the area, calling on the rest of his relatives to continue the attack. Suddenly, the forward movement slowed down. Hung Ge, who was sitting next to the driver Xiao Hu, asked to move back a little. He turned to Huang Gu and asked if he had also heard that wild howl. He was talking about that very unusual wolf howl. Su Heng remembered hearing from his teacher that a dangerous species like the poisonous wolf could evolve into the final form of an alpha wolf. His voice broke as he noticed something strange in the enemy's behavior. Something was clearly wrong with the wolves' movements. Su Heng gloomily stated that it must be their leader. He is guiding them. No wonder so many individuals broke through. Having a smart leader changed everything. This wasn't just an attack, but a planned operation. His skill was poisonous fog. At first, there was only surprise, but then the wolf used his special skill, releasing this poisonous fog onto the group of soldiers. A moment later, when the first clouds of fog reached and the soldiers smelled a sharp, acrid odor, even through the filters, the horror became palpable. The order was given to turn on the infrared sight, be on guard and not to lose sight of your teammates. But Huang Ge understood that the situation was worse than just limited visibility. It was not that simple. He asked Xiao Hu to move back. At this moment, Huang Ge's gaze turned to Su Ge, and a huge shadow of a poisonous wolf appeared on the roof of one of the cars. The soldier driving the car couldn't hold back a scream of horror. The windows shattered, and the wolf was about to get to those inside. It wasn't just a big wolf. Its shape was unnatural. It rolled the military vehicle over onto its side, and other wolves approached it. The protagonist explained that it was just a companion, a shadow wolf, a special ability of the leader of the poisonous wolves, a shadow double. Their worst fears were confirmed. The real alpha wolf, the one who had created this fog and led the attack, was heading towards them. They were trapped, poisoned, and now had to fight on two fronts, against the poisonous fog, the illusion, and against the leader. There was a deafening roar. The windows of this car also burst. The sound was dull and powerful, but in the toxic fog it lost its clarity. The real battle began. The clang of metal, the shouts of commands, the growling of wolves and the hissing of poisonous fog mixed into a hellish symphony. The boys had little time to think about a plan of action. They could, like their comrades, simply capsize. The tension was incredible. Huang Ge exhaled with difficulty, feeling the weight of responsibility and the physical fatigue from concentrating. He, firing at the massive shadow wolf, shouted that he couldn't even slightly penetrate its armor. The bullets seemed to simply disappear. The impotence of standard weapons against such enemies was obvious. The wolf decided to act further. He pushed off the ground. For a second, the soldiers lost sight of the wolf. It appeared above their field of vision and swung its clawed paw. Then he struck the car from above. It did not resist. Its fragments scattered chaotically across the field. At this critical moment, Su Heng realized that there was no time to wait any longer. Something irreparable could soon happen. He called upon his snake dragon. He had to act now before the wolf ate them all. He instantly found himself next to his master, looking straight at the leader of the wolves, and it was not clear that he was even a little afraid. His body emitted concentrated spiritual energy, followed by a command, dragon power, shock, and awe. It was the same technique he had used before, but now it was enhanced with desperation and complete dedication, a wave of paralyzing terror. Without wasting a second, Su Heng gave the next command. A stream of evil thoughts, a pearl of evil. It was the highest manifestation of an attack, a fusion of two techniques. The serpent dragon released not just a sphere, but a whole stream of condensed spiritual energy that took the form of a shimmering, multi-layered pearl. This stream was not directed at the fog or at ordinary wolves. But at the one from whom Su Heng felt the most ominous aura emanated. The stream of frozen thoughts and the pearl of evil reached its attack and was able to kill and behead the poisonous wolf. Su Heng contacted the command via radio, asking for a ceasefire to avoid accidental injuries, saying that he would deal with the leader. On the other end of the line, the commander thought, "It's not surprising. After all, this is the burgomaster's apprentice. He already has such power, although he's still in the training stage." The order was given for everyone to cease fire to support military vehicle number 10 in the northern sector, the leader of the poisonous wolves on Heng. Now Su Heng and his team were left alone with the main threat of this battle. The outcome of the entire battle now depended on them. Visibility was almost zero, Su Heng grumbled, cursing that the fog was very thick. Where could this leader be? Huang Ge suddenly noticed something, told Su Ge to look there, and pointed his finger in the direction of his vision. Su Heng and his dragon turned towards the indicated direction, preparing to meet, and then something appeared from the fog in front of them. At first, just a huge dark shadow, and then a pair of glowing angry eyes cutting through the poisonous veil. A new animal-horrified cry of a soldier was heard. He asked for someone to help him. His cry sounded very close. Su Heng reacted instantly. He gave the order to the snake dragon lizard, an evil attack. He showed him who to use it on. The dragon lunged at the wolf, releasing a concentrated clot of dark energy straight into the attacking creature's throat. The attack hit at close range, sending the wolf flying back with a pained yelp and causing him to momentarily lose his bearings. This made the wolf even more angry. He looked furiously at his opponent, growled silently, and bared his teeth. In that moment, Su Heng managed to run up to the soldier, who, trembling with fear and relief, grabbed his hand and thanked him for saving him. He was even able to laugh at this situation. Simple words full of sincere gratitude momentarily distracted Su Heng from the global task. But there was no time for jokes. The hero abruptly gave up. "Don't stand there like a pillar. You need to run." His command was necessary. He had no time for consolation. It was necessary to focus on the threat that was about to strike. And the threat came. A huge figure of the leader of the poisonous wolves emerged from the fog. He was much larger than the usual specimens, his fur merging with the poisonous haze. The protagonist hesitated, but only for a moment. The leader let out a roar that shook the air, his claws digging into the ground. Su Heng muttered, "Damn beast," feeling the pressure of his auras. But there was no retreat. He gave a command to his dragon. Earth Dance. This time, the Earth Dance was not meant to be just a disorienting technique, but a full-scale attack. The snake dragon began to move. The earth around him erupted into a rage, rocks, soil, and debris rising up in an attempt to bind, wound, and knock down the king of the poisonous creatures. This was the beginning of their duel for life. The snake dragon performed his Earth Dance. The wolf endured and moved away a short distance. Huang Ge took advantage of this moment, shouted that this was a great opportunity, and ordered Xiao Hu to shoot at him. The answer was immediate, followed by a long, concentrated burst of machine gun fire. Tracer bullets streaked across the ground, heading towards the massive target, a distraction meant to force the leader onto the defensive. He recoiled, his concentration broken, as the serpentine dragon, following an unseen command, rushed towards the wolf. And then Su Heng shouted that he knew he would try to escape. He had anticipated the cunning beast's tactics, telling his pet, shock and awe. The serpentine dragon was already in the perfect position to release a wave of paralyzing terror. He focused directly on the leader at the moment of his uncertainty. This attack was supposed to not just slow down, but completely freeze the wolf's will. Gathering all his spiritual power, his body flared with inner light, and he released a concentrated stream of pure spiritual energy. The fog around the leader swirled and began to dissipate. The huge body fell dead to the ground. The duel was over. It was time to return. Huang Ge turned to Su Heng and asked how he was, why he was in a bad mood. He asked with a hint of concern, seeing his silence. Su Heng slowly shook his head and replied that everything was fine. He was just thinking. He paused, collecting his thoughts. Huan said that in the past, Master Tamers were not usually brought in for invasions of this scale. But if it weren't for him, there would have been more losses. He added that this time the guy really saved them. Then he pointed to an old scar that remained from when he fought to save the plantations. His voice became quieter, remembering that that battle was much more terrible than this one, in which more than 50 people were killed and wounded. He described a nightmare from the past. An armored car was smashed to scrap metal by a huge steel gorilla in its mature form. Everyone in it died. In the end, it was Lord Cao, the then commander-in-chief of the Northern Front, who personally killed the beast and ended that bloody battle. Huan handed Su Heng a flask, telling him to drink a little. It would make him feel better. It was a gesture of camaraderie and support. Su Heng accepted the flask, nodded and thanked, saying that he understood everything. He took a sip, feeling the alcohol, but also the relief that the battle was over. Huang Ge continued, "They, ordinary people, live here like floating leaves, Without roots or support, life is fragile, and every day is a struggle. Su-heng listened. Realizing that his journey had only just begun, he looked at his comrade, and when he finished, he turned to him. To lighten the gloomy mood, he put his hand on his shoulder and said there was no need to think about such things. It was better to just go home. Hwanga laughed, his face lit up with warmth again. He accepted the change of topic, saying that when they arrived, they would eat more delicious things. The battle to save the plantation was the first time Su-heng had come face to face with death, and the lives of dozens of people were at stake. He seemed like a true fighter who, after this nightmare, finally understood that only constant effort could help protect those around him. Over the next month, Su-heng began special training for himself and the dragon, in accordance with the rituals of the ancient dragons. He devoted himself entirely to his development, using the knowledge he received from his teacher and the experience he gained in real combat. It was just that one bright day, when Su-heng was deep in training, an old acquaintance of his arrived at the 7th post. The voice was loud and friendly. He greeted the hero, calling him brother. With him was his pet, a super dangerous species, a fiery magical lion. The creature radiated warmth and power, a stark contrast to the cold aura of the serpentine dragon, and the hero wondered if he would be able to ride his dragon. The acquaintance, smiling broadly, quickly ran up to Su-heng, shouting his name and, without formality, calling him a kid. He heard that last time he took part in the battle for the plantation, performed very well on the battlefield, and the commander even praised you. Su-heng turned to his third brother. He remembered how he said that he had to come here every month. A month had already passed since the last visit. The third brother laughed, slightly embarrassed, and replied that it didn't matter. He just had a couple of free days, so he decided to visit him. And now he wanted the guy to summon his snake dragon lizard so that I could train him and make up for lost time. Su-heng hesitated for a moment as he weighed the offer, but eventually said he agreed, intrigued by the opportunity to fight. Then he nodded and determination flashed in his eyes. He began to summon the snake dragon. He made a gesture, and the ring on his finger glowed. The dragon, now larger and more powerful, materialized next to him, ready for a new challenge. The third brother recoiled, his eyes widening in amazement at how quickly he was growing, and asked if the boy had the perfect formula. Su-heng shrugged. His answer was simple and honest. He said that he always used the formula that the teacher gave him. The third brother froze for a moment, then, holding his hand out in front of him, said to put the pet away, because he didn't need to test it anymore. He then conveyed that according to the teacher, once the snake dragon reached the middle stage of growth, its training on the northern front would end. This meant that Su-heng was close to the end of his time on the front lines. His comrades cried, "Could it really be so soon?" They told Brother Su that they couldn't let him go so quickly. They wouldn't be able to sleep anymore if he left now. The protagonist responded with disbelief, pointing his finger behind his back. Maybe he should ask the dragon to sit with them. Then Hwanga said that he didn't mean anything by it, and that it was Avon who said it. He decided to shift all the responsibility onto him. Avon said, "So what if he couldn't sleep?" Su-heng laughed, saying that now they wouldn't be able to get away or run away. The next day, an important meeting took place in the Blacklight Training Hall, where the main character, Su-heng, was in such a hurry. Having reached the place, he exhaled, literally falling off his feet from exhaustion. In front of him stood Zhou He's chief manager, Lin Fu, waiting for him. He told Su-heng that he was a good guy. If he could hold out for so long, it meant that he really hadn't been lazy this month. The manager turned to the burgomaster and congratulated him on taking on a good student, although he was not as talented as his first sister. He, in turn, turned to his student. He didn't think that the internship would end so quickly, in just a month. Su-heng, after listening, nodded slowly. He replied simply but sincerely that he had worked hard, using a formal address to address his mentor. The growth and spiritual development of his beast was so vividly felt through cultivation and training. The boy thought about it with excitement. But it's much better than when I sat for 3 years waiting for even the slightest progress from my vein, experiencing failure after failure. He remembered the times of stagnation and disappointment before he met his current teacher. Could such an experience be called difficult? The teacher, after listening to Su-heng, replied that the fact that his snake dragon lizard had been trained to such a high level exceeded expectations. The burgomaster's praise was high and encouraging, and the hero asked if they had already agreed to transfer him to another military post. The answer was unexpected. No. The teacher wants him to take part in the Six Lands tournament next month. He began to explain that the tournament was held once a year, and was a dueling tournament. It was held for the opportunity to get into the ruins of the Bloody Forest. Su-heng, hearing this, asked if he really needed these ruins, and if there weren't any other bases near this one. The teacher explained that from the outside, these very ruins are separated by a hidden energy barrier, which makes them inaccessible. The ruins themselves are occupied by an extremely powerful and terrifying race of beasts, the master of which is a being of terrifying power. When 6 representatives from each base joined forces and attacked him, the beast was forced to come to an agreement. Su Heng listened and asked, "Since this opportunity to enter the secret lands is rare, it doesn't mean that I will have many strong competitors." The mentor laughed. His laugh was encouraging, and told the boy, calling him a fool, not to worry. He then explained that the area was truly a treasure for new masters like you, and less attractive to true experts. Su Heng, having received the explanation and encouragement, felt a surge of determination. Since the teacher said so, he would definitely try. The teacher added that besides him, 4 more would be competing this time. The tournament would be serious among the 5 selected candidates. Su Heng asked about the place where he would undergo the training that his teacher had just informed him about. The mentor answered simply but meaningfully. In the forest, he winked at the main character, watching his reaction. On the southern section of the defense line, south of the wilderness, there is a large black forest that covers a vast area, the grizzly forest. There lived an astonishing number of bears with bodies up to 4 meters long and weighing a ton. These creatures were physically powerful. Sometimes bears appear that amazed with the power of their fight, such that even the masters are afraid of them. They surpass the usual classifications. Su Heng, after hearing this description, asked if the grizzly forest was a dangerous place. Although the question was rhetorical, the danger was obvious. The answer was vague. The mentor said that he would understand when he got there. No explanation or consolation followed. Preparing for such a test required not only physical, but also mental focus. Su Heng himself checked his resources. The monetary allowance of 250,000 steel coins was almost used up. He thought about the needs of his growing snake dragon. To maintain its current growth rate, there should be no shortage of food. He realized that moving the advance payment forward each time was not a long-term solution. He needed to find a stable source of income. The protagonist began to think that in fact, tamers have many ways to make money. Pet healer tamers are capable of healing illnesses and wounds, and they earn a good income. It was a path of service that brought in a stable income. Pets associated with vegetation can increase crop yields, also good pay. This was the agricultural path. Aquatic and electric pet tamers also collect resources. They could extract rare materials or provide energy. But it was clear that with the help of the ancient dragon, a more effective method could be found, one that was inaccessible to ordinary tamers. Su Heng went to a bustling trading market known as a gathering place for black lanterns to look for opportunities to make money. Initially, the guy wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but he didn't find anything the whole day. The market was full of only ordinary goods. And then his attention was drawn to a loud, insistent cry, saying that they were ready to buy black fat at a high price. It was a specific demand that attracted the protagonist, and hope once again settled in his thoughts. Intrigued, Su Heng approached the merchant and asked him directly if he was really buying black fat. The merchant, seeing the potential seller, perked up. He confirmed his plans, then asked a clarifying question whether he had the goods. However, Su Heng replied, no, he just wanted to ask the man why he needed all this at all. The merchant became irritated, saying that he shouldn't care if he had the goods. He would buy them. And if not, then he shouldn't interfere with his business. In the merchant's newspaper, the boy read that 1 milliliter of thick black fat was equal to 83 coins, and 1 liter was already 1,000 times more. These figures shocked Su Heng. He didn't expect that someone would buy black fat at such a high price. It seemed he had found a way to strike it rich. He remembered what the ancient dragon's writings had said. The description came to his mind. The slime from the surface of the black octopus, dark oak resin and thickener are mixed in a ratio of 3 to 1 to 2. Su Heng, inspired by the opportunity, summed up his thoughts. All that was left was to figure out the thickener, and he would be able to make money. To find the missing component, he turned to his comrade Xiaoxi and instructed him to press twice. Xiaoxi fulfilled the request. He had already unquestioningly followed all of his master's orders and instructions. Now he watched this whole process with interest, and after some time Xiaoxi happily reported the result. Finally, everything was ready. The main character joyfully announced, stirring his creation and adding the last ingredient. There is a department of dangerous biological and energy research. Their function is to study dangerous creatures and strange energy phenomena. The research department manages 3 institutes that purchase the thick black fat, and this is what the hero wanted to know more about. However, thinking about the scale of the department's purchases made him wary. The idea of a quick sale promised huge money, but also concealed enormous risk. If he were to release a large quantity of goods onto the market at once, he would have to be extremely careful to ensure that the ancient dragon's secrets were not revealed. The black tree was rare and grew slowly, and some herbivorous species liked to eat its young shoots. The sudden appearance of a large volume of fat on the black market would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Therefore, the best solution was to find one reliable store, quickly sell a small batch, and immediately disappear without leaving a trace. After some time of careful searching among the counters and shops, His gaze finally fell on the desired inscription. Above the entrance to the building hung a sign stating that the Hong trading house was located inside. Soon after, in the semi-darkness of one of the inconspicuous shops, he silently placed an impressive container in front of the seller and named the price. He named 30 liters, 250,000 coins, and blurted it out as if there was nothing unusual in his request. The buyer was of course pleased with this, but she still clarified, asking where he got so much money. Su Heng only looked back coldly, and there was a firmness in his gaze, making it clear that it was better not to receive an answer to this question. The frightened merchant nodded quickly, muttering that he wouldn't ask, and agreed to the deal. The door quickly slammed behind the hero. A sober plan was brewing inside him. Now it would be better to go to the fortress and carefully exchange a small amount of ingredients. His path lay to the fortress, but not only for supplies. There he also decided that he could meet up with his teammates. From one hall of the fortress, voices could be heard, heatedly discussing the imminent reorganization of the team. Among them was Wang Xun. They participated in special training together. He considered Su Heng to be a mediocre person with no talent. Also present was Luo Chong, a tamer from a wealthy family, who controlled a red-scaled dinosaur and a blood wolf. Nearby stood a girl named Rana, the strongest among them, with her controlled beasts, iron magic trees and sleeping butterflies. Another girl asked if Luo Chong really doubted the master's decision. Even their teacher wouldn't dare disobey, let alone themselves. She added that they were all familiar with Su Heng, but they had to admit that they had underestimated him, because his main pet was a snake dragon lizard. At that moment, the voice of the fortress manager was heard. He informed the protagonist that the owner was still busy, but his comrades had already arrived. He invited him to meet and get acquainted, and he himself, not wanting to disturb the youth, left, leaving the future team alone with each other. There was a brief silence in the hall until it was broken by one of those present, Wang Xun, who looked at the new figure in their circle. A phrase was uttered in which it was difficult to discern whether it was a simple statement of fact or a hidden mockery. The captain arrived. Rana added, "Yes, captain, but only with one beast," and these words were followed by a restrained but clearly audible laughter. The remark hung in the air, filling the space with awkwardness, and an awkward silence followed. The oppressive atmosphere thickened, like a heavy cloud pressing down on everyone present. No one knew what to say next. The first to break the awkward silence was Lin Yuxin, who took a step forward and addressed Su Heng, who had become a tamer just over a year ago. Lin Yuxin introduced herself politely, explaining that she had only recently become an official tamer and currently only had 2 pets. In response to this, Su Heng calmly stated his name. He explained that he had become a tamer only 2 months ago, and now also held this status. Luo Chong involuntarily let out a sigh, admitting to himself that it was cool to achieve this in 2 months and immediately obtain a powerful creature. Su Heng, addressing the guy directly, said simply, but with unshakable confidence, he declared that he was much better than him. Luo Chong exploded at such impudence. How dare he say such a thing? If he thinks he is stronger, then let him prove it right now. Without wasting a second, he immediately summoned his first battle beast, and a massive figure materialized in the hall with a menacing roar. A massive red-scaled dinosaur stood in the way, filling the space with its imposing bulk. Su Heng thought that if you can't crush your opponent, it's better to run into a wall than show weakness. He noted that the dinosaur's development was indeed quite good, but it seemed to be a species that was not of the highest danger level. At this point, Rana intervened, reminding the guy that the meeting was organized by the owner of the castle, and he should think about the consequences of his actions. The protagonist pointed out a much more serious offense. He summoned a beast right in the castle, and he doesn't know what the garrison will do to him for it. Caving in to the pressure of logic and the possible consequences, Luo Chong called his dinosaur back in frustration. He gave Su Heng a venomous warning, saying that he had better not face him in the competition in a month. Su Heng didn't respond to the threats, and he didn't even have the desire to unite with such people to fight for the Black Lanterns. His words hung in the air, describing the gulf of misunderstanding and rejection between him and the others. He did not wait for an answer and left. The door slammed behind him, leaving the group to listen to a ringing silence bordering on an echo from a closed door. The silence that followed his departure was broken by Luo Chong's angry cry, cursing in frustration. However, Wang Xun tried to calm him down, telling him not to worry, since they still had time. The thought of a future confrontation calmed his wounded pride a little, while Su Heng himself, having retired, was thinking about something else. The teacher informed him that they were going into the grizzly forest tomorrow, and this news made him see the situation in a different light. These disgruntled teammates were probably also part of the test prepared for him by the teacher, part of the training plan. So he decided to make full use of this special training in the grizzly forest. As soon as he returned, he would become a worthy captain. The next morning, the soft chirping of birds could be heard outside his house, heralding the beginning of a new day and a dangerous journey. The next morning, An unexpected guest appeared at Su Heng's house, as if he was awkwardly knocking on the wooden door. He introduced himself as the head of the Black Lantern Guard, Zhang Cheng, and said that he would accompany Su Heng to a special training session. An invitation came from the second-floor window of the main character's house. The chief of the guard, along with his escort, looked up. Zhang Cheng entered and laid out a map of the area on the table. Su Heng looked at it carefully and listened to the boss. He showed him the place where their black fire was, then began to explain the geography, running his hand over the map. A small settlement near the grizzly forest was called the Iron Settlement, and there was also a tree settlement nearby. The distance to the Iron Settlement was quite short, making it a convenient point for preparing to enter the danger zone. However, as Zhang Cheng explained, only half of the route was on the repaired road. The rest was quite winding and difficult. In addition, along the way they could encounter various troubles, be it wild animals or unfavorable weather. Su Heng just nodded in response. Accepting this information, he did not delay for long preparations. His answer was, "Let's go straight away." A low rumble was heard. The boys set off. They were, to begin with, heading into the Grey Desert, a vast and lifeless territory. The protagonist understood that the Black Fire was located in the Grey Desert, just like the Iron Village and the Grizzly Forest. Zhang Cheng explained that the Grey Desert refers to a vast area containing dozens of large settlements. Upon reaching the outskirts of one such place, the chief of the Black Lantern Guard asked Su Heng to wait a bit. He was going to report their arrival to the tea house and arrange for lodging for the evening. Su Heng gave his consent. Soon, Zhang Cheng contacted a representative, and the person on the other end of the line was the deputy mayor of the tea house, named Andrew. Zhang Cheng introduced himself as the commander of the tactical group of bodyguards from the 1st and 3rd squads. To confirm the legitimacy of Andrew's request, Zhang Cheng began to dictate the last password. There was a distinctive sound, indicating that the verification system had accepted the code, and the gates began to open. Andrew's voice praised Commander Zhang for his good work, confirming the successful identification. Zhang Cheng was acquainted with the deputy mayor, and he addressed him in a friendly tone and introduced Su Heng as an honored guest. He asked to arrange a good place for them to live. Andrew responded readily, assuring that he could rely on him. Later, he invited them to come in. The tea house enchanted them with its beauty and tranquility. Entering the apartments reserved for them in the tea house, Zhang Cheng handed Su Heng a special set of items for taming beasts. Zhang Cheng then introduced another man named Chen Han, who was to become their private on the upcoming expedition. Left alone in the designated room, Su Heng decided to check his new tools and the condition of his main partner. He summoned the snake dragon. The creature appeared in the room, and Su Heng, speaking to it, remarked that it must be hungry. He began to pat him on the face and offered him something to eat, continuing to coo at him sweetly. This sight amazed Private Chen Han and Zhang Cheng. They tried to figure out if this was the animal that Master Su had tamed. Zhang Cheng noticed that Su Heng hadn't even opened the canned food for the beast. Was this monster really going to eat it along with the box? The dragon lizard only lazily glanced at the offered food, and then at the people around him. The boxes, along with their contents, immediately flew up under the influence of the protagonist's pet. He began to swallow them with greedy appetite, despite the stunned faces of the others. Something flashed in his eyes that Chen Han interpreted with horror as obvious contempt. He whispered to himself. But his partner heard it too. "It despises us, doesn't it?" Feeling both humiliated and frightened. To ease the tension, Zhang Cheng approached Su Heng, and several of his acquaintances from the local guards invited them to have fun together at a bar. Su Heng politely declined the offer of fun, asking his comrades to have a good time without him, and asking them to find a guide for himself. At that moment, a girl appeared. The guys didn't even immediately notice that someone had entered the room. She came into them and asked again, turning to the main character, if he really needed a guide. She apologized for the intrusion, explaining that she had not meant to eavesdrop, but had been sent by Grandpa Andrew to deliver souvenirs. Zhang Han, recognizing her, confirmed that she was indeed Mayor Andrew's granddaughter, and if Su Heng needed a guide, she would be the best choice. Su Heng, seeing this as an opportunity, thanked him for his help and agreed. A girl named Reina enthusiastically took on the role of guide and began to talk about the unique architecture of the tea monastery. It was something you wouldn't see anywhere else, and it was very different from the austere style of the Black Lantern. She explained that most of the roofs of the houses here are triangular in shape. The buildings themselves can be square or rectangular, which creates an interesting three-dimensional impression. Traditionally, residents paint the walls of their houses black and brown. The entire city, including residential buildings and shops, was located on the slopes of the mountain. A little higher up in the mountains, there was a tiny fortification made of stones and earth. Then, as if remembering the main entertainment, Reina announced that there would be animal fights in the city that evening, and asked if he would like to watch. When he asked her to clarify what animal fights were, she readily began to explain to the guy. Soldiers and civilians sometimes catch wild animals and then hold combat competitions. where they fight each other. These fighting competitions are held in a special arena and attract a lot of spectators. What was of particular interest was that today, a special beast was supposed to appear. It was to fight an adult tiger, and a lot of people were expected to attend this fight. Su Heng thought, even though the tiger was an ordinary beast, it was incredibly ferocious. Watching it fight could be useful for his little lizard. In the end, Su Heng agreed to go and take a look, and Reina was very happy about his decision, clenching her fists in anticipation. As they approached the arena, they went to buy tickets, and the seller immediately started asking Reina if this was her boyfriend, who this cute boy was, and if he was a local. Reina blushed from such direct questions from her familiar aunt. She shyly brushed off her words, calling them nonsense. Still angry and terribly embarrassed, the girl hurriedly led Su Heng further, away from prying eyes. They headed towards the arena, where someone had already called out to Reina. The man offered them good seats. He offered her to sit in one seat, and he was going to sit next to her. Reina politely thanked him for the offer, but declined, citing the fact that it was inconvenient for her today, and promised to do it next time for sure. Then she pulled Su Heng aside again. Su Heng, watching the scene, couldn't help but notice to himself that this little girl seemed to be a real celebrity here. They soon ran into another acquaintance of Reina's, Red, who asked with a grin if she had finally found time to visit him. Reina replied that she had come only to accompany her dear guest, and hinted that he would be better off finding a better place for them. Uncle Red looked closely at Su Heng and noticed something. He recognized him as the same young man that rumors had probably already been circulating about. His gaze fell on the ring on Su Heng's finger, and he whispered to himself, "The ring of the Overlord." This symbol, judging by the reaction, evoked great respect and fear. Uncle Red immediately changed his tone, deciding that it was better not to quarrel with such a person. He greeted Su Heng with a bow and more respect. Offering him the best seats in the arena, Su Heng silently accepted this offer. The ringmaster appeared in the arena, and his loud voice announced the beginning of the show. She announced, to the approving roar of the crowd, that the animal fights were beginning right now. From the arena, the roar of a lively crowd could already be heard, expressing its impatience and excitement, and the growling of animals preparing for battle. The host continued, introducing the first fighter. As everyone expected, the city guard brought them a tiger from the jungle. She described a beast more than 3 meters tall and weighing more than 600 kilograms. A huge tiger was released into the arena, which came out with a menacing roar. Spectators in the stands commented that the tiger seemed to be in excellent shape and was eager to begin the fight, and they also praised the traps created by the top hunter. The crowd began to chant, demanding the start of the main action. They shouted, "When will it start already?" And then their shouts merged into a single roar. The little guide, Reina, also took part in this. She shouted out good luck several times, encouraging the fighters and the animals themselves. The host asked the audience to be patient as she finally decided to introduce today's contestant. At that moment, the girl pointed with her hand towards the open doors from which someone was supposed to come out soon. A cage with something inside, or perhaps someone inside, was rolled out or brought into the arena. It was possible to tell by the way the cage moved. Soon, the lid of the cage fell off, and it became clear that inside was the one the manager had just introduced. The little animal couldn't catch his breath from fear and from how hard he tried to get out of his cage, and his head was buzzing and spinning from the throw. Suddenly he heard someone's roar behind him and turned around. And from the fact that he saw a tiger, tears of fear flowed from his small eyes. He instantly jumped out of the cage and rushed away from his opponent like a bullet, squealing and crying. He understood that he had no chance against the tiger, but he didn't have the strength to run far. He tripped and fell, lying on the cold floor. He was crying not only from fear and helplessness, but also from shame. All the stands burst into loud laughter. It was so funny that some laughed until they cried, not realizing that this only made things worse for the little animal. Su Heng, who was watching the scene closely, noted to himself that this was indeed a strange arena. He admitted to himself that he had never seen anything like it. At first, there was a loud, almost roaring, howling sound. Two creatures were about to collide, and this was not a simple street fight between ordinary animals. Their walk was suddenly interrupted by a lively spectacle. A huge tiger, compared to the small creature, pushed off and wanted to attack him. He, in turn, scared to death, screamed throughout the entire area, thereby making the spectators laugh even more. The tiger stopped next to him and began to approach the animal slowly, teasing him with his menacing appearance and growling. He saw how scared he was and took advantage of it. The pitchfork became even more ferocious. His eyes sparkled with rage. He liked the fact that they were afraid of him. He felt superior to the small creature. The little animal was already shaking with fear. He covered his eyes so as not to see the big tiger and his terribly red eyes. The spectators were divided into two factions. Some were still laughing, finding the sight comical, while others looked at it with fear, empathizing with the little fighter. The child exclaimed with delight, asking his mother what kind of animal it was and whether it would attack its enemy in return. At this moment, Su Heng's voice rang out in his own thoughts. He began to tell an ancient legend, according to which there are 4 incredibly dangerous and rare species of dragons. These include the mysterious, fabulous, wonderful, and mythical species. He listed them, and his words sounded like deep respect for these legendary creatures. Su Heng continued his thoughts as he watched the fight. He noted that such speed and reaction were definitely not typical of an ordinary beast. His gaze slid analytically over the small creature, noting the golden mark on its forehead and the rounded shape of its body. This beast belonged to a mysterious species. He knew that they had a rare ability that was unique to their species. These creatures were quite rare, and were born to search for treasures, which they feed on, and not to fight. Their tracks can usually only be seen in very dangerous places, so unexpectedly encountering him here was a great rarity, and such an opportunity could not be missed. He then turned to his companion and asked her if he could have this little animal, pointing to the small creature. Reina, a little embarrassed, confirmed that yes, the rare beast was acquired by her grandfather, Mayor Andrew, from the chief winemaker of the tea monastery named Ku Man. Su Heng politely but firmly asked Reina to take him to her grandfather, the owner of the beast. They went to his office but were refused even though Su Heng was his granddaughter's guest and friend. Mayor Andrew could not agree to this request. He firmly explained that the rules of the fight could not be violated. The girl looked at her grandfather with pitiful eyes, holding his hand, not understanding why he couldn't do this for her. But he didn't care. The fight can only be stopped when one of the opponents is defeated. Reina tried to plead with her grandfather, but he was adamant, saying that it was not about money at all. He laughed it off and didn't speak rudely to his granddaughter so that she wouldn't be offended. But she still pouted her little lips in resentment. Then Su Heng addressed him directly. He said that he knew that the mayor bought the animal from Ku Man for 1,000 steel coins and offered 4,000 for it. Mayor Andrew, impressed by the generous offer, still tried to maintain his principles, saying that his family had never violated the rules of the fighting arena. Su Heng, understanding the true reason for the hesitation, assumed that the mayor was worried about the bets already made and the tickets sold, and asked not to misunderstand him. At that moment, discontent could be heard from behind the door in the office. One of the irritated spectators, apparently having learned about the possible cancellation of the fight, began to get indignant. They shouted that they had bought tickets and came to enjoy the spectacle, and if the fight was cancelled, they would not come next time at all. To calm the angry crowd, Mayor Andrew came out to the audience and asked everyone to calm down and listen to him. He promised that the cost of tickets would be refunded threefold to all those present, and that bets made would be returned in full. This statement immediately lowered the level of discontent a little. Then he announced that an incredible battle would take place in the arena today. He introduced a new participant, Su Heng. This announcement caused a real storm. The audience could not believe their ears. A man would fight a beast. How many years had passed since the last such fight? Shouts of surprise and approval mingled in the air, along with the roar of an angry tiger who did not like the change in circumstances. He immediately rushed into battle, but the main character stood still, not a shadow of doubt in his victory over this striped beast. Opinions in the stands were divided, with someone shouting that he would be killed, expressing doubt about a man's abilities against a specially trained fighting beast. But Reina, his new acquaintance, loudly encouraged him, assuring him that he would definitely win. Although she also looked at all this with anxiety. Ignoring the shouts, Su Heng calmly stepped into the arena. Before releasing his opponent, he called for his partner. His command rang out, "Come out, Serpent Dragon!" And the next moment a powerful creature materialized above the arena. His appearance caused shock and awe among the audience and the tiger. He involuntarily retreated back, and his burning eyes instantly went out. The stands were shouting that this was a dangerous guy, a real ruler. The last time they saw the ruler was in the tea house 3 months ago. Everyone agreed that they had come well today, having witnessed a truly rare spectacle, and Mayor Andrew, among the spectators, watched the proceedings with a new appreciation. He whispered to himself, amazed that such a young tamer was already controlling the most dangerous creatures. Andrew noted with relief to himself that it was a good thing he had been polite enough to him, wiping the beads of sweat from his face. Then he looked at his excited granddaughter with a slight smile, and thought that it seemed that little Reina had a new friend this time, and a very unusual friend. Meanwhile, in the arena, Su Heng, without taking his eyes off his opponent, was about to give a command to his beast. He gave a short and clear command to the dragon. "Dragon, attack." Faith in his pet was visible in his eyes. He knew that the dragon would easily defeat the tiger. A loud roar erupted from the protagonist's beast, and magical shadows began to appear around it, indicating that the dragon had decided to accumulate its power. The tiger, seeing his power, could not hide his animal fear. He did not expect that instead of that small animal, this huge dragon would stand against him. He began to shake with fear. showed an imaginary piece of paper where he laid out his thoughts. The tiger wanted to show that he was mistaken and very guilty, if only he would not be killed. The battle beast, which had recently been the terror of the arena, now pressed itself to the ground, making pitiful sounds, apologizing and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, the little animal, which had recently been silent, suddenly jumped up and began to run away, screaming throughout the arena. He experienced strong emotions, and the sight of the new animal frightened him even more. As Su Heng watched the fight, he mentally analyzed that this incredible speed and reaction speed were undoubtedly due to his unique physical form. Satisfied with the little creature's display, he gave the next command, ordering the dragon to attack the now small treasure hunter, who had been scurrying around the arena all this time. Having received the order, the dragon rushed after the small nimble creature with lightning speed. The audience gasped, amazed by the sharply increased speed. Then Su Heng ordered his pet to use the second stage of power, acceleration. The protagonist was in anticipation of something incredible. The dragon seemed to concentrate for a moment, a faint glow enveloping his body, his eyes sparkling even more in the presence of the surge of power. Coming even closer to the small animal, he opened his toothy mouth, from which a loud, terrible sound was emitted, in order to further terrify everyone around. His clawed paws were already ready to grab the running and whining baby, but he ran very briskly, so it was not possible to catch him as quickly as he would have liked. When the dragon's paw was right above the little animal, he slapped it hard and with a dull sound, but he didn't manage to attack it. The little animal anticipated his action and was able to jump away. Having fully displayed its power, the dragon decided to unleash a second-level attack, known as Dragon Might, on the small enemy. The power was overwhelming, visible even beyond the arena itself, and the spectators stood still, holding their breath, watching as the magic slowly settled in the arena. Someone from the audience whispered, still not believing his eyes, and asked if this was really the power of the ruler. What would happen if such a beast clashed with a squad of soldiers? The little treasure hunter, trapped, made pitiful sounds, desperately trying to beg to be left alone and not touched. But unfortunately, no one understood him, and even if they had, the dragon was still not going to stop. He had once again gotten close to the little animal. In the end, the snake dragon caught the creature and brought it to its master, Su Heng, standing next to him, asked him with a slight grin, "Why can't the little guy run away?" To this question the treasure hunter could only answer in the same vague and incomprehensible way, in a language only he understood, sadly lowering his eyes, from which small tears continued to drip. After the fight, in the arena owner's office, Mayor Andrew did not hide his admiration. He said that it was amazing, and admitted that he had never seen anything like it. The protagonist apologized for any possible tactlessness, but couldn't help but ask how the mayor managed to catch such a fast animal, which he was now keeping in a cage. Andrew only laughed in response, as if the question about the capture was funny. He did not hide his secrets. He only asked again. After all, he was talking about the treasure hunter. He began to tell the story, explaining that for the Black Lantern, the tea house was not just an important supply point, but also the main supplier of wine products. The one who caught this little animal was named Kuman, an old winemaker from the monastery. The mayor told a story about how the little one got into the wine cellar and ruined several barrels. For a week, old man Kuman and his apprentices could do nothing about it. But one morning, he had already lost all hope that everything would resolve itself. Kuman found a drunk, peacefully sleeping animal in a barrel, after which Kuman sold it to the mayor. Su Heng, after hearing this funny story, remarked that despite its mysterious power, the little animal was so stupid that it got drunk, so it was no wonder it was caught. Later, already at the threshold of the house where they were staying, Su Heng thanked Reina for her help, calling himself her debtor. The girl modestly replied that it was all nonsense. She was very glad to spend time with him, and, hearing that they would continue their journey tomorrow, she wished him a good rest. He promised that next time he would bring her something interesting from the Black Lantern, and they said a warm goodbye. Left alone with his new, sleepy pet, Su Heng thought, looking at him. The room was dark, only a single lamp on the table was burning. He wondered what all this meant. The little animal was still very scared. He was afraid to just look at the guy. Tears immediately began to flow. The protagonist's thoughts concerned not only the nature of this strange animal, but also the entire chain of events that led him here. This little animal would have already been dead if Su Heng hadn't saved him back then in the arena. But this didn't console the little one. He pitifully clung to his cage. The hero poked the little animal in the nose. He saw that the bars of its cage were as thick as a little finger. If a snake dragon were in it, it would easily break the cage and escape. The boy understood that now he had to take care of the little one. But he didn't know what to do. The ancient books about dragons didn't contain any information about what they ate. Then the idea came to him that he could leave him to starve for a few days, since it was still unclear what to feed him. And after that he won't care what exactly he eats. This thought made the guy smile. He thought that this was the perfect plan. His thoughts were interrupted by a low, disgruntled hum, coming not from the cage, but from another part of the room, and his ring also began to glow. Su Heng suddenly realized his mistake, and exclaimed in annoyance that he had been so busy with his new pet that he had completely forgotten to feed his snake dragon. The thought that he might neglect his powerful and loyal beast for the sake of a new, not yet tamed creature troubled him, and he hastened to rectify the situation. He took out a heavy box with ingredients for preparing food for the pet. There were a lot of them, since his beast had already grown quite large. The boy began to gradually pour the contents into one large container, a feeder for his dragon. As a result, a whole trough of food had accumulated, which the hero was now stirring, still thinking about his next plans. He told the snake dragon that if he ate 3 times more than usual, they would be able to reach the Iron Village by tomorrow evening. The baby watched the full bowl of food the whole time and was drooling. He would clearly like this kind of food. When everything was ready, Su Heng looked at his ring. It was time to call his pet to eat. The snake dragon didn't keep us waiting long. As soon as he appeared in the room, he immediately looked at his feeding trough with a hungry gaze. While the dragon was greedily devouring its increased portion, Su Heng looked at it lovingly, not noticing how the little creature was looking at all of this. And he looked at them very pitifully and began to cry again because they had left him hungry. However, the main character still noticed how the new pet in the cage watched the meal with interest. He asked him if he wanted to eat too, and in response he received an angry nod of agreement. Then he took a spoon and scooped up some of his dragon's food, which clearly surprised the owner of the huge portion of this food. Su Heng handed him some of the food in surprise, and the little treasure hunter sniffed it carefully before starting to eat it with obvious pleasure. He decided not to gobble it all up at once, but to slowly enjoy the food and this joyful moment, which was not given to him as often as he would have liked. Su Heng noted to himself with some surprise that he never thought that a treasure hunter would like the same food as a snake dragon, and the dragon didn't expect this either. This discovery greatly simplified the task. Now he was sure that the little animal would definitely not go hungry on the way, and it could be fed from the general supply of provisions for the dragon. Seeing that the baby had finished eating, Su Heng asked if he wanted more, and suggested that he wait a little to get it, a careful step towards establishing rapport and trust. But as soon as the boy turned around, he realized that he had nothing more to offer the baby, since the dragon had already eaten everything. He then turned to his dragon, who was jealous of his food being shared with another, and explained to him that if necessary, he would have to eat less. But then he saw the dragon's violent negative reaction. He smiled and corrected himself. The hero struck the beast on the forehead, calling the dragon his elder brother, saying that he must now behave appropriately, and reassured him, saying that today they both would not go hungry. The next morning, Su Heng said goodbye to Reina and prepared to set off for the Iron Village. She came to see off the detachment consisting of him, Jiang Cheng, and the guide Chen Han. They set off on their journey. The detachment left the Tea Hermitage and headed towards the Iron Settlement and the Grizzly Forest. This settlement was much larger than the Tea Hermitage and housed a metallurgical plant. Su Heng remembered that there was talk about the village being dependent on the Grizzly Forest. However, due to the law, Jiang Cheng couldn't say it directly, so he could only wait for Su Heng to arrive and understand everything himself. And indeed, as soon as they entered the Iron Village, one could immediately feel the difference. That's why Su Heng felt the air was thick with smog, and there was a pungent smell of burning steel smelted from coal in it. Jiang Cheng took Su Heng to the center of the village for a management meeting, and it was there that Su Heng finally realized what his companion had been silent about. It turned out that the Iron Settlement, despite its industrial appearance, was a rundown town with a civilian population of 1,000 people and only 150 soldiers. And the reason why the Iron Village could freely extract resources from the neighboring Grizzly Forest shocked Su Heng. The entire Grizzly Forest turned out to be the property of his teacher, or rather, the territory of his animal. The teacher was even able to control all the bears to some extent. This information was revealed in the conference room of the management committee, revealing to Su Heng the true extent of his mentor's influence and power. Su Heng mentally admitted to himself that, although he had assumed that the teacher was unusually strong, he had not thought that it was this strong. From the conversation with the management committee, it also became clear that there were 4 overlords in the Grizzly Forest at that moment. The strongest of them was an old Black Lantern fighter. He was an experienced commander, but the other 3 were not so simple either. Their strength level was higher than that of an experienced fighter. As the committee noted, pets are no less important to them than money and power. And the guy continued to think about this in his room. Realizing all this, Su Heng realized that it would be foolish to simply go into the forest and ask these powerful overlords to recognize his treasure hunter. He turned to the little animal in the cage and asked it if it would like to become his companion. And in response, a joyful and agreeable malu was heard. That was how the pet's words sounded. It sounded like complete approval. The little animal was so happy with this news that it took his breath away, and his heart literally jumped out of his chest. But the baby turned out to be very hungry. Su-heng laughed and told him to forget about it, suggesting that they eat first and then chat some more, his words sounding caring and the beginning of forming a friendly bond. But suddenly, two of his own pets made sounds at the same time, but the baby was happy, and the dragon was surprised and touchy. A sudden cry that these two must stop all this right now, especially their conversations, they must eat properly together, was heard even outside the walls of the building. Thus, having obtained an interesting and rare beast, Su-heng, who had planned to immediately head to the grizzly forest, ended up deciding to stay for another 3 days. The reason was simple. He needed to find a way to establish a mental connection with the treasure-seeking beast so that it would become his completely. However, the task was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Every time Su-heng tried to establish a mental connection, he was repelled by the treasure hunter's consciousness. Even after digging through the old dragon codex, he couldn't find any relevant records about this species. So Su-heng came up with one, perhaps stupid but direct way. He approached the little animal, promising to take it with him on a treasure hunt, hoping to interest it. But unfortunately, he understood that everything was not so simple, and with a tired sigh he bowed his head. He turned to his new pet with irritation, calling him a little bastard who had been chasing butterflies and bugs all morning like a little child. Finally, Su-heng, having run out of patience, threatened him that if he found out that he was an ordinary animal with no special abilities, he would feed him to the snake dragon. The little animal, instead of being scared, began to jump joyfully and excitedly, making its characteristic sounds. Su-heng, hoping for the best, asked if he had found anything. The animal pointed its small paw at something behind the guy's back. Su turned around and saw an advertisement for a drink called Surabaya Hormone, and exclaimed in surprise and a little annoyance. He asked the little boy in bewilderment if he meant to say that he had caught the scent of treasure here. In response, the animal confirmed this with even greater enthusiasm, producing a new version of its sound. And at this time, Su-heng felt as if some kind of mystical energy was bubbling within his small body. His treasure hunter instincts seemed to have kicked in. But the object of his interest was not the ancient artifact, but the drink. Su-heng, disappointed that the treasure turned out to be a drink, said that he did not want to go there, as it could turn out to be another setup, and it would be better to go home. But the little treasure hunter persistently pulled him in the other direction, continuing to scream. Su-heng asked him if he wanted to go there, and if he really thought there was treasure there, and the little animal squeaked confidently in response. Then Su-heng asked a logical question. Why should he help him get this treasure? The kid seemed to think about it, making a questioning sound, while also appearing upset by the hero's words. Su-heng, looking at him, suddenly changed his anger to mercy. He stated that, however, he liked to do good deeds, but on the condition that the animal must promise him one thing. The treasure hunter agreed without hesitation. The little animal waved its paws, but in fear, the collar was very much on its mind. Su-heng, finally understanding his true fears, laughed. He said that it would just be a mental link, not subjugation, so that the little beast would not feel enslaved. Hearing this, the baby was clearly delighted and made a series of approving sounds. As a sign that they had reached an agreement, the protagonist extended his fist towards his pet's fist. Su-heng thought about the process in his mind. He understood that without the foundation of attachment, it was impossible to establish a mental connection overnight. If he simply offered it to her, the animal would refuse, so they headed to the place the hunter indicated. The bartender introduced the signature drink, Hormone Surabaya, to the beautiful girl behind the counter, which she ordered. The main character observed this scene with his pet lying on his shoulder as soon as he entered this establishment. The bartender offered this signature drink to the visitors who had just entered, pointing to the glass in the girl's hand. Su-heng politely declined the offer of a drink, saying that he had just come to look around. This behavior, coming into a pub in the middle of the day and just looking around, seemed suspicious to the bartender. He noticed that Su-heng looked like a stranger, perhaps a foreign mercenary, or a relative of one of the soldiers, and decided to observe him. Apparently, in this village, under the control of the Black Lantern, strangers were treated with suspicion. Meanwhile, the little treasure hunter was pointing at his find. Su-heng still skeptically asked who he really was, a treasure hunter or just a trash collector. After all, he was pointing to an old and completely dirty toilet, which did not look like an expensive treasure at all. However, after taking a closer look and thinking about it, the main character came up with the idea that this could be something very interesting and necessary for him. Su-heng gasped, realizing that he was seeing something described in the old Dragon Codex, a shape-shifting stone, a legendary artifact. Su-heng's thoughts were racing, recalling the records from the ancient books. The path of transformation of the dragon beast is full of difficulties and targets, and the demand for valuable materials is even higher. Transformation stones are the main material needed for transformation. He never thought that he would ever encounter something he had never even dreamed of. Turning to his little companion, he warmly thanked him, admitting that he was a real treasure-hunting magician. However, their conversation was interrupted by the bartender's rude voice, who asked what he was doing there, only disturbing the peace of the customers. Su Heng quickly got his bearings and pointed to the stone, asking how much it cost, expressing his desire to buy it. The bartender was surprised that someone wanted to buy this item. He confirmed that the boss found the stone in the ruins of the wilderness. But even after several experts looked at it, they all found it useless except for the curvature. So here it is used as a decoration. The bartender hesitated, saying that if he simply sold it, other buyers might think that their bar lacked style and that it was a very expensive stone. He tried to get rid of it by offering to buy Su Heng something to drink, but Su Heng insistently demanded to know the price. The irritated bartender finally blurted out a huge sum, 10,000 steel coins, saying that if he paid, he could take the stone right away. However, Su Heng, without further ado, took out his wallet, glanced into it with a nonchalant air, and counted his savings. He counted out the required amount, throwing coins on the table, saying that this should be quite enough. The bartender swallowed, shocked to see such a large sum of cash, and could only exhale as he looked at the coins. He turned to look at the suspicious visitors who, like him, thought it was too much. Su Heng coldly reminded the bartender that he had paid even more than the stated price, and now he had to provide the stone. Su Heng's behavior and generosity finally opened the bartender's eyes. He suddenly realized that he was dealing not with a simpleton, but with someone important, which was confirmed by the ring on the guy's finger. He respectfully addressed Su Heng as the Master Tamer, apologizing for not realizing it earlier. He stated that he was confident the stone would be delivered. Su Heng replied that the masters were making every effort to protect it, and expressed the hope that they would not deceive him or anyone else again. The frightened bartender assured that this would never happen again, and the guys kneeling next to him quickly nodded their heads, agreeing with his words. After taking his gem, Su Heng left, slamming the door loudly. Thinking about his luck, he now had the transformation stone. He thought that there were two ways in which a master could tame a beast in a short time, and one of them was connected with this very stone. Another type is when the animal itself agrees or even wants to be tamed by the master. And at this point, the beast seeking treasure falls into the second category. It clearly did not resist the guy's presence. For 3 days, Su Heng puzzled over how to tame the new beast. They went on a treasure hunt in the tea house and tried all sorts of delicacies. Su Heng even acted as the mother and told the treasure-seeking beast a bedtime story in an attempt to establish an emotional connection. Of course, it's not that simple, but Su Heng used a trick. He deceived the beast, saying that after finding these treasures, he could collect them in one place. Now the little animal treats Su Heng like an angel and can't wait for him to take it in. However, Su Heng trains him like a dog in the training ground in his backyard, combining affection with discipline. To speed up the baby's dependence on him, Su Heng also trained the treasure hunter's speed, setting aside time every day to train the beast. All so that the snake dragon could train him, instilling fear in him and forcing him to move at maximum speed. When the beast was treated too cruelly, Su Heng, like an angel, would intervene and stop the snake dragon's violence, because he could easily order his pet to stop training him so hard. He scolded his dragon, asking why it was making fun of the treasure hunter again, and if it could calm down. The dragon, in response, only asked himself in bewilderment, wasn't it he himself who told him to chase the little animal? But for the little treasure hunter, this performance worked perfectly. The rescue from the clutches of the snake dragon caused the child to develop a rapid growth in trust and gratitude towards Su Heng. The little animal joyfully rushed to him, seeking protection, and Su Heng consoled him, telling him not to cry, to calm down. He would accept him and listen to him. Thus, Su Heng's plan to establish emotional dependence and strengthen the bond worked like clockwork, and soon they reached the edge of the grizzly forest. Guide Zhangcheng pointed to the river, explaining that if they crossed it, they would pass the outer boundary of the forest and reach the inner one, where someone would be waiting to pick them up. Su Heng thanked him and was ready to set off. He was determined to take further action. They left behind the relative safety of the village and entered the realm of his teacher and dangerous bears, where a real test awaited him. Soon Su Heng met his first guide in the forest. She arrived on her formidable beast, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. It was a woman named Hei Ju who introduced herself as the master of the grizzly forest, but she suggested calling her sister Chu, calmly descending from her pet, a red fire tiger, which belongs to a particularly dangerous species. The guys greeted her politely and, like soldiers, calling her Ms. Tishu. It was clear how much they respected her. The protagonist simply waved his hand in greeting, addressing her with a slight smile as Miss Tishu. She reported that the burgomaster had already notified them via communicator about his arrival in the forest for a month-long training, and admitted that she had not expected him to show up until today. Su Heng apologized for the forced delay, without going into detail about his adventures in the village and with the treasure hunter. Sister Jill let the two boys go, saying they could go back. and when asked about their luggage, she simply decided to call on her second pet. She commanded her monkey to come out, touching her magic pendant with her hand, and it instantly lit up. A powerful figure of a silver-backed gibbon appeared in the clearing, and Su Heng immediately realized that it was a very dangerous species. This beast was at least in its full development stage, and from its appearance it was difficult to tell whether its power had broken free from the shackles of the race, and whether it had advanced even further. Sister Joe ordered the silver-backed gibbon to deliver the items to the base, demonstrating the efficiency and order that reigned in her domain. She turned to the gibbon and pointed at the load. He looked fierce, as if he had not listened to her at all, but soon his expression softened. Then the guys called him Mr. Monkey and decided to take him to the luggage. Then Heijo asked Su Heng, since the base was still far away, if he would like to ride there on her tiger. Su Heng thanked him politely but declined, saying that he would fly on his snake dragon and summoned his powerful pet. The dragon's appearance impressed Sister Ju, who noted that he was truly worthy of being the master's disciple. Since his first beast was a highly dangerous species, her respect for him obviously increased. She looked at him in fascination. However, she was quick to add the warning that riding and fighting were two completely different things. She hinted that strength in combat does not necessarily guarantee safety and comfort in flight, especially in unfamiliar and dangerous terrain. But Su Heng had already mounted his dragon and commanded it to rise into the air and begin flying over the forest. It was necessary to catch up with Sister Ju. Suddenly, a menacing roar was heard, and the hero shouted, asking what the dragon was going to do. But it was already too late. Su Heng felt the increasing speed of his pet, so much so that he could no longer say anything, or even just breathe. The dragon let out a deafening roar, rushing towards the wind and speed. The hero realized that Sister Ju was right to warn him, and in horror he screamed for the dragon to stop, trying to stop it. Soon, Su Heng and the snake dragon arrived at the gate of the base, which stood amidst the mountains and forest. Standing at the massive gate, Sister Ju loudly knocked on it in irritation. The protagonist stood meekly nearby. She rudely called to those inside to open the door quickly, still knocking more and more insistently. A voice came from behind the gate, asking reproachfully if she couldn't be a little more feminine, and complaining that because of her the gate was falling apart. The supervisor retorted by saying that next time she should take the key with her, since he was very busy and he still needed to open the gate for her. Heijo sarcastically replied that if he was busy, it was only to escape from work, and asked how he dared to sneak into the base to rest while Commander Shu was away. But then the guy's tone changed to a more obliging one, and he replied that there had been a mistake, and he was ready to open the gate for them, addressing the girl as a lady. Sister Ju snorted, hitting the supervisor on the back of the head. He didn't expect such a violent reaction and physical assault from the lady, but he could only squeak from the blow. Heijo ordered to go and take care of the luggage and accommodation of her younger brother Su Heng, pointing at the protagonist. Su Heng observed this strange manner of communication, and Sister Ju explained that currently, only she and that guy Shui Yu were in the grizzly forest at the base. She explained that initially there were several sergeants in the detachment, but later these sergeants could not withstand the harsh conditions and applied for a transfer. Sister Ju added that the head of the grizzly forest base and the main base master, Lord Shu Kui, went to hunt down a dangerous creature in the Grey Wasteland and left a few days ago. Another master, Lin Zhenyao, was waiting for him to arrive at the base, intending to take him with him to undergo part of the special training for masters, but he started on his own. Su Heng sighed and admitted that he himself hadn't expected to be late, considering his adventures with the treasure hunter. Sister Jiu waved her hand, saying that everything was fine, and suggested that they go to her room first. She led him into her room and Su Heng gasped when he saw the interior decoration, which was quite unusual and impressive. The girl sat down on her bed and just watched the guy with satisfaction while he looked around. She noticed his reaction and asked with a grin if he was really that stupid, and asked the guy to turn around in her direction. Su Heng replied sheepishly that the decor was just a bit unusual, pointing to the wall behind him where animal heads were hanging. Sister Ju retorted by asking if he thought she was a local maid who did nothing but clean. After she invited him to sit down, patting the spot on the bed next to her with her palm, the hero was shocked and stood in a stupor. Sister Ju laughed at his reaction and said that she wouldn't tease him, understanding that the decor of her room might be too eccentric for a newcomer. Sister Taju got down to business, suggesting that before coming here he had not known about the special training program for masters in the grizzly forest. She emphasized that special training is not only about honing combat experience, but also the associated benefits, hinting at awards. She then asked him if he knew about energy fruits, to which Su Heng was surprised, and asked if there were energy fruits in this forest. Sister Ju confirmed that the grizzly forest is rich in bear fruits, which are energy fruits, and Blacklight Castle uses them very often. She added that they increase the strength and endurance of dangerous creatures, and are useful for evil beasts and attacking pets, walked over to the curtains and pulled them apart. She continued her explanation further, saying that everything was not as simple as it might seem, pointing with her hand to a map of the area that had been covered up before. She immediately warned that all the trees with this fruit in the grizzly forest were occupied by warrior bears who were fiercely defending their territory. But there was a legal way with the help of a token received from the owner of the grizzly forest, the grizzly chief. The master tamer can challenge. After defeating them, you can get the fruit. However, she sternly warned that if anyone not connected with Blacklight Castle dared to steal the fruit, all the grizzlies in the forest would surely attack them. The next day, the snake dragon was already standing in front of the grizzly. It looks like he is ready to accept the challenge, and the snake dragon can try to defeat his opponent. Lin Zhen explained that if he succeeded, the bear fruit from the fruit tree, which was more than 30 years old, would end up in his hands. But Su Heng continued his words. He doesn't think that everything is so simple, with an exhalation and some sympathy looking at his pet. The guy confirmed this. Each grizzly only accepts a challenge from an opponent whose aura, in his opinion, is weaker than his own, and he has to face risks. This made every fight dangerous and unpredictable. At that moment, a powerful bear roar was heard from the depths of the forest. Su Heng and his dragon stood frozen in place, listening to the call, ready for the test ahead. However, there was something strange in the dragon's behavior. He could barely contain his laughter, although the situation did not look funny, but only frightening. The hero noted with surprise, he did not expect that the snake dragon had the talent to mock. Sweat was already running down his face from the tension. He asked his companion whether the grizzly had accepted the challenge, as everything seemed rather ambiguous. The guy confirmed that the snake dragon had no dealings with this dangerous species of animal, so it might be very hard for him. But his dragon seemed determined and let out a menacing cry, demonstrating its strength and readiness for battle. The fight began with lightning speed. The dragon and the grizzly clashed in a fierce battle. The forces were almost equal. The outcome of the fight was unclear. The movements were so fast that only shadows flickered and blows were heard. The protagonist's beast itself decided that it was time to use the power of the dragon against its powerful opponent. However, everything did not go as he expected. He received a powerful blow from a furious grizzly, who was furious, because how dare they mock him. After this blow, the snake dragon was thrown to the opposite side, fell to the ground with a crash, unable to get up immediately. The grizzly, seeing his condition, decided not to wait long and attack a second time. Suddenly, the boy watching the fight screamed, realizing the sudden turn of events, seeing how the grizzly, using a technique, managed to capture the dragon in a disadvantageous position. Su Heng turned to him, telling him to wait a bit, understanding that his dragon needed to handle this fight on its own. The hero explained that his pet really needed to gain experience in combat with such an unusual opponent. The situation on the battlefield changed. The picture was tense. The dragon did not give up. He applied his internal energy, and, through suppression, was able to rise and continue the fight. The grizzly clearly didn't like this. He went towards his opponent with a wild roar, but expected him to weaken in the moment. He didn't immediately understand how he had managed to miss his intended target. The next blow simply hit the ground. At this time, the dragon standing behind had managed to accumulate enough energy for a counterattack during this pause. His body was enveloped in a glow as he activated his hidden ability, Dragon Strength Enhancement. His muscles tensed, his scales glistened, and with a furious roar he managed to inflict damage. This attack only fueled the enemy's animalistic interest. His eyes lit up in a special way, and he wanted to respond to the dragon as quickly as possible. Lin Zhen commented on this, saying with approval that it seemed like the hero had trained the snake dragon well, and it had already developed the instinct to strike after strike. However, he added that the desire to break through the grizzly's defense was not enough. Strength was needed. Su Heng admitted that she was right, agreeing that their defense was incredible. The guy explained that there was a bear fruit effect that made them so resilient, and added that if he won, he would get it. The fruit could be used to benefit the pet, so Su Heng encouraged his dragon. In response, the dragon seemed to concentrate, but suddenly a glow appeared around the enemy, and its special ability, Beast Healing, manifested. The dragon rushed at the grizzly again, but this time his attacks were more precise and accurate, thanks to the breath of evil thoughts. The fight became even more fierce. The snake dragon also began to use the evil thought bomb, directing energy at the opponent. The grizzly, enraged by this tactic, growled loudly, sending up clouds of dust and fallen trees around him. He took one of them as his weapon against the dragon, and with a furious cry he was about to pounce on it. The bear's roar mingled with the dragon's hiss, filling the forest with the roar of battle. It seemed that the forces had become equal, and the outcome of the duel now depended on endurance, tactics, and the will to win. The grizzly tried to catch the nimble opponent, but the dragon constantly eluded him, not allowing him to attack it anymore. He managed to anticipate the bear's movements and attacks, and therefore deftly avoided its attacks. But the grizzly was no slouch either. He could throw fallen trees he had taken at his opponent with incredible speed. It was clear from the dragon that he was already quite tired. While the bear stopped for a while, he decided to take advantage of this and catch his breath. Suddenly, the enemy's body began to rapidly increase in size, its power growing right before our eyes. It turned out to be not just a hidden reserve of strength, but an innate berserker rage, which the cunning grizzly had skillfully concealed all this time, which caused panic among the observers. The boys figured out that this special skill was only available to select bears, granting an instant boost in power and invincible protection. However, deep down, Su-heng felt no call for help coming from their spiritual connection, and this belief made him believe in his dragon. Although it was not really obvious that the dragon did not need help, he hesitated, not understanding what to do now. But he couldn't give up just like that, especially looking at the enraged grizzly, his opponent today. Then, gathering his courage, the dragon activated his attack at second speed, and the bear again failed to reach its goal. The clap of its paw landed near the tail of the snake dragon. The pet's technique was like a sudden flash of lightning tearing through the darkness, a swift and unexpected maneuver that changed the dynamics of the entire battle. But the observer said that at such a speed, the snake dragon would no longer be able to simply dodge, and a powerful blow would be inevitable. The grizzly used his signature move, the bear rush, a monstrous force capable of knocking down any creature. However, the dragon was not going to simply take the blow. A plan had already formed in his head on how to defeat his opponent. He had already begun to carry out the plan, and new spikes appeared on his tail, which indicated his incredible thinking. He used force. This was already the second stage of his attack, a dance of the earth, where every contact with the ground became part of a swift and unstoppable rush. And then came the decisive blow. Gathering all the momentum accumulated during the rotation, the snake dragon brought it down on the grizzly. There was a deafening roar as the power of the earth dance found its mark. The impact so devastating that even the bear, fortified with rage, could not stay on his feet. His massive body shuddered and rolled back, clawing at the earth, and silence hung in the air. After this, the dragon again had to barely restrain himself from laughing out loud. But he still decided not to be shy. His laughter echoed across the field of the battle that had just ended. Lin Zhen didn't understand how stupid the bear was, why he didn't use his full power earlier. The main character jumped for joy at his victory, saying how lucky they were. Lin Chen apologized to the hero, as he had forgotten that he didn't have enough spiritual energy to stay in the air when he almost fell off the branch. To compensate, he whistled for his faithful assistant. His flying pet, a majestic blood-tailed hawk, appeared in the sky, its shadow falling across the clearing. He landed on Su-heng's shoulders, ready for his master's next instructions, as the boy tried to understand what was going on. The powerful hawk lifted the hero and slowly lowered him to his feet on the ground, which was a surprise for Su-heng. At the same time, Lin Chen expressed confidence that the hero was the teacher's best student, and noted how well he had worked with his snake dragon today. The boy called his other pet, the lotus cap, saying that it was time for him to come out. This is a healing creature of the grassy marsh type, whose roots instantly go into the soil to absorb nutrients and channel their healing power. He explained one of the key rules for calling a grizzly bear in the forest. After the fight is over, the defeated bear's wounds must be healed. Su-heng thanked his comrade for his help, modestly noting that everything went smoothly. Meanwhile, the lotus hat had already lowered its delicate thread roots into the ground next to the fallen grizzly, and a soft glow enveloped his wounds, soothing the pain and stopping the bleeding. When the bear, already healed, began to come to his senses and again cast defiant glances, the boy's animals quietly giggled, watching him. This began to irritate the bear. He wanted to get up again and give these two a good beating. Lin Chen simply addressed him calmly, explaining that if he was looking for revenge, the rules had changed, and now the challenge to the grizzly in the forest would require an extra fruit. The grizzly seemed to get the hint. He merely snorted, turned around, and, without asking for any additional payment, simply walked deeper into the thicket, leaving behind only crushed bushes. His companion asked in surprise where the promised fruit had gone. Already afraid that he would receive nothing for the victory, Lin Chen, having gathered his pets, only smiled and made an inviting gesture. He suggested that they simply follow him, and then everything would become clear. The small group followed the young tamer, leaving behind a clearing bathed in the last rays of the sun and bearing the marks of a recent, fierce battle. Lin Chen led his companion along the quiet forest paths, where the only sound was the babbling brook. Having noticed a bush with those long-awaited fruits, the dragon joyfully spread his wings and ran towards it. The bear was also nearby. He did not want to share his delicacy. He was the first to get to the bush, took one fruit in his mouth. It might have seemed that he wanted to swallow it himself, but no. He carefully placed the fruit next to him on the ground. The snake dragon looked at this picture with great surprise and fear, not daring to come closer. But still, having pulled himself together, he ran up to get his award with lightning speed, and just as quickly ran away in the other direction from the bear, who sat down on the ground, now laughing at his pet. Lin Chen reminded him of something their teacher had probably already told him. Every territorial grizzly bear would grow a small fruit tree. Lin Zhen's companion was surprised to see that when he received the fruit in his hands, it was indeed the promised bear fruit, although it turned out to be much smaller than he had imagined. He quickly asked how to use this find, and Lin Chen explained that the pet should simply eat the fruit as soon as possible after collecting it. After all, the mysterious energy contained within it begins to evaporate within a few minutes. He noted with slight envy that he needed to act immediately. The comrade immediately called his snake dragon, inviting him to have a snack. However, the expression on the dragon's face when he saw the fruit was far from delighted. This made his owner indignant, convincing his pet that this was a very good thing. Then he suddenly asked Lin Chen if he had any water, to which Lin Chen only asked in surprise if he was going to cut up his pet later, not understanding why he suddenly needed water. Swinging the bottle of water, Lin Chen poured the water onto the fruit as the protagonist had asked him to. Su Heng ordered the dragon to eat again, and he ate the washed delicacy with gusto, chewing it thoroughly, wanting to taste every part of it. Lin Chen requested that the snake dragon be allowed to absorb the bear fruit right here, and only leave after all the energy had been absorbed, otherwise the loss would be too great. The guy just raised an eyebrow questioningly, scratching the back of his head. Then, instead of answering, his comrade called upon his pets, holding out his hand with a shining ring in front of him. New powerful figures appeared in the clearing. A stone python, a mature and dangerous species whose scales rustled like crumbling gravel, and the king of beasts, the lion. Their appearance instantly changed the atmosphere, filling the air with a quiet but tangible power. The owner gave the lion and python a short command to guard. The hero stated that he would have to work a little harder to absorb the bear fruit. Su Heng thanked his brother for his help and protection, to which he received a restrained response. He was always happy to help. The elder explained the rules again. The fruit cannot be preserved, so after collecting it, it must be consumed and digested right in the thicket before returning to the base. If there is no strong enough animal to accompany you, it is best to stay in hidden and safe places such as caves or trees. At this point, the snake dragon, who was being coaxed into eating the fruit, began to show restlessness, hissing softly. Only the protagonist worriedly drew the attention of his comrade Lin Zhen to this. The elder brother patiently explained that the mysterious energy of the fruit transforms the body and cells of a living being at an extraordinary speed. The body will be able to produce a stress response, and this is how the fruit effect is ultimately revealed. 13 days have passed since the snake dragon swallowed his first bear fruit. During these days, not only did he noticeably grow in size, but his appearance, posture, and even his look became more serious, approaching the beginning of mature age. His scales took on a new sheen, and his movements took on a confidence that had not been there before. The forest around him seemed to be listening to his new, deeper breathing. After all, he had eaten 8 or 9 bear fruits in the last 10 days, and his natural talent for mockery and provocation had blossomed. In 13 days, he fought nearly 10 grizzlies occupying bear fruit trees, and his winning percentage was almost 70%. The reason for such a high success rate after the first day, when he took a risk and defeated that stupid bear, was the hero, the beast behind the scenes, searching for treasure. It was he who chose which bears the snake dragon would fight, weeding out those who were too strong or cunning. All this time, Lin Chen himself had only been able to collect 1 bear fruit. The treasure-seeking beast was the real reason why the snake dragon was able to collect so many fruits. Lin Chen hadn't yet guessed about this little secret to success. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the dragon's quiet hiss. He reported that he again felt the presence of that same bear from the first day, the one who possessed the berserker attack technique. There was no time to think. It was time to go to the meeting. They moved into the thicket, where the rustling of leaves under their feet merged with the growing familiar hum. The protagonist wondered if this was some kind of battle again, the hum turning into a deafening roar while the two watched from behind the bushes. The ground beneath their feet began to shake, announcing the beginning of a new duel. An armored wolf appeared in front of them. The boy knew it was a dangerous mid-level species that usually lived in dark caves and mines. His appearance here in the open was alien, and that could only mean one thing. He was someone's pet. The voice from behind the trees admitted that he had underestimated the grizzly. Since the armored wolf could not cope with him, then the armored wolf came out into the clearing. It was a creature whose armor had virtually no weak points, a species that was on the verge of being especially dangerous, comparable to a weak, dangerous, top-tier species. The fight, however, ended much faster and easier than might have been expected. The grizzly seemed unable to offer worthy resistance to the powerful opponent. He fell into the pond, and the splashes from his plunge flew in all directions. Su Heng remembered Huangge's words that the Blacklight clan was created hundreds of years ago. In the process of their development, they fought and made enemies. A powerful competing force had a large number of masters. They are able to control these armored wolves because they controlled their habitat. And now they appeared here, in the grizzly forest. Their goal was clear. They came for the same fruits. One question tormented the hero. how to save that very bear now. If even Blacklight himself could not figure out how to save the fruits from such invaders. The boy watched from his hiding place, holding his breath, and saw one of the clan extracting the juices from the fruits. But then his gaze caught a barely noticeable movement among the trees, and he was quietly surprised to himself. Taking a closer look, he realized, cursing mentally, that it was a scout. There was a sharp, abrupt sound, like a click or a chirp, and now the hero and his pet watched the creature with their mouths open. The stranger who controlled the wolves clearly did not expect that someone was hiding in ambush, but as soon as he heard strange sounds, he turned around, realizing that there was someone there after all. His curse, full of fury and surprise, broke through the silence of the forest, betraying his confusion and anger at the fact that his plans were revealed. Following these words, a new, colder command was given. The stranger ordered his wolf to check who dared to eavesdrop. He climbed onto the wolf, and they quickly rushed off to search, not yet knowing who exactly. A few tense minutes later, the forest was once again plunged into relative silence, the dragon trying to escape as quietly and unnoticed as possible. Su Heng realized with relief that it was still possible to escape from the heavy armored wolf if he acted carefully. He needed to get deeper into the forest, hide his identity, and set all the local grizzlies on this poacher. He took out his communication device and quickly typed out a message, saying that a poacher had been spotted and asking for reinforcements to be sent as soon as possible. But in response, there was only dead silence and a flashing indicator. The device was discharged. Indeed, he had lived peacefully for so long that he had forgotten to charge the device, especially since there were always people nearby who were ready to help. He cursed silently. No matter how hard and dangerous it was, he had to convey the news about this intruder to his own people himself. He made a soft, encouraging sound to his serpentine dragon, and they rushed deeper into the forest, trying to blend into the shadows. However, their escape did not go unnoticed, as a sparkling energy illuminated their path. The stranger's voice, full of cold fury, rolled behind them. He was perplexed by the power that had appeared. He ordered his heavily armored wolf to use its skills to catch up and kill this little rat and its poisonous pet. A new sound echoed through the forest, not a roar, but a low, vibrating howl, after which the body of the massive wolf suddenly became covered in a dull metallic sheen. It rushed forward with a terrifying speed, unexpected for its size. He used the 5th stage of the evil attack, Shadow Tread. The pursuit began. At this critical moment, the protagonist noticed the approaching enemies in time. Su Heng's mind raced with thoughts, trying to decide what to do now. He gave the command, ordered the snake dragon to use an evil attack, the 2nd speed, but with a specific goal, to head towards the giant trees, the ancient giants. He responded with a sharp, determined hiss and lunged to the side, his body blurring in midair for a moment as he activated his skill. Mentally analyzing the situation, Su Heng realized that although the acceleration was inferior to the wolf's shadow's gait, it allowed him to change direction abruptly. And since the heavy wolf probably couldn't maneuver as easily at full speed, there was a chance of it crashing into the trees. But the best plan was to lure the pursuer to his elder brother, Zhen alone. Behind them, a furious but somewhat distant roar was heard, and the terrifying loud sounds of the wolf knocking down trees as it ran. The clan boy shouted, not understanding. So this rat really knows how to run away. His voice, full of irritation, confirmed that their tactics had begun to work. Then the stranger raised his hand with a ring on his finger, calling for another of his pets. His powerful pet, a thunder tiger with 3 attributes, a creature of a particularly dangerous species. Its presence immediately changed the balance of power. The powerful beast with sparkling fur and a piercing gaze seemed like the living embodiment of a storm, ready to crash down on any enemy. The guy moved onto it. Now, with such support, the chase could continue, until a heavy armored wolf, having broken out of the thicket, froze at the edge of the clearing. However, after a few days, the whole thing also set off on a journey for its owner. He could not abandon him. The air was electrified again, but now with the anticipation of a fight between equals, the tiger was on their tail, activating its attack, the claw. He was able to touch the skin of the protagonist's beast, and a bright light of the most powerful energy flashed over it. The attack left an open wound on the snake dragon, which itched and ached unpleasantly. Su Heng couldn't hide the shock in his voice when he saw the thunder tiger. It was a particularly dangerous species in its prime. His tone changed from pursuing to assessing and clearly concerned. At this rate, even if he doesn't catch up with us, he'll kill us. Then came a new, desperate command to his pet hunter to lead them to the nearest territory of the bear leader. Apparently, he had decided that a direct fight with the thunder tiger was not the best idea, and now his goal was to pit the 2 powerful creatures against each other in order to escape in the confusion. The hero, realizing the danger of this plan, shouted to his pet that they needed help, and all 3 of them rushed forward with even greater speed in order to break away from their pursuers. At that moment, he gave a command to his dragon, ordering it not to simply run away, but to use the earth dance to try to stop or at least slow them down. The serpentine dragon responded with a sharp hiss and darted to the side, its body momentarily merging with the uneven ground. Before he emerged in the path of the enemies, he tried to create chaotic vibrations and obstacles under his feet. It worked. The road was barricaded and was able to slow down the violators at least for a while. In response, the stranger desperately commanded his heavily armored wolf to clear the way and break through to the target at any cost. The fight in the open clearing threatened to escalate into a chaotic pursuit throughout the forest, the enemy using the ring enhancement. With the power of this, the wolf was able to break through the rocks and boulders raised from the ground. Now it was possible to chase further. The road was clear. The guy from the clan hoped that he would still be able to catch up with the guys. Catching the protagonist's gaze, he asked him sarcastically if he really thought he could escape. Using the commotion caused by the dance of the earth and one of his hidden skills, Su-heng and his pets managed to escape and hide in the thick of the forest. Only the rustling of leaves remained near the enemies. The boy stated that the hero had disappeared, and immediately ordered the Thunder Tiger to find them. The mighty beast let out a low, booming roar and began sniffing the air, trying to pick up a scent. But after a few moments, his demeanor changed. He froze, became wary, and made an indistinct growl, turning his head to the side. The boy asked the Thunder Tiger with concern what was going on, watching as his pet seemed to have picked up on something much more important. From the cave, fierce eyes glowing brightly red were visible. This someone was clearly not happy with the uninvited guests. The stranger blurted out that it was the leader of the grizzly, and there was alarm in his voice. The leader suddenly jumped out at the violators of his peace with a wild roar, intending to tear them apart right here and now. The guy from the clan still couldn't believe that they could have bumped into him like that. Without thinking, he shouted the only sensible word in this situation, which sounded like an order: run. The protagonist understood perfectly well the reason for the panic. The leader could have called upon the entire pack to attack the intruders. Even if the stranger and his armored wolves were strong, they would not have been able to cope with the combined fury of all the bears in the area. After some thought, Su-heng ordered them to return to base, saying that if they were late, there was no telling how much fruit would be stolen from the grizzly forest. Realizing the scale of the threat, they could no longer afford to waste time chasing one poacher. They had to warn everyone. And without further ado, they rushed back to the clan's stronghold, but suddenly the boy told the dragon to jump faster. His voice even broke a little. He screamed so loudly from surprise. But everything worked out for now. The dragon had very quick reactions and carried out its master's order. After a high jump, the boys landed softly on one of the branches of a tall tree. The stranger's voice, full of annoyance, came from behind the trees as he noticed that they were still alive. He regretted that the little bastard had been lucky enough to escape. Su-heng's tone changed from surprise to fury as he asked how they found him. The enemy responded with disdain, calling him a bastard and explaining that his Thunder Tiger had a skill, Star Mantle, that allowed it to locate its target. The protagonist cursed, calling this skill fucking. But then he immediately began to think about what he should do. The stranger praised their tactics of holding him back with the help of the bear leader, and then trying to escape and report what happened. But it was easy for the masters to escape from the bear. He stated that he could use a scaly lizard as a pet, showing his advantage in survival. After his words, he gave a short and harsh command to his Thunder Tiger to kill them. The mighty beast rushed forward, seeing no obstacles in front of him, in order to finally destroy these fugitives. But suddenly something happened that shocked the beast so much that he did not dare to move further towards the main character. Su-heng used his beast's mystical gift, the snake dragon, the evil attack, the second stage of enlightenment. He thought that by using the treasure hunter's mystical gift of illusion, the poacher could mistake the snake dragon for an ordinary scaly lizard. And fortunately, he had managed to prepare a smokescreen in advance from the waste from the release of black fat, which now came in very handy. Thick, acrid smoke instantly enveloped part of the clearing, obscuring them from direct view and disrupting the enemy's aim. The enemy and his beast began to cough from the smoke, and they were briefly lost in space. They only managed to notice that the main character was flying upward on a dragon, but they couldn't do anything right away. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Su-heng shouted to his dragon that this was their last chance, and they should leave. But the stranger, having already recovered from the smoke, sarcastically noted that they wanted to escape again, and asked how they would manage it this time. He immediately gave the command to his Thunder Tiger to intercept them and use the technique to strengthen them. He ordered the little killer to be killed first, and then his useless pet. The poacher was satisfied with his strategy. The tiger had already raised its clawed paw over Su-heng. Another moment, and there would be no trace left of the guy. The protagonist cursed, realizing that the situation required taking certain measures, so he resorted to the help of his ring. He shouted out his 6th rank technique, Fire Shield, and with those words, a clot formed above the boy and his pets, protecting them. As soon as the Thunder Tiger touched it, the shield, without distinguishing who was friend or foe, simply cleared its land of all violators at once. In surprise, Su Heng mentally turned to his teacher, asking why he hadn't told him about the ring's protection before, since he had been on the brink of death many times. The opponent, amazed, commented that it was surprising, because this ring contained an ability that was usually only possessed by the highest dangerous species. This ring was first class even among strong masters, and he himself did not even have such a good thing. He asked in amazement who this guy really was. But there was no time for talking. Su Heng shouted at his dragon to run, taking advantage of the confusion. The poacher, seeing them trying to escape again, became furious, not caring who they were. In desperation and anger, he summoned another pet, a Bengal mountain lion. The appearance of a new powerful beast made the hero cry out, "How many beasts does this guy have? You can't mock a person like that." The stranger swore that he would kill them that very day, no matter what, with his sly smile. Suddenly, Su Heng's dragon stopped running, its paws landing on the ground. This unexpected act made the stranger ask in surprise why he didn't run away. Instead of answering, the protagonist asked his own question, pointing to a small creature that had quietly appeared nearby. He asked the boy if he recognized the animal, and the poacher immediately answered. A green hummingbird, the pet of the scout, Lin Zhen. And as if to confirm his words, a new, powerful and cold voice came from the forest. It was Lin Zhengyao himself who asked menacingly who dared to offend his brother. The poacher challenged the boy directly, saying that in the grisly forest he wouldn't have the courage to stop him. In response to the threat, Lin Zhengyao only smirked and shouted that he would not only dare to stop him, but also kill him. Then he sarcastically called him a bastard from the City of Fire, which clearly irritated the guy from the clan. Hearing this name, Su Heng thought, City of Fire, the full name of the city is Sunfire. This city, being one of the deepest and most prominent among the large concentrations of people, has always been a rival to Castle Blacklight. Unlike the forest grizzly, their leader had a deep connection with the wolf-type subclass of domesticated animals, which explained why their main pet was the wolf. However, the guy only sneered contemptuously in response to his bragging, noting that he wanted too much and did not have enough strength for it. His laugh, full of confidence, sounded like a challenge. The stranger became furious and ordered his animals to tear him apart. His own laughter now sounded hysterical and evil as he promised to show how good he was when he beat him to death. But his cry was drowned out by a sharp, mocking laugh that sounded from the side. It was Lin Zhengyao laughing, and there was not a drop of fear in his laughter. He instantly accumulated enough energy and wanted to see what his opponent would do. In an instant, more magical beasts appeared, a mountain python and a moon leopard. Lin Zhengyao let out a sharp breath as he concentrated on directing these pets. An enraged, menacing wolf appeared next to him and was already attacking his offender. Su Heng was worried about his comrade, so he shouted his name and put his hand forward. He wanted to somehow help him. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a fiery hand appeared and struck the wolf in the face. It was a powerful blow that made even the air freeze. It was made completely covered in fire. From this sudden attack, the wolf fell to the ground, unable to stay on his paws. The poacher recognized the creature, his eyes widening as he realized who he had started the fight with. This is a fiery avatar, possessing poisonous, combat, fire, magic, and light attributes. A creature of an especially dangerous kind. Su Heng realized that when his elder brother first released the python, he also summoned an avatar at the same time, simply by using his stealth magic skills. Just to wait for his moment, this was the real master, the Tamer with 5 attributes. But the wolf was not afraid of this creature. He was determined to defeat it. He tried to use and concentrate all his power on the avatar, while his master stood shocked that his wolf dared to take such a step. The stranger, looking at the fire avatar, admitted that Lin Zhen had a rare pet, which explained his insolence. Although their intelligence knew about his pets, he never received information that there was such a rare creature in Blacklight Castle. Hearing this, Lin Zhenyao only coldly stated that since he knew, he had to be killed. However, the clan boy only sneered in response, asking if Lin Zhenyao thought his fire avatar could kill him, and stated that he was just being noticed. Not wanting to lose the initiative, he ordered his heavy wolf to use Shadow Tread, hoping for a surprise attack. But what happened next shocked everyone, even though the wolf tried to please his leader. The fire avatar stood in front of him, waiting for him to start attacking him. The wolf, seeing perfectly well, lunged at the avatar, thinking that with the help of tactics he could easily defeat him. However, Lin Zhen's fire avatar responded with a blow of such incredible power that even Lin Zhenyao himself could not believe his eyes. This blow happened in a matter of seconds, so the wolf would not have had time to react to it. Su Heng wondered how his brother could be so strong. He couldn't imagine that such a thing was even possible. But the intruder, despite his shock, only mockingly asked if Lin Zhenyao thought that this was a strong blow to his heavily armored wolf. His tone suggested that this attack, powerful as it seemed, had failed to inflict decisive damage on his protected pet. In response, Lin Zhenyao commanded his fire avatar to roast him, and the creature rushed forward. He began to accumulate his fiery energy in one hand, in order to be sure to put his opponents in their place. The pursuer again tried to use Shadow Step to dodge and counterattack, but the avatar used an even more powerful move, Firestorm. Sparks flared up around the evil wolf. He used tearing claws, crushing. Another second and these two would collide with each other's most powerful energies, and no one was immune from failure. The fire avatar's attack power was incredibly devastating, and the wolf didn't dare come any closer after that. Even the opponent was forced to admit that this rare pet was worthy of its rarity, as it even had 2 6th-level enlightenment abilities. However, his wolf, although wounded, was still standing on its feet, and the poacher himself was not going to give up. Feeling that time was running out, he summoned his next pet, a fire-scaled beast, also a creature of a particularly dangerous species. Lin Zhengyao asked with disdain if he thought he could deal with some trash by summoning it, but the guy calmly replied that he didn't need to fight him, he just needed to detain him. He admitted that he was exhausted and had expended a lot of energy, and asked someone on the radio if he would like to help him kill a couple of people. The protagonist quietly whispered to his brother, intending to tell him his thoughts on this situation. Lin Zhengyao confirmed his guess, saying that the boy had informed Mr. Shu. Now everything depended on who would arrive first, reinforcements from Blacklight or new enemy forces. Su Heng asked his comrade if he had another plan, and he thought about his words. The opponent, confused, asked him again what he meant, accusing Lin Zhen of asking riddles. But in reality, Lin Zhengyao was simply buying time, knowing that new players would soon appear on the battlefield, and the enemy apparently fell for it. Lin Zhen had the idea that he could delay them a little longer by pointing at his opponents. Following this, Lin Zhang's fire avatar, obeying the command, activated a fiery enlightenment right under the feet of the enemy beasts. The enemy, along with his pets, did not initially realize that this had suddenly happened. In response, the enemy commanded the newly appeared pet to use a fire strike, a fire exit. The fiery, scaly beast obeyed this command and did as it was told, and smoke began to appear and thicken around it. But from this haze, to their surprise, their rival, a snake dragon lizard, appeared. But the guy from the clan quickly understood everything, and angrily asked how the rat could approach them. Su Heng commanded his beast, shouting to use the evil bomb. His comrade meekly awaited the outcome. Next, he decided to use the evil thought bullet, and with this, the dragon created a powerful aura. In parallel with this, the Dance of the Earth was also used, which increased the attack several times. The intruder cursed as he realized he was surrounded. But after the dust from the impact had filled everything, a new figure began to emerge from it. A fighting chimpanzee burst into the clearing, a dangerous sight. He showed with all his guts that he was very powerful. The enemy, sitting on the ground, burst into loud laughter. He was happy about this event. His voice, full of triumph, declared that they were unlucky, because his people had arrived faster. He ordered his companions to get rid of these two as quickly as possible and leave. They could not be allowed to linger until that man arrived. Among the new enemies, the Mantigora stood out, a ferocious species whose power immediately changed the balance of power on the battlefield. Lin Chen screamed desperately, realizing that he hadn't managed to delay the time long enough. Su Heng began to summon his snake dragon, trying to coordinate his defense. But he didn't have time. The attack of the new beast caught up with the dragon. It hit his tail, cutting it into several pieces. The brute roared loudly throughout the area, seeing how he had managed to defeat the first beast of the rivals. Not wanting to stop, he immediately swung for his next maneuver. His shadow was so huge that it covered all the heroes at once. Seeing the fighting chimpanzee heading straight towards his brother, Lin Chen shouted a warning. But the chimpanzee seemed to have been waiting for this moment. He pounced on the avatar, and no one could help him. He met him with his own combat technique, the giant leg. At the critical moment, a red fire tiger appeared in the clearing, and behind it, it instantly threw back the brute. Then the boys saw Zhu Yi and Shui Yu, and the main character exclaimed with relief that they were saved. Zhu Yu, full of rage, shouted at the poachers, "Fools! Do they really think that there is no one in Blacklight?" The poacher leader, seeing Shui Yu, was surprised how he had gotten here from the city so quickly. Zhu Yu coldly replied that if he weren't here, those bastards from the City of Fire would have gotten their way, and he declared that they were finished today. The poacher just chuckled in response, calling Shui Yu an idiot and stating that if he was here, it meant they were prepared. He threatened that it would be better for them not to come, because this secret weapon was intended against Master Shu, but this time, it would bury all 4 of them. He boasted that many masters had died because of him, and even Blacklight's master would be shocked to see him. With these words, he called his most formidable pet, the steel-armed monkey, whose appearance made even the most experienced fighters shudder. The steel-handed monkey turned out to be not just a dangerous species, but a mature individual of a very dangerous species. The situation had become critical again, but there was no panic on Lin Zhen and Zhui Yu's faces, only concentration. It was not in vain, because the counterattack turned out to be stronger than their monkey, and threw it back in one go. She flew so far that her opponents couldn't even react to it. Realizing that there was no point in competing with them any longer, everyone turned around at once and began to run away quickly. The protagonist, Su Heng, cursed when he saw their reaction, and he didn't immediately understand what had happened to them. And then Ju Yi explained that this was one of Master Shu's strongest pets. And as if to confirm his words, the earth behind them heaved, and a new beast appeared on the battlefield, a nightmarish earth dragon. Zhu Yu explained that it was the strongest mature super dangerous species, belonging to the terrorist species. The iron monkey, the poacher's pride and secret weapon, was destroyed by just 2 blows from this monster. Su Heng and the others watched in silent shock, not believing their eyes and wondering if this was really a power of an extremely dangerous kind. The hero was still in shock when he began to fully realize the full power of this force. The poacher leader cried out in horror, realizing that Shu Kai was already here. He recognized that he was the Grandmaster. Before they could finish their speech, the guys saw a terrible glow above, like a portal from nowhere. They tried to escape, to dodge the flashes coming from this glow, but it illuminated everything around and struck these violators, no matter how hard they tried to avoid it. However, the head of the clan still managed to escape from this field. While he was running, he screamed and cried, shaking from the overwhelming fear. Shu Kai himself, the Grandmaster of the Blacklight clan, appeared, a warlike figure standing atop his fearsome beast. His tamed one was of impressive size, his eyes blazing, reflecting the full power of his gait. Shu Kai calmly surveyed the battlefield and admitted that he didn't expect those guys to infiltrate the grizzly forest while he was gone. He then praised Su Heng and the others, noting that they had done a good job of holding off the enemy and calling for help. Then his gaze fell on the fallen creature, and his voice became cold and commanding. Lin Zhengyao and Jue Yu were standing over his severed body, no longer able to help him in any way. It was clear that Lin Chen was deeply grieving for him, and he was wondering what to do now. The Grandmaster asked only one question: who did it? He demanded to know who exactly dealt the decisive blow that led to this result. Su Heng pointed to the Mantigora, explaining that it was the pet of that vile poacher from Sinfire. Shu Kai nodded and then told Ju and the others to return to the base and rest. Sister Chu meekly replied that she understood everything. The guys stood humbly, watching the Grandmaster. Shu Kai said, as a parting shot, that he would sort things out on his own. His nightmare dragon let out a low, threatening roar. Meanwhile, the poacher leader, hiding in the hideout, furiously whispered to his surviving accomplices that the plan had been sound, but had been thwarted. He guessed that their other comrades, Lei Ge, Lin Tu, and Ma Zheng, were most likely killed by Shui Yu, all blaming the stupid scouts for their failure. It was suggested to kill them, and also inform their own people to prepare, since the people from Blacklight were too cowardly. After these words, a series of agreements were heard. It was necessary to take revenge for such actions. Then, one guy from the clan asked their leader, Luo Yu, what about him, what he was going to do next. The poacher leader waved them off, telling them not to bother him and to decide for themselves. But at that moment the ground beneath them shook, and then a deafening roar was heard. They asked in horror what was happening. Some began to look around themselves, and some immediately looked at the sky. The answer came instantly. Shu Kai's nightmarish earth dragon, acting on its master's will, unleashed all its might on their hideout. When the dust settled, it became clear to everyone who had made such a terrible sound. As soon as one of them told everyone to run, the rest immediately obeyed him and rushed into the thicket of the forest. Soon everyone returned to the grizzly forest base, where it was calm and light, and they could rest after the eventful events. At the main entrance lay a huge pile of slain rival animals. Shu Kai summed up by saying that most of the invaders had been destroyed, but there were still 2 who were not behind it. The main threat was eliminated, and the forest and its fruits were protected. Sister Ju said that it would be dangerous if they were caught by surprise. Shu Kai inspected all the areas, and the damage was not too serious. Out of the hundreds of bear fruit trees in the grizzly forest, only a few dozen were collected. However, about 100 bears were killed or injured, which can be considered a heavy loss for the entire grizzly pack. He predicted that the chief of the bear warriors, who owned the grizzly forest, would be furious when he learned of this. But the rest, he added, was not in their power. Blacklight would take revenge on Sinfire, and they would answer to the bear leader. He turned to Lin Zhen, noting that his losses. Heizhou and Jue Yu, as well as Lin Zhenyao, will also receive a reward for their timely support. Shui Yu mentally sighed in relief that he wasn't asked why he was AWOL in the forest. But Shui Yu, as if reading his mind, suddenly asked if he shouldn't be in Rivet Town, and what he was doing in the forest, getting punched in the face for it. He tried to get out of it by saying that he came to support Lin Zhen and Su Heng. But Shu Kai snapped, saying that he didn't care about him and ordered him to get his ass back, implying that he should return to his duties. Shu Kai just nodded obediently, scratching the back of his head and saying that he was on his way. Shu Kai then turned to Su Heng, praising him for foiling the plot in Shinfire thanks to him, and promising him a reward. He assured that the burgomaster would be pleased, and since Su Heng was on his territory, He should choose a couple of good things from the base's warehouse. However, Su Heng modestly refused, stating that if it weren't for brother Lin Zhen's timely appearance, he would most likely have died. He suggested giving the award to his brother Lin Zhen, saying that he was more deserving of it. Shu Kai praised him for getting along well and assured him that they would both receive a reward. The castle master will decide on the reward and compensation for Lin Zhen, so Su Heng need not worry. He then invited Su Heng to go with him to the warehouse to start choosing. Su Heng, feeling tired after a hard day, politely asked Commander Shu to wait until tomorrow with the choice. Shu Kai agreed. Later in solitude, with the moonlight shining through the window, Su Heng reflected. After a long time of work, he could finally rest. But if he wanted to choose a treasure, he needed to consult the dragon's code. He thought about the evolution of domestic animals, the final direction of which was always the transformation into a real dragon. However, this path was fraught with many dangers and required countless treasures and materials. He compared his snake dragon and the treasure-seeking beast. The cost-effectiveness of turning the latter into a dragon would be higher. After all, with a treasure-seeking dragon, the chances of obtaining evolutionary materials should be much higher. The treasure hunter, like the snake dragon, had several ways to transform into a dragon, but there were only 9 of them, unlike the dozens of ways for the snake dragon. 8 of these paths would weaken the treasure hunter's ability, turning him into a mixed-type dragon. The only way to preserve this unique ability was to transform him into a treasure-hunting dragon beast. But that was a secret. The next morning, at the Grizzly Forest base, he asked if he could go to the warehouse. But he was told that Boss Shu had asked him to convey that yesterday evening one of the forward observation posts had accidentally discovered traces of a supply convoy. Without delay, Boss Shu already went to destroy the convoy yesterday evening. His reward will have to wait until the boss returns. Hearing this, Su Heng suddenly turned to his snake dragon. He said that a great idea had come to his mind, and the dragon perked up at these words. He looked questioningly at his master, who only grinned ominously into his eyes. Without hesitating for another second, the two of them ran in the same direction, without notifying Sister Ju of anything. She noticed that Su Heng had been acting strange and even scary all day, referring to his thoughtful yet determined appearance. Su Heng explained his idea. Sister Ju training the red flame tiger reminded him of how the grizzly bears in the forest were neglected. Not to mention the special diet. After the poachers' invasion, the grizzly bears in the forest also suffered great losses. And in the ancient code of dragons there is just the right recipe for bear fighters. In addition, he can use the beast to find treasures. After all, who said that in order to get the bear fruit, you have to fight? He suggested making the most of the grizzly bear's last days in the forest, and taking another step forward. They began working under Su Heng's guidance, with the help of the treasure-seeking beast and the snake dragon, as well as the formula contained in the old dragon code. They prepared very tasty and healthy dishes. Su Heng treated and fed the bears. He looked after them as best he could, and in gratitude he reaped a large harvest. In addition to the 3 bear fruits, there were several rare bird eggs, all to make the snake dragon stronger. However, by the evening, some changes had occurred. One of the grateful bears, whom they had treated and fed, decided to express his gratitude in his own way. He used the 4th-level bear roar energy technique, intending to engage in battle right now. Su Heng, realizing the bear's intentions, shouted to his dragon that the bear liked their recipe very much, and that was why he was rewarding him with a fight. So he needed to act, because the bear was already a couple of steps away from the dragon. The snake dragon was collecting his thoughts. He had just gotten up from the ground after a long rest on it. The bear, running towards them, immediately decided to use the beast energy technique, the tearing claw. But the dragon was not in the best shape. He looked up at his enemy with fear. Su Heng noticed with alarm that the severed tail of the snake dragon had not yet fully recovered. However, the bear had already begun its grateful attack, and the dragon had to accept the challenge despite its injuries. He pinned him to the ground, squeezing his throat with his huge clawed paw. Su Heng, seeing that the dragon was having a hard time, shouted at him to give in, that they would not fight anymore, and reminded him that he was still wounded. But the snake dragon seemed unwilling to give up, feeling the challenge and realizing that he could not lose to this bear. The bear's eyes were glowing madly. He could clearly see that the dragon was unprepared and not in the best shape, so he didn't hesitate, and raised his paw again over the snake dragon, while it looked at him in horror. However, the beast gathered his thoughts and strength. He tried to stop the bear, taking his paws in his own. He began to focus on his inner strength, and it seemed to be working. Despite his wound and fatigue, the dragon gathered his remaining strength, and then he used his most powerful, perhaps not yet fully mastered technique, the dragon cry. A sound wave of incredible power burst out from his mouth, colliding with the energy of the bear's roar. Su Heng exclaimed in amazement, not believing his eyes. The bear, as soon as he saw that the dragon still had strength, was amazed and ran away to where he came from. The protagonist asked his dragon if he had actually unlocked a 4th-level ability. He came closer to his beast, looking at it with a calm and grateful gaze. He carefully touched his muzzle with his hand and patted him as a sign of praise. Su-heng, still under the impression, turned to his pet. He admitted that he didn't think that the dragon would end up being talented in dragon power. He added that he couldn't believe that he had 4th level powers, and the snake dragon only hissed quietly in response. He truly outdid himself in this unexpected duel of gratitude. But suddenly the hero became frightened. His beast began to crumble before his eyes, as if changing its old scales. Still standing in place, he began to transform, as evidenced by the bright glow that formed around him. As soon as everything stopped, the dragon stood before its owner in a new form. Even its height had increased. The boy understood that this was a late stage of growth, and he looked at it, fascinated. Su-heng was amazed to see that his snake dragon had grown so big, and he began to hug it with joy. The news quickly spread throughout the base, and by evening the grizzlies in the forest knew about it. Shukai asked Heijo in surprise if it was true that Su-heng's snake dragon had already grown to the late stage of growth. The girl confirmed this, saying that she couldn't believe it herself, but Lin Jianyao had already checked it. They agreed to meet at the training ground to see this miracle with their own eyes. Voices calling for Su-heng were heard from the grizzly forest base, and Boss Shu had returned. Lin Jianyao, holding a tape measure in his hand, politely greeted the Grandmaster. He began to say that taking care of the supply convoy took a little time, but he had already heard the news about Su-heng's snake dragon reaching the late stage of growth. Lin Jianyao confirmed that the pet fully meets the standards for late-stage growth. Shukai, surprised, admitted that he had simply hoped that Su-heng would become a little stronger, and thought it would be great if his pet entered the late growth stage. But he didn't expect such incredible progress in a month. He praised Su-heng for exceeding the plan. Shukai then ordered Lin Zhen to arrange for Su-heng to be sent to Rivet Town in the morning, and ordered someone to send him back to Blacklight Castle. Despite being tired from the long journey, Shukai suggested that they immediately take Su-heng to the warehouse to choose his reward. Su-heng, showing concern, noticed that the boss had just returned and suggested that he take a rest and take care of business tomorrow. Shukai, however, insisted, stating that any delay until now would be considered a breach of his promise. Since he had promised Su-heng 2 things and was late, he now let him choose one more, and he led him to the Grizzly Forest Base warehouse. The protagonist asked again, just in case, whether he could really choose what he wanted. Inside the vast storage room, Shukai said that he would wait for Su-heng to make a choice. He, satisfied with this answer, quickly ran on, saying that this was incredible. He stopped near a pile of gold coins and glittering chests. Su-heng, amazed by the size of the warehouse, wondered if this was really the Grizzly Timber Warehouse. He knew that the grizzly forests were extremely vast, and encompassed not only forests, but also lakes, rivers, valleys, and even mountainous areas. There was a wide range of materials from different regions on display. The choice would not be easy. Then he scratched his pet, asking it to wake up. Su-heng asked him to remember what they talked about last night, and the hunter strained himself. He reminded his pet that if there were such things in this warehouse, they needed to be found. Then he would help him transform into a treasure-seeking dragon beast. The treasure-seeking beast responded with a determined sound, understanding the importance of the task. Afterwards, he quickly jumped out of the protagonist's arms and rushed off to search for the necessary thing. Su-heng mentally added that it all depends on luck, but if they can find them, then everything will change. For some reason, the little animal climbed up to the top of the statue, which stood in the middle of the jewels. The hero threatened the pet that if he didn't behave well, he would make the snake dragon eat him, but then seriously asked him to just find them. The treasure-seeking beast responded again, full of determination, angry that its owner had not taken it seriously. Finally, after a long search, Su-heng chose a large piece of evil fibrous root and a dried magical flower. Shukai suggested choosing one more thing. Su-heng thanked Commander Shu for the reward, and added that he remembered his sister mentioning the fertilizer that improved the soil on plantations that was made right here. Shukai interrupted him. The item he asked for had already appeared in the guy's hands. Shukai found that the warehouse door was closed, so he congratulated Su-heng for getting his hands on the root, the magic flower, and the drilling mud. But the protagonist did not pay attention to the Grandmaster's sarcasm, because this thing is the main material of the essence of the dragon treasure. The next morning, Su-heng and his entourage arrived in Rivet Town. They were greeted by warning cries to be careful with the master's treasures. The guys helping were smiling and trying to handle the boxes they were moving carefully. Lin Jianyao, seeing them off, warned his younger brother that Boss Shu had recently destroyed many of Sinfire's gathering points, so they needed to be careful on the way. Shuyu came over and asked Lin Zhen what he meant by this and who he looked down on. He stated that when Su-heng arrived at Rivet Town, he entered their territory, but promised to bring Su-heng back safely. Lin Zhengyao agreed, saying that he would return then since Boss Shu had business for him to attend to. He said a warm goodbye to Su-heng, saying that they were always waiting for him in the grizzly forest. Su Heng replied that he would definitely return and thanked him for his concern. Zhu Yu, impatient, interrupted their cooing, saying that it was time to go. He ordered that the fire extinguishing systems be checked again, as they would be leaving soon. He added that they needed to be prepared for this trip to get to the meeting point in Blakelat. Everyone humbly responded that they understood everything and were ready to begin implementation. Meanwhile, in the enemy hideout, confirmation came from their informant in Rivet Town. Today, a group of city guards from Rivet Town will escort a big shot to Blacklight Castle. According to the information received, it was this big shot who most likely interfered with their operation. They identified him as the guy with the Firekeeper's ring. The poacher leader said with satisfaction that this was very good, and added that he had also received news that Lin Zhenyao had left the base. This meant that their target would be less protected en route, and the poacher leader gave the order to wait for the convoy. He accompanied that bastard to that valley where they were supposed to set up an ambush. He declared that he would hunt Su Heng down so that he would taste death while watching the approaching cars. He vowed to make Su Heng pay for his brother's death by avenging the one who died in the previous clash. Meanwhile, the leader of the poachers sensed something was wrong. It was as if something had exploded behind him. He looked around suspiciously, wondering out loud what had happened. Not realizing that anyone might be nearby. That someone turned out to be Lin Zhenyao, he shouted to him that he could see him in the tree, and that he didn't need to hide. He stated that his two companions were killed by Commander Shu, and he would deal with him himself. The guy who was sitting in the tree screamed in fear that this couldn't be happening. However, Lin Heng reported to him to take a look at Su Heng's team, as they had already stopped at the entrance of the valley. The poacher leader was furious, realizing he had been tricked and the information used as bait, and vowed to take matters into his own hands. Lin Zhengyao mockingly remarked that the poacher leader was not as brave as he had been in the forest. Shu Kai appeared and explained that he was here solely to protect their master from Blacklight. Otherwise, why would this scumbag be in the crosshairs when the Grandmaster gave the command to attack Lin Zhen? He pointed at the offender and said that he simply had to avenge his pet. While the battle was beginning, the convoy was calmly heading towards its destination. The protagonist was driving and thinking that judging by the level of damage, it must be a particularly dangerous species. His elder brother Lin Zhenyao told him to leave half an hour later. Meanwhile, Su Heng, hearing the shouts and familiar figures, hurried towards the sound. The door creaked open as the car stopped and the guy started calling for Boss Shu. He thanked him for his protection and promised to repay him if Mr. Su returned to Blacklight Castle in the future. In response, he only turned his head and decided to move on so as not to keep the burgomaster waiting. 2 days later, they finally reached the gloomy walls of Castle Blacklight. Now it was necessary to assess what had changed during their absence, which is what the teacher intended to do. Su Heng firmly stated that he would not allow anyone to gain the upper hand against them, adding that he would not let the elder down. In the center of the hall, under the gloomy vaults of Blacklight Castle, the ominous figure of a serpentine dragon lizard appeared. As soon as the dragon stood on its paws, the teacher rose from his chair and walked towards him. He opened the mouth of the snake dragon, examining it from the inside and also from the outside. A quiet warning came from the protagonist. It was better not to move from the spot. If he gets upset, both will suffer. The teacher began to talk about the enormous losses of his subordinates in the city, destroyed even in places where armored and heavily armored wolves were trained. Even Lin Zhengyao's elder brother was affected by these actions, and the boy asked anxiously whether they would take revenge on the Grizzly Forest again. The answer brought relief. The master of the Grizzly Forest had secretly returned, and now anyone who dared to go there, except for the highest ranks of Sinfire himself, would die. The teacher addressed the hero, saying that this time his successes were a source of deep satisfaction. Not only did he exceed all training requirements, but he also played a key role in the investigation, and was offered the choice of any reward he wanted. Su Heng, instead of a valuable reward for himself, he dared to ask if the master still had the same supreme dragon scale that he had been awarded before. His modest desire to receive another such gift caused surprise. The master expressed bewilderment, because the young man's contribution was great. And then the young man asked no longer for himself, but wanted the reward to go to Lin Zhen. With all sincerity, Su Heng recalled that in the Grizzly Forest, if not for the self-sacrifice of his elder brother. After all, he gave up his main beast to save his life. He would never come back. Having heard this, the master nodded with approval and thought, tapping his finger on his chair. He acknowledged that Lin Zhenyao was truly an outstanding candidate who had reached the peak of his spiritual cultivation, and master would send Lin Zhen a young green flame tiger. This is a rare and dangerous species, similar to the one that the main teacher Lu Yu had. This news was met with admiring cries from the hero. In addition, a villa was prepared for Su Heng himself in the inner fort of the castle, and the master advised him to go to his sister's home and arrange for the move. After all, the Six Lands tournament was about to begin, and there was no time to be distracted. Su Heng bowed with deep gratitude. After receiving a generous reward, the master decided to teach Su Heng an important lesson. He pointed out to the young man his excessive inclination towards moral considerations, which in their world could become a weakness. In the world of masters, the mentor emphasized, strength is held in high esteem, and in battle it is necessary to fight, unconditionally demonstrating one's superiority. He allowed Su Heng to ascend to the second level of his treasury, and choose, in addition to the dragon scale, 2 more items of his choice. Only those with strong spirits survive, and only the strongest have the right to win. Su Heng respectfully replied that he had learned his lesson. On the way home, Master Zhou. His words deeply sank into Su Heng's soul, causing him to ponder for a long time. The incident with Sinfire had already made him realize that he could and should make choices in accordance with his moral principles. These heavy thoughts were interrupted by familiar cheerful laughter coming from the house. My sister was again talking animatedly with someone. Su Heng couldn't help but wonder who his sister was talking to this time, and a slight smile touched his lips, briefly dispelling the gloom of his thoughts. Su Heng's reverie disappeared as soon as he stepped over the threshold of his home. His younger sister rushed towards him, her face lit up with a joyful smile and relief. She cried out, happy that her brother had returned, and in her voice one could hear the anxiety that she had been suppressing for a long time. She immediately confessed, lying on the ground and hugging the guy, that she heard from the guards about the attack on him on the road. Su Heng hastened to calm her down, gently assuring her that everything was fine, and that the incident was already behind her. Then his gaze moved to the guests sitting in the room. He did not know them. Sister introduced them. These are colleagues who came to while away the evening. Lin Mengwang from the General Services Department of the Plantation Administration. Also, Jin Mei Li from the Materials Processing Department of the Resource Management Bureau. Both guests seemed to have come to make acquaintance, and their visit promised a new development of events. However, the young man had already begun to suspect where this was all heading, and with slight annoyance he tried to object to his sister as to what she wanted. But his sister, Su Qin, interrupted him, her words suddenly harsh, reminding him of their late parents and that he had to fight for his life. To build a family, create a business, strive for a better life. She declared that she had selected for him the very best, with curvaceous figures, who knew how to cook and run a household. In her opinion, a hard worker like him, always on the go, is probably looking for someone who could take on all the household chores. Su Heng, feeling tired and internally rebellious, tried to gently refuse, citing a desire to rest in his room, even skipping dinner. Despite his rejection of the idea with the bride, Su Heng was unable to completely resist his sister's persistence. The entire dinner passed in an awkward, tense atmosphere. The situation only changed when Su Heng, in order to somehow diffuse the situation, he pulled out his treasure-seeking beast. The funny and diligent creature instantly attracted the attention of all 3 women. He amused them for a while, which distracted them from the awkward topic, allowing everyone to relax a little. But as the evening drew to a close, the sister asked her brother to escort the guests home, and Su Heng obediently agreed. However, Lin Mengwang and Jin Mei Li politely refused, insisting that they did not need an escort since they lived very close by. They literally just need to cross the road and they will already be home. They thanked Su Heng for his hospitality, remarking that they had a good time, and lightly joked about his excessive formality. Su Heng didn't insist for long, and they went outside. But suddenly the protagonist noticed something. Just as the group was about to cross the road, the silence of the night was suddenly pierced by a sharp cry full of alarm. The guy stopped the girls. The creature that suddenly appeared caused surprise and disgust. It resembled a rat, but it was of enormous, unnatural size. The question arose as to how such a monster could have entered here. Su Heng instantly assessed the threat. It was an adult specimen of a low-level but dangerous species, the ferocious storm rats. Lin Mengwan asked in amazement, how could a rat really grow that big? Su Heng speculated that perhaps she had mutated after accidentally eating the corpse of some powerful beast. He then warned the others that these creatures lived in packs, and told them not to come closer. His fears were confirmed when several more of the same huge rats jumped out of the shadows. The main character stood in front of the girls, covering them with his body, while they, frightened, did not know what to do. Su Heng, seeing what was in Jin Mei Li's basket, noted that chicken was their favorite food, and this was clearly bait. Without wasting any time, Su Heng released his pet, a beast already in its final stage. A snake dragon, poisonous and fast, appeared before him, ready to attack. His eyes glittered coldly in the night, directed at the giant rats, who no longer thought the idea of attacking was right. The situation escalated in an instant, and they decided that the best solution now was to run away. Su Heng gave a command to his pet. Before his question sounded rhetorical. Do they really think they can escape from the snake dragon? A short, furious storm set in the darkness of the night, and the dragon took off above the ground. He was nimble and deadly, operating with ruthless efficiency. The rats, seeing that they were being chased, turned around in horror, hoping that it would not affect them. But their hopes were killed, as were they themselves, insanely quickly. Less than a minute passed. A fully grown, low-level, dangerous storm rat, which would have given his pet a hard time just a couple of months ago, was now dispatched with astonishing ease. The main character said that today he killed her as easily as he would kill an ordinary chicken. This was a clear indication of the growth of strength of both Su-heng himself and his tamed beast. While he was thinking about this, the guards ran up to them. Stopping, they watched what had happened with amazement. One hesitantly asked if they were already dead. 4 ferocious rats were killed in a matter of seconds, which is worthy of a true master tamer. One of those present assessed the situation. Su-heng, having already analyzed the incident, explained that at this time of year the rats do not have enough food, and recommended asking the security bureau for a blood-tailed cat. The guards who arrived at the scene respectfully confirmed that they would follow his instructions. Then Su-heng added another order. He wanted the carcasses of these 4 rats to be delivered to the chambers of the inner fort. "Let them just say that Villa 73 is taking them, Su-heng." The guy hoped that the guards understood him correctly. These villas, located next to Blacklight Fortress, were a wealthy and famous area, mostly a complex of residences for craftsmen. Villa 73, which Zhou He gave to Su-heng, was originally Zhou He's personal residence. Such a generous gift naturally caused a wave of envy among the neighbors. Lu Ling, who lived in the house opposite, was the one who made the most noise, but he thought it was unfair. However, his grumbling suddenly died down when he saw Su-heng's sister, Su-ching. Su-heng began to suspect that he might have some thoughts about his older sister, because he always thought of him as a bit hot-tempered and shy. But now something had changed. Meanwhile, the servants carefully delivered the rat carcasses, having been warned to be careful not to dirty Master Su's courtyard. As a master with 2 pets, Su-heng had his own plans for these carcasses, especially considering his snake dragon's enormous appetite. The black, thick liquid was a strategic material, and selling it in large quantities that could be traced was unwise. The encounter with the mutated ferocious rats made Su-heng remember another item from the ancient Dragon Codex, the bloodline incense. This was a special type of spirit, the principle of which was the ability to imitate the illusion of a blood connection between the owner and his pet. Even for those who have not yet become full-fledged master tamers, as well as with young animals in the egg, Su-heng realized that the bloodline incense would become a hot commodity that could bring in more money. According to the recipe from the old Dragon Codex, after extracting the necessary components from the corpses of ferocious rats, bladderwort poison had to be added. Also, hairs from the back of the lower leaves of the moon orchid. All of this was combined with a binding agent, and then distilled and purified. He wondered if it worked, and if it really does work, it would be a great way to make money, as the cost is quite low. True, it remained to be seen whether the recipe worked in practice. I decided to test the experiment on my own animal. Under the influence of the bloodline incense, Su-heng and his treasure-seeking beast simultaneously fell into a strange illusion. Exclamations of surprise and confusion escaped from both of them. In this illusory space, Su-heng seemed to have become an old father to his pet. Su-heng, like the old beast father, took the young treasure-seeking beast with him every day to search, and eventually found a huge mountain of treasure. The beast-seeking treasure was touched to the depths of its soul, filled with feelings it had never experienced in reality. As the incense's effect began to wear off, Su-heng let out a breath of astonishment, his head feeling a little dizzy. He muttered to himself what a strange thing it was as he looked around the room. Now he was in a hurry to complete the next task, to transform the treasure-seeking beast into a dragon so that he could go to the teacher's treasury tomorrow. However, his pet, still under the strong impression of the illusion he had experienced, jumped on him, making pitiful sounds, clearly mistaking him for his father. The next day, Su-heng arrived at the burgomaster's treasury. He was met by the guardian, who told Su-heng that if he didn't come next time, he would find him himself, making it clear that being late was unacceptable. Su-heng quickly apologized to the grandmaster, explaining that he had been too busy moving in recent days and had simply forgotten. The senior master only laughed, nodding in understanding. He knew there was work to be done, and motioned for the young man to follow him. They stopped at the entrance to the treasury, and Su-heng immediately saw something impressive. It was guarded by a parasitic guardian beast of a particularly dangerous species. A squid crocodile slave, a mystic, a guardian of the double line. Whoever opened the door had to receive verbal consent from the owner, otherwise they risked being eaten in an instant. Compared to this, Chief Shu's treasury was nothing compared to the teacher's treasury. As he walked, the custodian noted that the second floor of the treasury was considered a reserve. He saw for the first time how a boss promised a low-ranking master to take 3 items at once, looked at Su-heng and added that he should not let the burgomaster down. Su-heng responded with a respectful bow and a firm promise, thanking him for such concern. Unlike Chief Shu's chaotic storage, Blacklight's second-floor treasury was a vast and complexly organized space. All the valuables were carefully arranged, and each treasure was kept under a glass cover, which also glowed. Su Heng noted to himself that the Guardian's words were more of a hint not to take too much than a sincere wish. His attention was drawn to the dangerous appearance of the extra security monitor, the evil eye, which had an energy skill, a flash of light and shadow. It allowed him to see through objects even more clearly than an X-ray, and Su Heng realized that there were probably many more security measures hidden in the treasury. Turning to his pet, he gave him a task. This time he would have to look for treasures through the seals. He ordered him to lead him to the dragon scales and the two materials needed to transform into a dragon, while keeping the beast in a special ring to control its enthusiasm. With the help of his faithful treasure-seeking beast, Su Heng managed to find the hidden scales and 100 grams of spiritual essence. However, strangely enough, the floating secret stone was nowhere to be found. The pet expressed its bewilderment and zeal with characteristic sounds. Su Heng stated that it was not there. There was definitely no floating dark stone there when the beast pointed to one place. Coming out of the treasury, the Guardian pointed to the high-grade dragon scale and spirit essence. He, watching the hero, asked why he needed this stone. Su Heng jokingly replied that he was missing one brick at home. The keeper just grinned, having figured out the trick. This brick contained a secret levitation stone. The secret floating stone could only be found on the 3rd floor. Su Heng, not wanting to reveal all his cards, thought that he was simply very good at searching for treasures and could even find them in the ceiling. Now all the materials needed to perform the dragon transformation ceremonies have been collected. Su Heng turned to ancient records that describe the transformation method. However, what he saw left him completely perplexed. On the page, over and over again, only one thing was written. He expected complex rituals like those performed for the serpent dragon, but the reality was shockingly simple and crude. Putting aside his confusion about the strange recipe, Su Heng focused on the task at hand. He took his pet, the treasure hunter, and carried him to another part of the room. He announced to his pet that they would now begin the ceremony of turning him into a dragon. Castle Lord Zhou, he had only 9 disciples, and Su Heng was the youngest of them. His 8 older brothers and sisters held important positions in the castle. One could say they were its core and foundation. All of them were very strong masters, true experts in their field. The meeting that was originally planned between Bai Su Su and elder sister Q Na. They are going to meet to discuss the hunting guard with Lu Ling. This meeting was used by the 3rd brother as an opportunity to introduce Su Heng to the 2 older sisters. This is precisely where all that thoughtlessness stemmed from right from the start. There was a conversation going on in the senior disciples' quarters. The girl heard that the master had destined Su Su to create the 8th hunting guard. Su Su replied that almost everything was already there, but she was still selecting the last member. Intrigued, the protagonist thought about it, saying these words to himself, hunting guard. Then the elder asked her younger brother if he didn't know about them. Then they explained to him that the hunting guard was a special detachment of Blacklight Castle, existing not only in their settlement, but in others as well. Their task is to track down the young of all kinds of dangerous creatures in the vast wild lands, as well as to search for various materials and treasures. The hunter's guard consists of 4 warriors and 10 attendants, and there were 7 such guards within the Blacklight Assembly. They were extremely important, since the selection of masters in Blacklight was done using the beast eggs brought by the guards. During the conversation, the girl suggested that Su Su introduce her to a good newcomer, a girl named Reina, who became a master 2 years ago. She has a mature ironwood and a mature sleeping butterfly, both of which are mid-level dangerous and have combat power. In addition, she recently acquired a young, especially dangerous species of bloodlion. She concluded that this girl had great potential and could possibly become the last member of the team. Su Heng, hearing this description, recognized the familiar details in his mind. Weren't these his teammates from the Six Lands tournament? However, Su Su seemed to hesitate. She admitted that she still couldn't figure out who was worth taking, and it would be a burden to her to distract the newcomer. But then Lu Ling insistently suggested that Su Su allow him to intervene in his thoughts. He wanted to introduce her to a newcomer with great potential, an older brother. He definitely meets your needs. When approval was heard, the guy's smile blossomed before our eyes. He pointed to the main character sitting in front of him. Su Su said that she thought it was his younger brother, and then demanded an explanation, to tell her who his newcomer was. Su Heng didn't expect this turn of events and had no answer. The 7th sister asked her brother to stop. He had only been a master for a couple of months, and he didn't want to send someone else to a dangerous place. Su Su asked Lu Ling again, and he said that the newcomer was his older brother. The 3rd brother confirmed that he was the one recommending their super rookie, younger brother Su Heng. He put his cup of tea down, saying that he really wasn't putting on a show. He stated that Su Heng had only been a master for 3 months, and that he only had one pet. But it was a very dangerous one. The 3rd brother reminded him of the snake dragon that the younger brother had a month or so ago. By the time he had dealt with the northern section of the defense, he was already of average height. Lu Ling asked a reasonable question, so, isn't a person with a very dangerous appearance in the middle stage of growth a super rookie? The seventh sister, still in disbelief, turned directly to Su Heng, asking if his snake dragon would really grow up soon, and simply asked him to show it to her. Su Heng obeyed, saying, "Okay," and ordered the snake dragon to come out. The appearance of the pet caused shock, even for its owner. His size and aura were impressive. He didn't realize that he had grown too big. The third brother confirmed this, body and aura. He had no doubt about his talent. The dragon is in the late stage of growth. He became like this just recently. Now the seventh sister abruptly changed her point of view. She thought that now he needed practice. She told him to come to her. However, the third sister, Su, quickly intervened. She had all the hunting guards in full force. She was the only one missing. The seventh sister, admitting defeat, gave in, saying that I would not tease her anymore. He would be hers in the future. But Su Heng, a little taken aback by this quick turn of events, timidly remarked that he felt like he should decide for himself. It turned out that there were a lot of visitors today. Lu Ling noticed and clarified this. Tim, the son of Jolly's father, who also worked in the same pharmacy where the young man tried to sell his new invention, the pedigree incense, came to Su Heng. In preparation for the upcoming Six Lands tournament, Su Heng planned to sell off all his supplies in order to quickly raise his snake dragon to the next level. Su Heng could only send samples to the pharmacy for free, but the result was not very good, and things were at a standstill. But today, Tim came to Su Heng. They stated that they wanted to purchase a large quantity of incense, and wanted to buy more than 10 bottles. Such a sudden and large order after 10 days of fruitless sample trading seemed strange to Su Heng. However, the man hastened to assure him that he was mistaken, and that he would pay in cash. Moreover, he expressed a desire to buy as much as possible. As proof of his intentions, Tim produced several cards, claiming that each of them contained 1,000,000, prepared by his father to pay for the vials. Su Heng couldn't help but wonder why everything had turned out so well now. The man, having confirmed the availability of payment and goods, offered to clearly define the terms of the transaction. He also added that the next time Su Heng had something new, he shouldn't hesitate to contact him. Su Heng thanked him, agreed, and headed towards the exit. The deal was completed, but a small dispute broke out at the pharmacy owned by Tim's father. The father hit his son hard with his fist, asking him not to play the fool and to help him. Tim chided his father, asking why he had told Mr. Su that one of his bottles had been sold, when in fact he had simply been asked to put it on the counter. The young man believed that if they were unable to sell such a rare product, given their many opportunities, they would find themselves in a remote village in the commercial sense. To which the father, an experienced merchant, replied that his son was still too young to understand all the intricacies of business and creating demand. The father began to explain the strategy to his son, pointing out that not only novice masters but even veterans would use this incense to tame new pets. Once this becomes known, the demand for this product will exceed supply. The son tried to object that his father was not a master and could not know for sure whether this remedy would work, but his father abruptly cut him off. He reminded that Su Heng, the burgomaster's genius disciple, was a supreme master and was capable of creating such incense. The son, trying to soften the tone, said that he was simply expressing his opinion and suggested that they discuss the issue calmly, without violence. Meanwhile, a team had already assembled and was standing and waiting for instructions. They were told that the honor of all of Blacklight was at stake in the upcoming tournament, and for Su Heng personally, this was a great opportunity. If he can get a good rating, his career path will become even broader. The girl urged everyone to remember that they are a team. Everyone should help each other and not compete with each other. She asked again if everything she said was clear and if there were any objections. No one expressed any negative opinions. They responded that everyone understood everything and was ready for the trip. Then the girl ordered everyone to get into the cars, distributing the people among the armored vehicles. Wang Xun and Luo Chong were to ride in the third car, Reina and Lin Yusing in the second, and Su herself announced that she would ride with Su Heng in the first armored car. This distribution caused dissatisfaction in Wang Xun, and he reluctantly got into the car. He asked why they weren't sitting with Mrs. Su, and why Su Heng was getting all the best. However, his comrade calmed him down, noting that Su Heng was probably just shy, and advised him not to get angry. Compared to the expedition into the Grizzly Forest, the tournament of the Six Lands took place much further from Castle Blacklight. However, thanks to good roads, the actual travel time was much shorter and could be covered in about 2 days. And this time, in addition to Blacklight, the tournament also included Red Scorpion City, Lianying Castle, Luansha City, and Luyun City. A serious test and clash with strong rivals from other settlements lay ahead. Although Blacklight Castle was very strong, Su reminded that the other 5 places also had their own specialized techniques, and it was still unclear who would emerge victorious. On the way, the group made a stop. Everyone needed to rest. The third group had to stay awake for the first half of the night and check the fortifications around the camp, while the first and second groups had to prepare food for themselves and their pets. Since the general preparation took some time, it was necessary to prepare more. It was at this moment that something unexpected happened. Suddenly the ring on the guy's hand began to glow, which meant the appearance of a small creature. It was a treasure-seeking beast. Su Heng's pet, he called it, and it appeared. The owner took the little animal and put it in his arms. It looked at him questioningly. The guy saw a dragon scale on it, the same one they took from the treasury, given for the dragon lineage. The spectacle was impressive. The main character became thoughtful. He speculated that by swallowing the secret floating stone, the treasure-seeking beast may have gained the ability to fly. He then gave his pet a big hug, telling him he was damn lucky. The girl clapped her hands, taking command. She reminded everyone that the first thing they needed to do was feed their pets and keep them in good condition for the tournament. She then asked where Su Heng was, as she couldn't find him nearby. What caught her attention was the fact that Su Heng had summoned his beast and seemed to be talking to it. The boy spoke disparagingly of Su Heng and his pet, calling him an ordinary person with a scaly beast of mixed blood. This statement caused obvious displeasure in the youngest hunter. The little animal began waving its arms, screaming in its own language, which no one else understood. And who was this impudent fellow looking down on? The protagonist explained that scaly beasts are a collective term for dangerous creatures that are born with scales. As for the mixed-blood scaly beasts, they are the offspring of scaly beasts and other dangerous creatures. Su Heng added to himself that they just needed a reason to make a fuss. Then, addressing himself directly, the question was asked whether it was not true that an animal with mixed blood was the same as its owner. The question arose, but again, what kind of power can such a creature demonstrate? It is better to first feed the animals and forget about it. One by one, the team members began to show off their pets, demonstrating the power they had gathered for the tournament. The Sand Mountain Lion, Steel Beetle, Iron Demon Tree, and Sleeping Butterfly appeared. There was also a Blood Lion, a Ghost Flower Tiger, and an Energy Swift. Each creature spoke about the level and specialization of its master. And during the special briefing, Madame Lu said that this time, they all represented Blacklight Castle. The girl emphasized that they are a team, a single whole, and gossiping in this way is not good. However, not everyone agreed with this. One expressed the opinion that in a team, you should only listen to the one who is stronger. And if someone turns out to be weak, then he will drag the team down, and they will all have to rely on Brother Wang. He openly expressed doubts about Su Heng's abilities, but then the protagonist summoned his snake dragon. Another beast from his team began to look at this beast with great animosity. He crept up behind him quietly, growling under his breath. But the dragon immediately noticed the threat, so he knocked the beast over, and it flew into the air. The tension that had been building since the discussion suddenly burst out. His master. What was he doing? It turned out that his snake dragon seemed to act on its own. The hero did not understand who it was talking to. The boy took this as a challenge and summoned his blood wolf, preparing for a fight. Su Heng quickly stated that this was a misunderstanding, and that he hadn't even given the snake dragon an order. With subtle irony, he suggested that perhaps his pet was simply not in a very good mood, or perhaps someone had said something bad about him. Su Heng then addressed his dragon directly, pretending to scold him for his behavior, saying that he was ashamed of him. Wang Xun turned to the protagonist, clearly dissatisfied with this behavior. The offender yelled at Su Heng, reminding him that they were a team and had to stick together. In response, Su Heng finally gave vent to his indignation. He sharply pointed out that it was apparently normal for them to slander people and their pets with mixed blood. He repeated their own words about the team listening to the strongest, and the weak drag the team down, and issued a challenge. Isn't that right? Wang Xun, clearly irritated, pulled the guy up, making it clear that he was overdoing it. Su Heng replied, his supporters would have to rely on him, right? Trying to confirm their authority. The hero, without retreating, directly offered to arrange a training duel. Wang Xun tried to get out of it by saying that he was talking about his scaly beast, not the serpent dragon, and that Su Heng had misunderstood. But Su Heng, not letting him escape, asked briefly if he was afraid. Then Wang Xun tried to refer to them as a team. Su Heng retorted that if he didn't want to go alone, he could go with Luo Chong, and even suggested that they choose 4 opponents for their snake dragon. The girl noted to herself that Su Heng was a good person in the training camp, and she didn't know he had such a strong side, adding that it was interesting. The situation on the field became tense, with the main character's entire team standing in front of him. Su Heng agreed, stating that he would not bully them, and suggested that they begin. However, it seemed that Wang Xun's patience had run out and he abruptly retorted, accusing Su Heng of considering himself the elder. The stage was set for a fight that would once and for all determine everyone's place in this impromptu team. Su Heng, observing the opponent's tactics, found them simple and effective, but naive in the face of absolute power. The wolf let out a menacing roar, heading straight for the snake dragon. A rapid fight ensued. The dragon was only thinking about how not to kill by accident. He demonstrated his abilities by knocking back his opponent with just a flick of his tail. The team members standing opposite him clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and stood in a stupor. The greasy chewing came into play, but not so briskly. The mountain lion also came up and was determined. But the pet also used dragon power on him, a slash and a furious attack, combined with incredible speed. His movements were so fast and powerful that his opponents did not have time to react. It seemed that no one else wanted to engage in battle with this beast. The stunned spectators, including himself, could only wonder when he became so strong. The display of power was so convincing that arguments about mixed blood and mediocrity instantly lost all meaning. Immediately after that, as if summing up or moving on to the next topic, a team member approached Su Heng and asked if he wanted a great thing. Su Heng asked if it was salty, but he insisted that it wasn't salty and that he had simply been careless last time, and suggested that Su Heng try it first. Meanwhile, the other team members, impressed by what they saw, discussed Su Heng's talent, wondering why they hadn't realized it earlier. Everyone thought about the concept of complete superiority that was common in the wild, noting that for someone like Luo Chong, it was completely rare. Su Heng thought that at least they were on the same team, so he would turn a blind eye to it in an attempt to save face after losing. Finally, the group arrived and went to the tournament venue. The place where the Tournament of the Six Lands took place was called the Valley of the Red Maples, because of the red maples that grew there. The main building of the tournament, built from a special stone, was durable and self-healing, erected through the joint efforts of the 6 main centers. Despite its high cost, it required no maintenance and was uninhabited except during tournaments. The panel of judges for the dueling tournament of the 6 lands included leading masters from all 6 settlements. Therefore, each judge was of a professional level or higher, serving on the one hand the game, and on the other, representing the voice of his gathering place. The tournament was not just a competition, but also an important diplomatic and prestigious event. And upon arriving at the venue, Blacklight's team noticed another group. They were told that these were people from the Red Scorpion Castle. Su Heng was told that they were on good terms with them. A friendly, unexpected meeting took place. Someone approached Lu Yun. Jie Fei greeted her, expressing surprise that she was the one leading the team this year. She replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that she didn't know that the guys from the Red Scorpion Castle would arrive first. Jie Fei, in turn, joked that of course they had to arrive first to drink their honey beer, adding, "Then suddenly something very quickly rushed past them, not letting them finish." Jie Fei turned around to realize what had happened. Attention shifted to someone else on the Red Scorpions team. The leader of this team hurried to her own people, as they had disturbed her peace. Coming closer to the car, she raised her leg high and hit the door with it. Getting out of the car, the guy asked what had happened. A minor conflict arose involving Wang Yi, a participant from Linyun City, and Ting Qi, a leader from the same city. Ting Qi asked why Jie Fei was kicking such a thing. She was indignant at the guys, asking who asked him to honk the horn. He was too noisy. Ting Qi wanted to justify himself by saying that he was just honking to say hello to everyone and offering to have a drink later if he was the one being blamed. However, this excuse was not accepted, and he was told that he would not receive a sip of Blacklight's mead. At this moment, Lin Yun turned his attention to the guy standing next to Team Blacklight's leader. He wondered, not understanding whether the protagonist was also with Lin Yu. Despite the difficulties of the night and the constant arrival of new columns, all teams eventually reached the site. The following day, after the traditional rules had been clarified and the judges had been sworn in, the Six Lands Duel Tournament was officially opened. The tournament uses a points system, with 30 participants playing against each other 5 times by lot, with 1 point added for each win. At the registration desk for the duel fights, participants were reminded that, according to the tournament rules, each person can register only 2 animals. So there's no point in trying to cheat. Su Heng was already sitting at the registration desk. Su Heng, thinking about his strategy, decided that the snake dragon was good, but the treasure hunter was also good. However, he came to the conclusion that it was better not to show the second pet right away, so as not to reveal all his cards and not be immediately studied by opponents. A participant from another city scornfully stated that he could not believe that such trash still existed in a place as large as Blacklight. Meanwhile, at the Red Maple Valley Duel Arena, the rules for the first qualifying round were announced. In an individual competition, each player can change their animal no more than once. If the animal loses the will to fight or is no longer able to fight, it loses. The judge has given the command to begin the fight. And the first 2 sides to speak were Blacklight Castle's Su Heng and Yun Hua from Luyun Castle. Su Heng's opponent demanded to see his beasts, calling him cannon fodder for Blacklight Castle, and released his pet, the Cloud Leopard. Su Heng, remaining calm, replied that which of them was cannon fodder was still a question, noting that the Cloud Leopard was only a mid-level species. The opponent, trying to appear magnanimous, said that even if Su Heng only had a beast with bloody scales, he would not mock him, and offered to maintain friendly relations. One of the spectators, already tired of such speeches, declared that there was nothing special about the dangerous mid-level sport and demanded to fight. The first battle of the tournament began and started quickly. The main character summoned his dragon. Su Heng's opponent, Manhwa, upon seeing the snake dragon, initially doubted that it even had the will to fight. It was no wonder he thought so, because he curled up into a ball and simply lay down as if he were going to sleep. Manhwa, his lower-class beast, ordered his cloud leopard to attack. But despite all the words, the battle turned out to be short and crushing. The snake dragon demonstrated overwhelming superiority by using techniques. Their opponents considered them unworthy, but they were effective. The judge soon declared Blacklight's Su Heng the winner, and ordered Manhwa to summon his second pet for the second round. Humiliated and angry, Manhwa tried to tell the judge that he would annul the result, accusing Su Heng of cheating. But the judge immediately put him in his place, asking if he didn't even know what kind of monster a snake dragon was. However, Manhwa calmly stated, "So what, he hasn't given up yet." This meant that his mixed blood beast had not even entered the battle yet, and that victory had been won by only one of his pets. But his other beast was also quickly knocked out, landing next to the first. People in the stands began to loudly protest, claiming that this was unfair and blaming Blacklight Castle for sending a participant with a very dangerous appearance to the tournament. However, their protests were quickly cut short when a boy from Blacklight's team sharply responded that his brother Su's snake dragon had not yet reached maturity. Although this is not far away, and this is not considered exceeding the limit set by the tournament, according to the rules, you can take any pets. They looked at him askance, but he claimed that Su Heng was simply superb for being able to raise such a monster on his own, and that one day all the animals would be standing in line. He rhetorically asked what genius and strength were, and urged everyone to look at his brother Su. Wang Xun, watching this, swore that this guy must have allowed himself to be beaten half to death by Su Heng to defend him so fiercely. After all, he had never been like this before, and even Su Heng himself seemed to not know why the guy was talking like that. The first round of the Six Lands Duel tournament was essentially a clash of cannon fodder from all walks of life. There were real masters, like Su Heng, who were able to defeat an opponent with one move, and there were also those who pretended to be pigs and watched what was happening. Besides Su Heng's complete victory over his opponent, there were still people from Blacklight who fought, and Wang Xun distinguished himself this time. Both sides fought in the arena for more than 20 minutes, and by the end of the first battles, Reina, Wang Xun, Luo Chong, Lin Yuxin, and Lei Na all had one win and one loss. It wasn't until the fourth match that Su Heng faced a serious opponent, participant Wang Yi, who was among the top 8 favorites with 2 mature specimens of developed dangerous species. Both Su Heng and Wang Yi had 3 wins each, and based on experience from previous years, a winning streak is usually enough to secure a place in the last 8. That's why this match was so important for both of them. During the intense fight, the black tiger with a steel claw, Wang Yi's pet, was the first to pounce. The snake dragon stood and waited for the right moment. At the critical moment, he used his innate skill, steel energy, to strengthen his defense and stop the bleeding at the same time. He tried to use the damage-for-damage exchange technique to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the snake dragon. However, Su Heng was not going to agree to this. He ordered his snake dragon to use the energy earth cannon. This was a new attack that the pet had mastered after entering the late growth stage. It featured high-speed movement and shooting, all due to the use of the increased restorative power of the earth system and thinking bullets. Although she couldn't kill, it was quite difficult to deal with her. This attack allowed the dragon to avoid close combat and continue to suppress the enemy at a distance. The battle reached a critical point, and a thick haze filled the battlefield. When everything cleared, it was clear that the enemy beast was standing behind a fence of ice crystals. But fortunately, the judge arrived in time to prevent possible serious consequences. All the people looked at the arena with fear, and agreed that this was a damn dangerous moment. Finally, the first victory of this round was announced, the victory of Su Heng of Blacklight Castle. The opponent considered that after this fight, the snake dragon must have expended a lot of energy. The second beast he registered, a beast with mixed blood. He reasoned that he would hardly be able to train a very dangerous species at a late stage of growth, and take care of another pet in such a short time. Wang Yi, believing in this logic, decided not to waste time and immediately released his second pet for the decisive round. A 2-tailed steel beast of dangerous appearance appeared in the arena in front of all the spectators. Su Heng, in turn, ordered his snake dragon to first use an evil thought bomb to slowly restore its strength. It seemed that he planned to continue the fight with the already tired dragon, which gave Wang Yi hope of victory. Wang Yi, confident in himself, declared that the 2-tailed steel beast was his true strength, and that he would not lose. His pet demonstrated powerful technique, the strength of steel, and a double saw. She was a 4th-level enlightenment, her sinister gaze scanning the area. The spectators gasped, realizing that this was no longer a fight between beginners, but a serious clash using high-level skills. However, Su Heng had his supporters who believed that their boss must have one more trick up his sleeve, and that he must win. The boy clenched his fist, hoping that his words would be true. The opponent gave the order to attack to his second beast, the two-tailed steel beast. And he immediately rushed at the snake dragon, who did not expect that he would get his bearings so quickly. The steel beast was easily able to knock the dragon to the ground, pinning its head to the ground with its clawed paw. Su Heng noted with annoyance that practically nothing worked against his defense, and only the evil beam was able to penetrate it. Seeing that the situation was becoming dangerous, Wang Yi shouted at Su Heng to surrender. He was told that he shouldn't do this, that he was good enough to be in the top 3, and that if they continued to fight like this, things would only get worse. However, Su Heng didn't listen to him, sarcastically agreed with him, and said that he could only admit his defeat. Wang Yi was unwavering in his confidence, and replied that the boy would soon meet his end. His two-tailed steel beast roared, and demonstrated its true power. The steel beast technique, a combat saw that had reached the 4th level of enlightenment, cut through the air with such a ferocious roar that it took the audience's breath away. Suddenly, a barrier appeared between the rivals, protecting the beast. The enemy stated that his forces would not be able to break through such a defense. At this dangerous moment, an alarming voice came from the outside, urging him to admit defeat. And then, as if responding to a silent challenge, a new thought was born. And what if there were more of them? The terrain around was completely and irrevocably changed by a powerful and unexpected surge of force. From the powerful beast, the serpentine dragon, magical rays appeared, which were accompanied by its voice. The spectators shouted that it was incredible. They no longer believed that the dragon could resist in any way. Now the dragon looked at his opponent with a fierce gaze. He had a plan on how to defeat him. But the steel beast stood there, looking him straight in the eyes. And it was clear that he wasn't particularly shocked by this. Time was against him, and Wang Yi was clearly aware of this. His opponent could draw strength from the earth itself at any moment. Delay threatened to negate all advantage. It was necessary to win quickly and decisively. With this thought in mind, he gave the steel beast a sharp command to attack with its spikes. Immediately, the beast's metal body released dozens of sharp steel appendages, trying to pierce the enemy through and through. And at that moment, a great opportunity presented itself. Seizing the moment, Wang Yi ordered the use of the double-tailed steel break technique. His pet, using its powerful tails, delivered a devastating double blow, trying to break through the snake dragon's defense. The tails reached out to the snake dragon to grab it. Then came the command to throw it, and the steel beast, clinging to the enemy with all its metallic mass, threw him with force to the ground. He tried to put an end to the grueling confrontation with one powerful throw. However, the crushing throw was suddenly interrupted. The serpent dragon released its previously hidden reserve of power, and a new 4th-level enlightenment, a technique called the Mighty Dragon's Warhammer, flared up. There was already a desperate cry from Wang Yi, who realized the rapid change, but it was too late. A stunning counterattack, like a blow from a warhammer, fell upon the steel beast. The second victory of this round went to Su Heng, his name ringing out loudly across the arena, marking his entry into the next stage of the tournament. With this victory, the list of 5 participants who have achieved 5 consecutive victories was finally completed. Blacklight Castle, Lianying Castle, Liuyun City, Red Scorpion City, and Chaos Sand City. Each of these cultivation centers sent out their strongest representative. All of them were participants from different gathering places, but unfortunately, Wang Yi from Liuyun was not included in this elite list. Now there were 6 people left among those who had 4 wins and 1 loss. Unfortunately, the remaining participants from Blacklight were not included in the direct entry list, and became mere spectators until the end of the tournament. The finalists met one after another, the winner advancing and the loser eliminated from the competition forever, raising the stakes and heating up the atmosphere to the limit. Luck smiled on Su Heng again when the draw selected him as the first to compete in the quarterfinals. And he was indeed lucky. His opponent turned out to be the weakest of the 8 finalists, Li Fei, a master from Lianying Castle. Just before the battle, Li Fei, having soberly assessed his chances, declared with dignity that he was surrendering, sparing both of them from an exhausting and useless fight for him. Su Heng politely accepted his surrender, wished Master Li Fei a speedy recovery, and expressed his hope for their next meeting. However, this peaceful ending caused a storm among the spectators, who wondered what the hell was going on. For many, it was obvious that the difference in class between the candidates was too great. Su Heng was encouraged, saying it was cool and incredible to do it in 20 seconds. But in the crowd, of course, there were also those who clenched their teeth in frustration and indignation, breaking into whispered curses. People looked at him from the stands, still perplexed by how it all happened. Meanwhile, the tournament continued, and the host announced that today's second battle would be between Luo Fan from Liuyun City and Chen Ding Xuan from Chaos Sand City. The audience was preparing for a new spectacular confrontation. The battle between Luo Fan and Chen Ding promised to be fierce. 2 particularly dangerous species, the red polar wolf, entered the arena. And another beast is Lo Fan, the falcon of the windstream. Also appearing were her enemy's beasts, the ferocious golden mantis. The second was a particularly dangerous-looking fire-scaled beast, Their confrontation was fierce. The falcon's beautiful feathers were split. Only thanks to the powerful wind energy was Luo Fan able to win in the first round. However, in the second battle, the Windstream Falcon did not have time to use up the power of its opponent's next pet, the fire-scaly beast, and was quickly defeated. Then Lo Fan sent her strongest pet, the red polar wolf, into the arena, and the competition turned out to be a truly crushing victory in favor of the wolf. This defeat meant Chen Dingxuan's unsuccessful exit from the tournament, and his team's official elimination from the fight for a place in the Blood Forest ruins. The third battle of the day pitted Ji Mei from Red Scorpion City against Quan Zheng from Lianying. Even more formidable creatures clashed in the arena, the especially dangerous King Scorpion, along with the less dangerous Blood Scorpion. They were up against a fire monkey, a particularly dangerous species. Alongside him was his supporter, a particularly dangerous type of explosive beast. During the fight, the Blood Scorpion snapped its stinger, intending to conduct a deadly venom training session. But the monkey delivered a crushing counterattack that turned the tide of the fight. In the second battle, Quan Zheng used the explosive beast and tried to strike, but he was confronted by a huge scorpion. Ji Mei successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Quan Zheng himself was furious at what he considered to be the unfairness of the tournament grid. First, he had to fight Su Heng, a pervert with a particularly dangerous appearance. And now, having made it to the quarterfinals, he immediately met Huo Hong. He said that the people from Liu Yun City were not used to admitting defeat so easily. But what else could one do but give up when faced with such a situation? Here, Huo Hong himself intervened in the situation. Seeing Su Heng, he approached him with a proposal not to draw lots, but simply to fight. He looked at Su Heng with disdain, asking him if he dared to do such a thing. The main character thought, what the hell, why was he staring at him? He wanted to draw lots. Su Heng's teammate asked why they were calling that guy from Lian Yin trash. The argument threatened to escalate into a brawl. The hero tried to reason with his hot-tempered brother, and he tried to explain himself. But there was no need for an explanation anymore. Su Heng hit the guy for such words, and for his actions. But there was nowhere to go. The main character entered the arena. His opponent addressed him, calling him by name. He said that only now did he realize what a worthless person he was when he defeated and humiliated Master Wang Yi. Su Heng replied in a frightened tone that he wanted to explain himself, saying that there was a misunderstanding. But his opponent was already adamant. He coldly interrupted him, saying that there was no need to explain anything. He understood everything. This point of view was immediately picked up by Su Heng's brother, who shouted that there was no need to explain anything. Su Heng would simply win. Huo Hong did not release his main pet, the eagle beast, but instead, the evolutionary form of the fire monkey entered the arena. The move was calculated and cunning, removing his main power and replacing it with a monkey, clearly trying to drain the snake dragon's stamina. For Su Heng, whose pet relied on its connection to the earth to recover, this tactic was especially dangerous. Everyone understood that this battle, permeated with personal animosity and strategic calculations, would be incredibly difficult. The battle began with cold calculation, Huo Hong giving commands with icy calm, satisfied with the chosen tactics. He simply used the fire monkey's agility and speed to wear down the heavier snake dragon. He had another pet in reserve, and he looked ahead with confidence, wondering how his opponent would win today. Huo Hong read his opponent's intentions. He watched the fight in Su Heng's beast. He understood that he wanted to use the 4th level ability, Dragon Hammer, and was trying to sneak up for the finishing blow. The snake dragon tried to act cautiously, as he understood that the enemy was not stupid. The protagonist's opponent was still considering his next decisions. Huo Hong wasn't going to just wait. An idea came to his mind that he could use it now. At the critical moment, Huo Hong commanded the monkey to use the armor. The pet understood the words of its master and rushed at its opponent, using its armor and the fury of flame. However, Su Heng's next attack was swift and unexpected. The serpent dragon, using its power and cunning, managed to carry out a counterattack, the force of which was expressed in the deafening sound of the blow. Huo Hong stated with cold confidence that he had known that his opponent was going to use the hammer to win. The fire monkey's response was a furious and desperate technique, a mad monkey headbutt. The creature, driven by instinct and the will of its master, rushed forward, trying to break the tide of battle with brute force, turning a strategic duel into a head-on collision. The fire monkey rushed forward again, delivering his furious head strike, turning his own head into his strongest weapon. The opponent scornfully rejected the comparison with Wang Yi, making it clear that he was not so easy to wear down. He shouted that Su Heng wouldn't be able to use the dragon hammer while being trapped in such close combat. But a glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Heng's eyes, and he asked a reasonable question. Who said that his attack would be the dragon's warhammer? Then the truth was revealed. This was not the technique everyone expected. Realizing the danger at the last moment, Huo Hong desperately commanded his monkey to run. Instead of a powerful, sweeping blow from the dragon, a concentrated, piercing beam of dark energy burst from the creature's mouth. A rolled evil beam, like a spear, pierced the space between them, and the outcome of the close skirmish, the monkey was cut through by this beam. The opponent remained standing, watching this interesting picture. The first round was won by Blacklight Castle, with Su Heng winning it. But this was only the first fight. Huo Hong, gritting his teeth, swore that this time he would not miss anything. He was well aware of the disadvantage the serpent dragon was in, but his next pet, the Lionhawk, had an overwhelming advantage in aerial combat. The protagonist knew that the snake dragon had never participated in such a thing before, and he needed to think about how to break the enemy in this situation. However, the first round had hardly drained the snake dragon's strength, and Su Heng's will to fight seemed insane and inexhaustible. The upcoming airborne confrontation promised to be extremely difficult. Su Heng considered his options, wondering what he could try with his pet. Su Heng, on behalf of the entire team, declared that they were giving in, as the team leader had advised him to do. This sudden announcement puzzled the team members present for a while, but soon the logic of their senior comrade dawned on them. Lu stood up from her seat to make it known that she had the authority to do so. This entire six-place tournament was merely a competition for 3 tickets to the Blood Forest Ruins, with first, second, and third places receiving exactly the same rewards. From Lu Yu's point of view, the reputation gained in such a fight was not so important. Ultimately, thanks to this tactic, Su Heng qualified to enter the ruins by taking second place in the finals, with Huo Hong and Ji Meiyu taking first and third place respectively. Thus, a tournament filled with fierce battles, personal challenges, and strategic calculations came to an unexpectedly calm and reasonable conclusion. After the tournament ended, Su Heng was summoned to Lady Lu's office, and he respectfully entered, awaiting instructions. Madame Lu invited him to sit down and started a conversation, assuming that Fort Master had already told him about the origin of the Blood Forest ruins. What she was about to say now was extremely important to remember if he truly wanted to benefit from entering this place. Su Heng confirmed that he understood and prepared to listen carefully. Ms. Lu explained that she should have said this before the tournament started, but Blacklight hadn't had much hope of winning this year. The teacher's words came to mind, and the main character jokingly asked himself if even he didn't believe in him. Su Heng became the second Blacklight Master to secure a spot in the last 3 Six Lands tournaments. Last time, their castle reached the quarterfinals, and before that, its 8th sister, Bai Su Su, also took a place. Then when asked if he knew what the most valuable thing in the Blood Forest ruins was, Su Heng honestly admitted how he would know if she didn't tell him. Then Mrs. Lu revealed a secret. The ruins were home to many young animals that were extremely rare in the outside world. In addition, you can find valuable resources there, especially rare materials from the Blood and Dragon systems. Even if you don't use them yourself, you can exchange them with other masters. Hearing this, Su Heng was overjoyed inside. This was great news for him, especially considering that he had a treasure-seeking beast. She then went on to warn that the area explored over the years of tournaments was less than 1/10 of the total area. Ms. Lu emphasized the importance of ensuring security. Over the years, there have been many people who have completely disappeared into the mysteries of the relics and never returned to the surface. At the end of the conversation, Mrs. Lu handed him a certain object, telling him to take it with him before leaving. Su Heng asked in surprise what it was, preparing to receive the key for the upcoming dangerous journey to the Blood Forest ruins. Madame Lu explained that this was an artifact into which the castle master had sealed a trace of the power of his first pet. It was originally intended for the final showdown of the Six Lands, which amazed the boy. In fact, the castle master had left her this secret weapon, and now that Su Heng had managed to break into the ruins, he had better take it with him for extra safety. Soon, the moment came to enter the ruins of the Bloody Forest. The process began. The whole team stood and waited for Lu Yu's command. The girl stood in front of the magic stand, and making sure that everyone was ready, ordered them to begin. She was the first to touch the stand. It began to glow, and the magic circle began to spread. Su Heng felt the colossal mental energy emanating from the great master. She controlled the process, which made him appreciate once again the level of power behind this tournament. There was a feeling of solemnity and ancient mystery in the air, as if the time had come again when the hidden was about to open its gates. A terrifying head of a creature appeared from the magical glow. One of the powerful patrons, addressing my lord, confirmed that the time had come for the opening of the annual portal. After a short ritual, the gates were opened and everyone was in anticipation. Through the resulting energy tunnel, it was possible to overcome the barrier and reach a secret place. Su Heng and the other chosen ones had 1 month to conduct their research. After this period of time, the Lord of the Blood Forest ruins automatically returned everyone back. The boys had already headed towards the entrance, although they did so very cautiously. Just before the entrance, a powerful being, the guardian of the place, addressed them. It reported that it had marked them with its scent, and the creatures inside would not attack them first, ensuring relative safety at the initial stage. However, It sternly warned that if they were brave or stupid enough to invade the counter zone or go against the established boundaries, even its scent would not help. There live creatures whose strength is not lower than his level, and there they will remain completely defenseless. With this final stern warning, the way into the mysterious and dangerous ruins of the Blood Forest was open. As soon as they entered the ruins, the atmosphere changed to something more wild and primeval. It was clear that one should not behave too noisily, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. But almost immediately their appearance did not go unnoticed. A mighty, bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the dense thickets. His appearance caused alarm. He came for them. But what was he going to do? The creature, however, did not show immediate aggression, but instead performed a peculiar and unique ceremony over them. The boys understood that this was connected with the mark that the keeper had spoken about. After that, it announced that everything was done, the scent had been successfully applied, and now they could begin their research. The Tyrannosaurus also reminded that in a month it would take them back along with their findings. Having found herself free to explore, Ji Meiyu made a practical proposal, the sight of which made Huo Hong's eyes widen in admiration. She said, wiping herself from the creature's drool, that each of the gathering places should have its own signs. And why don't they split up? This idea was supported by the others. Huo Huang, still not taking his eyes off the girl, replied that it was a good idea. For Su Heng, this proposal was just what he needed. Since yesterday evening, after meeting Lu Yu, he had been thinking about how to hide his second beast. As soon as he was alone, he immediately released his special pet. Turning to him, he asked if he was sure that the plant they needed grew in this particular place. The pet responded with a dissatisfied grumble, to which Su Heng hastened to assure him that, of course, he believed him, and asked him to lead the way further. Referring to the information he had received from Lu Yu, Su Heng recalled the note that these plants liked shade but needed dry conditions. Armed with this knowledge and guided by his unique pet, he delved into the mysterious ruins of the Blood Forest, beginning his own personal treasure hunt. Su Heng looked around in confusion. The description from the old records spoke of dry conditions, but this place did not match that description at all. Meanwhile, his flying pet, the treasure hunter, who, ever since he learned to fly, clearly preferred soaring on his own to that. It was not easy to hold him, considering his weight was over 50 kilograms. The main character thought about this and did not understand how he could grow up so quickly. Suddenly the pet made an excited sound and pointed in the direction. Su Heng followed him and gasped in surprise. A completely different terrain opened up before them, dry, rocky, in sharp contrast to the surrounding damp thicket. Led by his guide, Su Heng soon found what he was looking for. The treasure hunter did not let his master down again, despite all the mistrust and doubts from those around him. The kid got closer to his target and then pointed his finger at hers. The main character cried out in surprise. Had he really already found it? According to old blacklight documents, this plant was called shedding grass. However, in the ancient Dragon Codex it had a much more grandiose name, scaly transformation grass. It was a miracle born from a dragon's scale that fell into a specific environment and absorbed its energy for centuries. It changed color every 10 years and added a leaf every 7 years, and in front of Su Heng was a specimen of the highest quality. However, his triumph was short-lived, as the treasure hunter let out an alarming warning sound. Before he could fully comprehend what he wanted to say, the little boy threw himself at the hero's face out of fear. Su Heng asked him again what he wanted to say. What happened? The boy sensed danger and instantly ordered his snake dragon to hide. He instantly fulfilled the owner's wish, and now the figures of 3 boys were visible from behind the rocks. From the thick thickets of grass where the precious scaly grass grew, an attack burst forth with a roar. The old recording warned that in places where this grass grows thickly, many dragon-kind creatures hide and hunt. They not only live there, but also guard the plant's maturation, so that they can eventually devour it themselves and strengthen their dragon blood. These creatures had no intention of sharing the treasure even with the alien. The protagonist realized that in front of them was a particularly dangerous species, the Uræus toad, an aquatic, lightning-fast and poisonous creature that had already reached its mature stage. The overwhelming desire to obtain such a plant was obvious to everyone, including the powerful local inhabitants hiding in ambush. It made a loud croaking sound in defiance. It was clear that the toad had noticed the plant and wanted to get it. Almost immediately, another monster, a giant dark deep pond crocodile, also a particularly dangerous species, crawled out of a nearby body of water. The 2 giants, both claiming the scaly grass, immediately engaged in a fierce battle right in front of Su Heng. It was a real battle between especially dangerous species, demonstrating the strength and power of the wild nature of the ruins. At first, the toad seemed to be at a disadvantage due to its limited mobility on land. Su Heng even thought that she wouldn't be able to come out of this situation victorious. The giant dark crocodile looked at her incomprehensibly, as if she dared to fight him. However, the toad was preparing a surprise. She would not have taken such a step without having an ace up her sleeve. The protagonist looked at this, but he still had the feeling that the toad would lose, because it did not show its power. Watching this, it felt like the Uraeus toad would not be able to get out of this situation. But suddenly, a terrifying electrical voltage began to emanate from her, filling the air with the crackle of energy. Su-heng realized with astonishment that she was about to use her lightning attack. The resulting discharge was of devastating force. The toad seemed about to explode from the tension. A powerful electric shock struck the crocodile, causing its body to shudder and loosen its grip. The battle was brutal and impressive. The main character even had to cover himself, hoping that the electrical energy would not touch him. In the end, the toad emerged victorious, having proven its superiority. Su-heng watched the denouement with awe, realizing how many dangers the bloody forest hid within. He realized that he wouldn't be able to simply get the grass while this powerful toad was guarding it. While the crocodile lay on the ground, the toad realized that there was no danger of her enjoying her find. She didn't pick it right away, but slowly approached the plant, drooling. But suddenly the crocodile woke up and decided to play a trick by pretending to be dead. Here it is, a true battle between especially dangerous species, the outcome of which could change at any moment. The crocodile crawled out of the water and quickly ran towards the toad. In a moment he was able to comprehend her, and he clicked his teeth on her. The protagonist, seeing their fight, was thinking about how to get close to the plant and remain unnoticed. At this time, the toad was running away in panic from the enraged crocodile. As a result, both powerful creatures disappeared from sight and ran on. For Su-heng, this was an incredible stroke of luck, as he had just been dreaming of getting the plant. Now, while no one is there, he must take it. Without wasting a second, he rushed towards the precious scaly grass and plucked it. He addressed his pets, saying that they were indeed very lucky. Then, still talking about luck, he ran away as fast as he could. Meanwhile, the crocodile managed to catch up with the toad and was already feasting on it. He gnawed at every part of her body, still enjoying his quick victory over this creature. A kind of smoke began to sweep through the forest, and it was clearly visible to the eye. It also had a characteristic aroma, which the crocodile immediately smelled, and this distracted him from his meal. Su-heng was already racing at full speed on his dragon with his little pet, unaware that the troubles were not over yet. The treasure hunter noticed that this magical haze was emanating from the very same plant he had picked. Then he noticed a powerful explosion and began to wail, sensing imminent danger. They raced for several dozen kilometers, and the pursuit did not stop. The treasure hunter expressed bewilderment and alarm as to why anyone would pursue them so far. And then it dawned on Su-heng that he had underestimated the attractive scent of this plant to dragon creatures. The aroma of the scaly transformation grass, like a magnet, attracted all the inhabitants of the forest with a drop of dragon blood. It was necessary to get rid of this smell urgently. The solution came instantly. Without further ado, the dragon creature swallowed the precious herb. The plant's effects began to manifest almost instantly, with an accelerating effect that surprised Su-heng himself. And then it dawned on him, he had forgotten one important detail. His treasure hunter, after a certain metamorphosis, was also a creature with a dragon ancestry. The hero thought that he watched with envy and resentment as his relative received all the benefits from the precious herb. The pet was indeed clearly displeased, and Su-heng hastened to calm him down. He warmly thanked the hunter for his excellent work on this treasure hunt, calling him the strongest beast of his kind. He promised that if they found anything else valuable, it would go to him first. To seal his promise, he offered to make a deal, vowing not to go back on his word. This seemed to calm the envious pet a little, and they linked their fingers in agreement. Meanwhile, the process of transformation of the snake dragon was gaining momentum. Powerful energy waves emanated from it, accompanied by a roar and glow. Su-heng realized with alarm that the process that had begun would attract the attention of other beings. The dragon rushed forward at a very high speed, unable to control it. The only thing left for the protagonist to do was to hold on tightly to his beast. It continued to emit a glow and aroma, which could attract unwanted attention. The snake dragon's scales suddenly began to fly off, along with his own blood. Then the guy decided to somehow help his pet and tried to use his energy. The dragon clearly felt better. He noticeably gained strength, trying to control himself. He flew high into the sky because it was already dangerous to move on the ground. But the flight was not a success. After a second of flight, it crashed to the ground along with its passengers. Su-heng didn't know how long it would take for his pet to complete the transformation and come to his senses. He understood that the plant's energy had begun to act, and now it was unknown what other animals would come to this scent. They had to do something to protect themselves, but nothing came to mind. And the little animal was also without ideas. But suddenly the hero had an idea. He shouldn't move the dragon into the storage ring, as this could interrupt the process. I'll have to stay here and guard him all night, keeping watch in this dangerous place. As Su-heng watched the painful yet majestic process, he pondered the nature of evolution. The more dangerous the species, the stronger it became after such transformations. However, each evolution of the animal was accompanied by increasing danger and pain. And one day, development could stop before the insurmountable limitations of its own lineage. Those pets that could not keep up with the owner's progress were doomed to oblivion or replacement. This moment made him think about the future of his own companions while he remained awake, guarding the sleeping giant in the heart of the forest. Even such a strong master as Joe, he faced such a choice. Also, his weakest pet, the scarlet wolf, was strong by normal standards. This decision was usually made based on emotions or through a voluntary severing of the mental connection, which caused great mental and spiritual trauma. Therefore, most of the masters did not abandon their lagging companions to their fate. Instead, they were placed in specific locations where they lived out their lives in artificial conditions. Looking at his transforming snake dragon, Su Heng mentally vowed that he would do his best to help it evolve. He didn't want to part with him and promised to do everything possible. It was their deal, a one-time unbreakable deal between owner and pet. To pass the time and distract the treasure hunter who was still sulking, Su Heng suggested that he play a simple game. It was rock, paper, scissors, and the pet enthusiastically, though not without cheating, joined in the game. The baby naturally chose a stone, clenched his fist, and hit his owner hard in the face. The protagonist threatened the hunter for daring to use such force, and offered to play again. But then another paw joined them, and the snake dragon came to life. The transformation was complete, the snake dragon awakened, and its new appearance amazed Su Heng. The owner began to hug his dragon with joy. The hunter did not distinguish himself either. He was also glad to see the beast healthy. Suddenly the dragon's eyes changed color, and its gaze became ominous. The snake dragon itself became an order of magnitude taller, and to show itself, it stood up to its full height. His scales were shining immediately after the transformation. He was completely transformed. A length of 6 meters was a clear sign of reaching maturity. Thanks to the power of the scaly grass, the snake dragon was now very close to its most perfect form, and had even mastered a new skill. It was called Dragon Sleep, and this skill helped other beasts and even its owner Su Heng quickly recover from injuries and strength while sleeping. Seeing that Su Heng had not slept all night, the dragon wanted him to rest, but both of them were so mentally exhausted that sleep did not come. Moreover, after the transformation, the information in the dragon code was radically updated. Previously, the limitation of the serpent dragon's bloodline was an issue that Su Heng tried not to think about, but new information opened up incredible prospects for him. If the lizard line is chosen as the main one, then there were 23 evolutionary paths along which the serpent dragon could move towards higher species of snake. Among them were the intermediate horror species, the hammer-tailed dragon lizard, and the electric horned dragon lizard. The protagonist opened his book, which Lu Yu had given him. He reread the lines he hadn't read so thoughtfully before, about the different types of dragon. They stood on the same level as the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, the lord of these ruins. The hammer-tailed dragon lizard was famous for its enormous hammer-shaped tail, the destructive power of which was comparable to the main gun of a heavy tank. The electric-horned dragon lizard was born with the power of lightning and had a sharp horn capable of firing lightning bolts. Besides the intermediate horror types, there were also high-level types such as the hill dragon lizard and the magma dragon lizard. Among them, the battle lizard dragon, a race of dragons that follow the path of power and fiery force, stood out in particular. The combat system, the dragon lizard, the high-level, terrifying steel fire system could be called a mobile military fortress. His signature steel fire fusion technique, Metal Flame Storm, could make an enemy fear to live. Su Heng was overwhelmed by the wealth of choice, and didn't even know which of all of this would be the best decision. However, an alternative path has opened up, and perhaps the protagonist won't have to puzzle over the choice. Inside the ruins of the bloody forest, the serpentine dragon ran towards new targets. If he chooses the snake dragon as his main bloodline, he will have 37 evolutionary paths. Among them were such intermediate species as the mist dragon, storm dragon, ice dragon, frost dragon, and others. The mist dragon snake, for example, was a fearsome species with a system of mist and water, capable of flying in the clouds and being invisible there. However, Su Heng considered this ability too flashy and the value not very high, and continued searching. There were a total of 11 ways to transform into a high-level dragon snake lineage terror, but he would lack the talent of the evil system, which would weaken his core strength. Then his gaze fell on the ideal version, the wind and thunder snake dragon, which combined the power of wind, dragon, evil, and lightning, and belonged to the high-level horror species. Although the battle dragon was strong, it was very bulky. The wind and thunder snake dragon seemed to be the ideal choice. He sacrificed the Earth system's defenses in favor of more powerful flight abilities and attacks. Next to the description, a list of ritual materials for metamorphosis appeared. A complete dragon snake lizard, an advanced wind and thunder dragon blood crystal. With renewed determination, Su Heng exclaimed that now that they had a direction, they could push on. However, Luck seemed to have turned against them. On the Tonkin Plain, where they had entered, they had not encountered anything of value in the last 3 days. According to the map that Madame Lu gave, they were already on the border of unexplored danger zones. Su Heng ordered the treasure hunter to combine his thoughts. After he became a dragon, he gained a new ability. With her mind energy, he could share the images he saw directly into Su Heng's mind, and the image he conveyed caused Su Heng to exclaim in amazement. In the distance, 2 dragon beasts, harbingers of flame, judging by their state, raised in a magical aura, were chasing a tree. The tree that could walk. There was something wrong with this tree, and Su Heng felt like he had seen it somewhere before. A mysterious running tree and a chase between 2 fire dragons promised new dangers and perhaps new opportunities in this unexplored zone. Su Heng immediately remembered where he knew this tree from. It was an energy-absorbing tree, and according to the old dragon code, it was considered rare and almost extinct. This spoke of its incredible uniqueness. These creatures were not originally from this world, but came from the outer void. They spent most of their lives in endless darkness, absorbing various energy surges. Their lives were incredibly long, starting as seeds drifting in the void until they absorbed enough energy, until they were completely destroyed. The trees that appeared in this world were seeds from the void, brought here through cracks in the secret lands. Another reason for their rarity was their inability to reproduce. But what excited Su Heng the most was that the tree's ability could absorb energy. She could speed up the transformation of his snake dragon into the wind and thunder snake dragon. Although the tree itself had no combat power, making it easy prey for the harbingers of flame, its strength was great. It belonged to 4 extremely dangerous systems: emptiness, magical, devouring, and plastic, which made it rarer. So rare, even more so than secret systems like his treasure hunter. The possibilities it opened up were staggering. The tree could consume a huge amount of energy and accumulate it in its body. When it came to growing fruits from this energy, it was incredibly helpful to the animals, quenching their thirst for resources. But what was even more amazing was that the tree could produce fruits with the same properties by consuming samples, whether it was a fruit or a higher-order ingredient. This turned it into a real combat laboratory for the master. Any master who possessed such a tree could easily create an entire army of high-quality pets. The question was rhetorical. What was he thinking? Su Heng's thoughts were already racing ahead, assessing the risks and rewards. He decided it was time to move forward. The goal was clear: to save this incredibly valuable tree from 2 fire dragons and take possession of it. Without wasting any time, Su Heng and his pets rushed towards the chase, preparing to engage in a fight for one of the rarest creatures. His snake dragon, now strengthened after its transformation, prepared for battle. He flew up to make himself harder to see. Then the boys hid, assessing the risks, and it seemed that only the tree itself noticed them. Suddenly, a small stone hit one of the dinosaurs on the head, which surprised it greatly. This was done by a small animal, a treasure hunter, who was making faces at the dinosaur. Then he covered them with even more stones. This way he wanted to show that he too could be important in battle. This maneuver made the dinosaur very angry. He switched to the animal and chased after it. But another dinosaur remained with the tree. It was already crying from panic. However, something surprised him. He turned to the heroes, seeking protection and help from them. Another sharp stone flew past them, narrowly missing the frightened tree. This stone hit its target, breaking through from this dinosaur. A roar echoed through the air, announcing the use of the technique, the dragon hammer. The dragon's hammer attack fell on one of the flame harbingers with a deafening sound. However, the mature stage of the dangerous species proved worthy of its rank. Even after a direct hit from the dragon's hammer, he was not killed, but only stunned. Su Heng noted with annoyance that the technique was unable to kill him even though it hit its target. The snake dragon, seeing the lonely, defenseless tree, let out a threatening roar. The second pet joined in, and now they both looked at the tree, already imagining how delicious it was. Su Heng quickly decided that he needed to tie him up, saying this with a beaming smile. With the help of his pets, using his strength and dexterity, he managed to wrap himself around and bind the tree, immobilizing it. Su Heng exclaimed, seeing that the plan was working. He was already tightening the end of the rope. While his pets were saving the find, Su Heng focused on the main goal. Having waited until nightfall and moved to a more secluded place, the small team considered the best course of action. They, already together with the tree, were sitting near the lit fire and preparing for dinner. The protagonist stood up, looked at the tree absorbing energy, and began to discuss the plan. If the pact is successfully concluded, his snake dragon and the treasure hunter will not have to worry about food and resources. The moment his mental energy connected with the tree, a strange image appeared in his head. He saw the tree itself. It presented itself as a tree in the mountains, absorbing energy. The tree grew happy and carefree, just walking and enjoying life. He was an ordinary lonely tree, hiding from the scorching sun with sunglasses. It also seemed very cheerful, in clothes and accessories, singing their songs. But when it was looking for a new place to live, it became the target of an attack and was caught red-handed. The tree was panicked, scared, and helpless, especially when they grabbed it and tried to carry it away. But she was even more frightened when the pets looked at him with appetite. Su-heng was surprised to think that this tree was so hipster. It thought in images and emotions. To win its trust, Su-heng offered the tree food, high-quality treasure hunter food. He explained that if the tree liked it, it would be able to eat such food and change the dragon. The hero offered that if he became his pet, he would receive everything he needed. Then he turned to his animals, saying that they would have no dinner. This tree had eaten everything, seeing how his pets looked at the depleted supplies. This was his plan. The animals immediately ran to the tree and began to scold him for such an act. Su-heng wasn't sure if this approach would work, but he continued to wait on the sidelines. But suddenly it dawned on him. His eyes sparkled with the new thought that had come to him. He brought the incense bloodline, saying, how could he forget about it, the artifact given by Madame Lu? He opened the flask with the contents, and its aroma spread throughout the area. He decided it smelled great and just needed to be used, hoping that the scent of this special item would help calm and attract the capricious tree. Su-heng used the bloodline incense, and its fragrance enveloped the tree. Instantly, both Su-heng and the energy-absorbing tree were caught in the powerful illusion created by the artifact. Su-heng felt his consciousness transforming, as if he himself had become a mature tree floating in the endless emptiness of outer space. In this illusion, he, like a large tree, one day came across a multicolored seed, the very seed of an unripe tree that absorbs energy. He decided to take root on the void meteorite and care for this seed as a father. And the tree, in turn, instantly began to consider him family, experiencing the warmest emotions. In this shared space of illusion, Su-heng approached the tree with a proposal to negotiate. And the answer he received was unexpected and touching. The tree mentally called him Papa. This caught Su-heng off guard, but also melted the ice. The energy-absorbing tree also seemed to have become attached to it in its final growth phase. The mental energy output from this contract was so great that Su-heng reached a new stage of spirit. A light appeared in his eyes, matching the light between him and the tree. This meant stabilization of the level of spiritual cultivation and the ability to produce vision. This undoubtedly enhanced the reputation of the young genius, as well as his animals. The guy sat on the ground for a while, trying to digest the situation. He then immediately asked his new pet a practical question. Could it reproduce the food it had just eaten with its current strength? The tree readily demonstrated its abilities by easily creating a copy of the food. The boy found himself holding a pair of multicolored apples that shimmered beautifully in the moonlight. The little treasure hunter assessed the situation and quickly jumped up a tree for food. Su-heng was delighted, saying, great, he made the right investment. It turned out that the tree was already 1,200 years old. Copying food was easy for it, although, as it noted, it was tasteless. But its true power lay elsewhere. It could create energy fruits from the ruins of the blood forest. This tree told everything about itself, as always in its usual manner. It immediately offered Master Su-heng one apple to try, saying that it was healthy. The tree produced two fruits, one steel-colored, the other light blue, like ice cream. Su-heng immediately recognized them from the descriptions in Madame Lu's manual and the old codex. The iron marrow fruit looked like a round iron ball. It was a real energy fruit. According to Blacklight's notes, there was a huge forest with such fruits in the ruins of the blood forest. However, in that forest lived a very dangerous species, the steel-armored hammerhorn rhinoceros, which had reached enormous sizes. Now, with a new pet capable of creating these valuable resources and knowledge of their location, new opportunities opened up for Su-heng. He immediately tested the iron marrow fruit on his snake dragon. The minimal effect of using the fruit was that after taking it, a strong film formed on the surface of the animal's skin. Indeed, after consuming the fruit, the dragon's defenses underwent clear changes. The tree, realizing that it needed more fruit, strained itself and created several more. To test the new possibilities, Su-heng invited the treasure hunter to play a game, basically throwing their dragon. After the impact, it became clear that the ironbone fruit was indeed charged with a powerful effect. However, it was clear that the tree had already spent a lot of energy on this. The protagonist stated that the fruits were truly incredible, although he did not expect such an effect. The snake dragon lizard stood up on its two paws and roared, demonstrating its newfound power. Su-heng noted with admiration that the dragon had changed greatly. Its defense was at the level of a mature individual. Unexpectedly for everyone, the snake dragon was the first to reach a level of maturity in terms of defense. This discovery gave Su-heng a new thought. Could the tree itself become a dragon? It turned out that yes, according to the code, a tree that absorbed energy could turn into a dragon. There were 3 evolutionary paths. The highest terrifying species capable of creating dragon blades and attack beasts from wood. The third direction is turning into a real dragon, although without much protection. But the most attractive was the second path, the supreme terrifying species, the energy-absorbing wood dragon. a secondary beast, similar to a dragon. His ability to produce energy fruits was doubled, while his energy consumption was halved. Inspired by these discoveries, the protagonist decided to follow the principle of not going empty-handed. After checking the codex, Su Heng instructed the treasure hunter to search for the materials needed to transform the tree into a dragon. However, after running across all the plains, they still found nothing. So Su Heng changed his route and headed towards the Black Tombs forest. This place was much more dangerous than the plain. Most of the grass there was an eerie dark red, almost black color, and the whole forest was dark and gloomy. The danger came from the large and complex insect population, but it was a place he had to visit, because according to Blacklight's predecessors, quite a few terrifying-looking beasts were buried there. Some people even collected a treasure there, the dragon crash flower, which could only grow on the corpse of a terrifying-looking dragon. The reason was simple. With the help of the energy-absorbing tree, his snake dragon had finally successfully entered the mature stage. Now he possessed the 4th-level skill, Dragon Force Compressed Ranged Attack and Dragon Spirit Roar. Therefore, the main character, the young master, believed that they had the right to go deeper. However, as soon as they entered the forest, the first strange thing awaited them, which horrified the guy. According to the documents Ms. Liu provided, there should have been a shallow stream here, but instead they found only a dry riverbed. Why is there a cliff here? Su Heng thought puzzledly, realizing that the map might be out of date or something in the forest itself might have changed. The stream had completely dried up and turned into a deep ravine, more than 10 meters deep, a fact that made Su Heng wonder whether they should go further. Half of the time given for research has already passed, and the search has been fruitless. In the end, he decided that they would go, but they would be more careful. The road ahead was dangerous, but the protagonist was not going to stop, commanding his dragon to continue on. Having listened to its master, the dragon began its flight into the terrible territory. But they didn't notice the warning sign, inner territory of the blood forest, entry prohibited. When they met Su Heng's first enemies, it made them very wary. It should have been less than half a day's journey to this zone, but they had already encountered more high-level dangerous species here than they had in the entire previous week they had spent together. Moreover, the terrain did not correspond at all to the map, which indicated that serious changes had occurred. Having just noticed the evolved green boa constrictor, the boy, very frightened, quickly grabbed his hunter. The main character shouted to another of his pets, a snake dragon, to quickly go to them, worrying about him. It was a mature individual using powerful technology. It was called the Wave Evil Attack, the Flying Slash, and it was very risky to go against. Su Heng quickly commanded his snake dragon that it might be a mature specimen, knowing that he needed to be careful. The green boa constrictor looked at the protagonist and his pets with brightly glowing eyes, sticking out its long tongue and hissing demonstratively. Seeing that a direct fight could be risky, he ordered his pet to go deeper into the forest, into the thicket, to where a larger and perhaps less maneuverable enemy would not be able to easily penetrate. The plan worked. The boa constrictor tried to break through a small crack in the rock, but due to its size, nothing worked. He became very angry at this situation and hissed, unable to do anything else. The green boa did not pursue them and seemed to retreat. Now Su Heng understood that such a concentration of dangerous creatures indicated the proximity of something important. The hero thought with bitter irony that now they could be sure that they were on the right path. He understood that if they returned the same way, they would surely encounter that python again. But then the little pet's behavior changed dramatically, and he began to point forward excitedly. Su Heng realized with astonishment that this meant that the treasure they had been searching for over half a month and could not find was right in front of them. With the help of the energy-absorbing tree, the treasure hunter finally entered the mid-growth phase. After all the dangers and detours, the goal seemed to be just around the next bend in the gloomy Black Tombs forest. Su Heng felt as if a ferocious beast was constantly roaring in his ears, growing into a heavy rumble in the silence of the gloomy forest. The oppressive silence around them was deceptive, because it was precisely because of this terrible pressure that they did not encounter other dangerous species along the way. He asked his treasure hunter companion how close they were to their destination as they began to take off on the dragon. The little dragon only cried out anxiously that the dragon's strength here was terrifying, and because of the monstrous pressure, he was practically unable to fly. Su Heng felt terrified at the thought that this entire area could be the territory of a certain, or even an entire group, of dragon-level creatures. They were approaching a cave hidden within the forest of Black Tombs, and facing a possible higher species of being. Death could await them. The reason why Su Heng decided to move forward was not out of recklessness. He chose to trust in the rich capacity of his guide's repeated successes. Soon, under his guidance, the snake dragon led him to the source of the frightening aura. The place was empty, as the hunter had said, and held no obvious threats. They found themselves in front of a nest located in a huge cave. The height of the entrance was more than 10 meters. The vaults inside exceeded 20, Resembling the lair of a giant dragon, the entire space was strewn with piles of bones. The nest was truly enormous, which the protagonist immediately noticed. And in the midst of this nightmare they saw him, what they had been looking for so long. The dragon's blood pool. For a few seconds the three of them just stood and looked at it. Su-heng rejoiced, confirming that the transition from myth to reality really did exist. He explained that although the dangerous creatures were less intelligent than people, they had created their own wild civilization. This pool was part of it, a special tool for feeding offspring, created by powerful dragon-like creatures. The method of its creation was barbaric and bloody, requiring the essence and life force of many draconic creatures. Without wasting a second, Su-heng ordered his beasts not to stand still, but to drink quickly. After all, it was that very treasure of the dragon. Not understanding why the animals did not listen to him. But soon the pets were joyfully rejoicing and licking their lips, realizing that this would give them strength. They quickly perked up and rushed closer to their owner. Then they landed and started drinking from this bloody lake. But the process of absorbing the powerful blood seemed too slow. Then the tree came to the rescue again, absorbing energy, coming to the forefront. Suddenly the tree wondered why he had been called here. But he quickly understood everything. Under the influence of the lake, it began to develop rapidly, its power growing before our eyes right at the edge of the ancient and terrifying source of power. It began to absorb the dragon's blood lake, and the tree began to look ferocious. Instantly, green leaves began to grow on its branches, and a large number of bunches of fruits appeared between them. It seemed that the tree itself did not expect such an effect from itself. Stunned by what he saw, Su-heng froze for a moment, smiling nervously. Such a huge amount of bone marrow could be nothing other than the result of a raider seizure of someone else's lair. Seeing such a quantity, the little treasure hunter stared at him with burning eyes. He quickly flew to his treasure, not wanting to share it with anyone. According to the ancient dragon code, such treasures did not appear on their own. Their creation required life force and blood essence. And in order to condense such a quantity of bone marrow, at least 10 such creatures would have to die. The tree still stood and looked with an angry gaze at the drained bloody lake. The realization of the scale of the carnage that had taken place here sent a chill through him. A single clear command sounded in my heart. I needed to run, and as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, his treasure hunter, having absorbed some of the energy, wrapped himself in a cocoon again, starting the process of forcibly cleansing his bloodline. Su-heng knew how risky it was, but time was running out. The young man himself hastily collected the energy-absorbing tree, but something stunning was discovered under its roots. They were 2 mysterious giant eggs covered in dark red patterns. His heart began to beat wildly. Every second in this crypt, saturated with death and power, could be his last. Deciding to take action, he ordered his snake dragon to eat as much as possible for the next 10 minutes. For this was the greatest chance of his life. Mentally calling for luck and the blessings of the teachers from Blacklight Castle, Su-heng firmly promised himself that this time he would definitely return alive. Consciousness returned to him in a flash of excruciating moral pain. Su-heng sat on the cold stone, every breath burning his throat, and a heavy, angry echo pounded in his temples. He couldn't come to his senses, couldn't force his thoughts to flow in an orderly manner. The remnants of horror still fettered his body like invisible chains. Why did he eat so little? The thought hissed, full of despair. There is more, but the scream remained in his throat. Instead, he saw something that made him forget everything. The protagonist forced himself to stand up and picked up his already packed briefcase. Having put it on himself, he made a decision that he needed to move on. Suddenly, at the edge of the lake, where the blood-golden liquid had receded, a fragment of something solid and incredible was revealed. Could this really be the armor of one of the best types of horrors? Such an artifact was priceless, legendary. His heart, which had just been pounding wildly with fear, now froze in silent awe. The crypt, full of death, which had just about become his grave, now again beckoned him with a whisper of incomprehensible possibilities. His inner beast, the treasure hunter, roared with greed, demanding to seize the prey, but the boy sounded the alarm. Panic washed over him like a new wave. He shouted to the little animal. It was better to fail in the cleansing than to lose his life. Greed could have blinded me, but the instinct for self-preservation screamed louder. I had to run, but then his gaze darted to the hunter's cocoon. It was swaying. Thin threads of energy were beginning to burst one after another. However, it dawned on the guy that it was better to wait for him. The treasure hunter was about to break out of his cocoon. This rabid creature will be the perfect distraction to try and disappear into. Pressed against the cold wall, Su-heng and his dragon held their breath, blending into the shadows. In the pitch darkness of the cave, Su-heng stirred, and the question of whether the dragon had just felt the same thing hung between them. Before them stood a giant creature, seemingly peaceful. Then Su-heng said that they could wait behind him until the treasure-seeking beast completed its purification. But suddenly something caught the attention of the protagonist, and a question arose in his thoughts about what to expect. The guy's eyes gleamed with the approaching creature. He was about to meet it. The next moment, the entire space shook from a monstrous roar. A harmless creature that had recently been simply chewing on leaves was cut into pieces, and everything around it burst into flames from the explosion. A terrifying sight materialized, a bloody vein Rex of enormous size and incredible power. His attention was drawn to the main character's briefcase, and that was all that could be read in his eyes. Su-heng sat on the ground, trying to catch his breath from the dust. The dragon sat meekly next to him. The guy understood that the Rex was at least 2,000 meters away, but his rage felt as if it was right there. The hunter's cocoon burst open and the renewed creature stood up straight, its cleansing seemingly complete. There was nothing to worry about now. Su-heng's confidence was heard. He asked the hunter again if he had finished everything. He didn't answer him, because everything was clear anyway, and there was no time for sorting things out. Su-heng had already shouted only one thing. It was time to leave here immediately. For some time the boys flew calmly, only looking around, expecting an attack. They waited for a reason. The bloody Rex began to launch a powerful attack from its mouth at them. It flashed through the guy's head. Damn it, they're going to get caught in this attack and die on the spot. Then he saw the blood Rex trying to close the hole and save the eggs. In the blink of an eye, the hero announced that he would take them and was about to rush forward. But suddenly his hand was covered by the small woolen paw of his hunter. Su-heng turned around and saw his already renewed pet. He asked what he wanted to do. Instead of an answer, there was only one terrifying growl from the Rex, who was trying to attack again. The beam of the most powerful attack flew straight towards its target, the main character, Su-heng. His fiery and bloody balls were already rushing at incredible speed towards the main character. A few more seconds and there would have been no trace left of him, but his little animal helped the guy. Now he took off on his second pet, a highly dangerous type of treasure-seeking dragon beast. Su-heng shouted at him not to exceed a height of 40 meters, but no one listened to him. The beast understood what he was doing and flew on, despite the danger. He rushed on at great speed. The hero told him to fly slowly, because he had very valuable eggs. Suddenly, a magical shimmering circle appeared around him and Su-heng, and the beast only continued to moo incomprehensibly. At one point, the hunter displayed an innate concealment technique, which was the benefit of cleansing the bloodline. Su-heng wondered if this was the benefit of that hunter's purification. Now, with his current speed, he should be able to outrun the two-legged tyrant's attack. The protagonist understood that it was a dangerous time, but it was good that the pet cleaned itself in time. Despite all the boys' hopes that the little animal would be able to move very quickly, the roar could still be heard. Bloody Rex heard them by the smell of those very eggs, so he followed them, no matter what. More and more frightening sounds came from his mouth. He was very angry that his balls were being tormented and he hoped to get them back. Then he decided to launch a beam of his power again in the direction where he sensed his enemies. It was so powerful and clear that it almost hit them, but the beast managed to dodge in time. The distance was already more than 2,000 meters, and the creature was still approaching. Suddenly, a small fireball from Rex landed right on the guy's briefcase. Then, from the side of the monster, a natural technique of bloody hell erupted. Su-heng's cry was heard. He asked his pet to take care of himself, because these balls were flying with great frequency. The treasure hunter skillfully dodged them, but at any moment he could lose control. In response, another innate ability, Godspeed, was activated. Now the hunter, together with his passenger, rushed at an even higher speed, straight away from their pursuer. He himself was apparently shocked at how quickly they disappeared from his sight. He let out a last desperate roar, not knowing what to do now. Meanwhile, the pet had already calmed down and was flying at a moderate pace. The treasure hunter would receive a reward for this escape, Su-heng promised him in his mind. But he added that next time they wouldn't dare to fly until it learned to break. Upon landing, he summoned his massive serpentine dragon while the hunter recovered. The hero asked the snake dragon to look after them while he took a break. Su-heng slept through the night, restoring his strength with the help of the tree's fruits. And now his hunter could rightfully be called a treasure-seeking dragon. According to the ancient code, such creatures are born with 3 talents: treasure hunting, treasure summoning, and mystical premonition. It is significantly superior to the others, making the dragon excellent at petty theft. Treasure summoning, on the other hand, can awaken certain special treasures to come out of their hidden state. As for the mystical presence, it initially surpasses the previous ability. Furthermore, after cleansing his bloodline, he gained the mystical skill of dragon soul transformation, allowing him to collect the souls of dead dragons for his own purposes. It is similar to the ghosts from ancient texts, but it is a new way of using mental energy. Somewhere nearby, near a pond, a crocodile was devouring magical creatures. He swallowed them one after another, looking greedily at the rest. Suddenly he saw that the plant that had recently been growing next to him had disappeared from under his nose. He threatened the thieves with his fist, unable to contain his anger at the loss. Now with such a companion, Su-heng felt like a tiger with wings. The herb they were originally looking for seemed like just an appetizer after their adventures. It was time to leave the bloody ruins, but he remembered the rule that forbade carrying young pets without a spiritual connection with the tamer. He knew that if it was a terrifying species, then he couldn't just tame them with his powers and the incense of his bloodline. His thoughts on how to tame the horrific species were interrupted by the sight of his creatures simply absorbing energy. He turned to them reproachfully, asking if they could help him carry the eggs, since they were like energy fruits. The dragon naturally did not agree with him. He looked hungrily at the fruits that were tasty to him. But the main character didn't understand, so they just wanted to eat everything. Su Heng's thought was simple, he thought while looking at his magic tree. It was born from the experience of a past failure, and of course, it was based on the unique abilities of his snake dragon. These predators had a special digestive system, which was to absorb and process prey into pure energy, which became the key to smuggling huge eggs. Although his snake is the size of a small truck, it would be too easy to notice a full stomach. So Su Heng came up with the idea of placing the dragon in a storage ring. But the main problem was the destructive gastric juice, which could digest even steel. Here, a frozen jelly-like fruit that Su Heng had noticed long ago came to the rescue. Its juice, mixed with dragon bone marrow, could create the perfect protective layer on the eggs. This plan would not have worked if it weren't for the energy-absorbing tree, which has accumulated incredible resources over the past decade. Now, by coating the eggs with this incredibly valuable juice and the unique mushroom from the ruins, Su Heng was confident that he would preserve his prey. Frozen jelly fruit juice makes a great cover, even if it's unprocessed. Many people called frozen jelly fruit an excellent remedy. However, almost no one used it directly. It was an unaffordable luxury, incredibly valuable and rare. The work required the help of the energy-absorbing tree, and Su Heng felt as if his own body had been squeezed dry. The main character stretched out his hands to the tree that absorbed energy. It was clearly under tension. Having completed his plan, Su Heng was satisfied with his work. With a full basket in his hands, he walked and laughed. The boy was in a good enough mood to sing a song, while the tree stood there, having lost all its energy. Su Heng began to pour the magic apple juice onto the eggs. Now, with the frozen jelly fruit, he was sure that he would save those 2 eggs. A decisive, excellent flashed through his mind. Now he looked at these 2 eggs. He knew exactly what he needed to do next. At this time, his dragon was quietly licking his lips, seeing these delicious. Then the main character looked at him. The snake dragon's eyes were already glowing. Quietly commanding his snake dragon, he ordered it to swallow carefully, without biting, reminding it that it would be bad if it broke them. After the boy threw the eggs to the dragon, it immediately swallowed them. But it seemed that this was not enough for the snake dragon. He licked his lips in anticipation. Han immediately warned him, saying that they were not for him and would still be needed. The next morning, time was up for the 3 little people. The guard ordered that everything they found be taken out to be checked for contraband. He also promised to take them out if everything was okay. The 3 guys stood meekly and listened to him. Su Heng watched with relief as his companions received a short, "Come on." He heard the same thing when his second companion approached the guard with his things. Finally, it was his turn. The main character was a little tense. However, his own kite seemed to weigh a little more than usual, and the guard muttered disapprovingly. He moved closer to Su Heng's bags, trying to figure out what could be in there. At this time, his 2 companions, standing to the side, thought to themselves that they would not let him through. But the guard pronounced the verdict that, although he had collected a lot, he could still pass. Silent indignation at such injustice began to boil inside the other 2 boys. While the plan was working well, the protagonist reassured himself, laughing quietly. But then the guard demanded that all pets be summoned, including those tamed here. "Calm down," Su Heng commanded himself, preparing for the most dangerous part of the test. At first, the guard noted the bloody moon demon wolf with approval. He also approved of the bloodthirsty bat girls. But then everyone's gaze fell on Su Heng and his snake dragon lizard. The guy muttered with envy that he was strangely not up to the standards. The guard approached upon hearing this remark, looking at his animals with interest. Su Heng mentally sighed with relief. It was good that he had an energy-absorbing tree that would attract attention. The guard, glancing sideways at the ugly plant, reluctantly let it pass, and it passed by. The tree burst into tears because the guard himself insulted it so much, calling it ugly. But the main character didn't pay attention to this. He was glad that they didn't notice the eggs inside the dragon. However, as soon as they left the inspection area, the guard still noticed something strange about the dragon. His stomach felt very full, and as if there was something forbidden in it. Reality hit him with renewed vigor, and he shouted loudly, asking what was in his stomach. Su Heng, realizing that he could be exposed and now had nowhere to go, sighed in fear. The guard felt that inside the dragon beat a powerful living heart, a child of their race. This discovery made him very angry. He let out an ominous roar, full of rage. He thought about the talisman from the master, but immediately discarded the thought. Of course, he would be able to block the attack of the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. Holding the talisman in his hand behind his back, he was still pondering this thought. However, then there will still be no way to get out of the ruins. How dare these treacherous humans steal their cubs in such a way, flashed through the Tyrannosaurus's mind with anger. Suddenly he felt something familiar and froze, listening to his inner instinct. His gut told him that this looked like that guy. The Tyrannosaurs themselves were very experienced, and the leader of the Blood Tyrannosaurs had between 20 and 30 heads in the group. In the ruins of the Blood Forest, the Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is extremely powerful, and as a result of the evolution of the most dangerous of them, only 2 remain. Although their race had not yet transformed, their power had already broken through the racial shackles. One of them could even compare with the whole flock. Even visually it could be assessed. The second was the old patriarch of the tribe, fair and kind. But not long ago, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, the most powerful warrior, dissatisfied with his position, challenged the patriarch. He used underhanded tricks in the battle and seriously wounded the old leader. As a result, he was driven out of the territory, occupying a remote area of the forest. Then he was driven out of the pack even by cattle, and hunting dragons like a madman, built a blood pool to raise offspring. Moreover, the method itself had long been prohibited by the demon lord, but this did not frighten the Tyrannosaurus. The guard's mind continued to work. Each bloody Tyrannosaurus could only claim the post of patriarch once in a lifetime. Although that guy had already been defeated, his descendants, after being purified by blood, could grow up and become new leaders. The guard felt a little strange and wondered if this guy was trying to trick him. But then another thought came to his mind. Let this man take the offspring of that bastard. Then perhaps the offspring will turn against their creator. He once again went over this in his head and made a decision. He said that he checked everything. There was only food in the dragon's stomach and allowed them to get out and pass. He and Su Heng looked at each other, pointing their fingers up and smiling at each other. The protagonist's companion, upon leaving, wondered with surprise when these two had managed to get to know each other so well. But then the guy next to her remembered that he had to leave a note to tell his people. Almost immediately, a portal back to their usual world opened for the boys, which meant that the adventures here were over. One by one, they began to enter this magical portal and emerge onto a land free of ancient creatures. The protagonist stopped to catch his breath after such a journey, and then someone called out to him. It was Boss Shu. Su Heng happily asked if he had really come here to meet him. The boss didn't answer his rhetorical question, only telling him to follow him. The matter was urgent. Su Heng's first thought was whether the bastards from Sinfire had caused trouble again. But Boss Shu replied negatively. This time it was a wave of disaster. Although Su Heng had never encountered her in his short life, he recalled Blacklight's rumors that had been passed down from generation to generation. This gave him an idea of the horror. The wave of catastrophe was an offensive formed by a dangerous species, even a species of terror. It did not stop until the troops were completely defeated. The last such disaster occurred more than 30 years ago. Then almost all the professional masters died, and the Blacklight Fortress almost disappeared. His teacher Joe, he was also under threat, and only by uniting their resistance did they manage to escape. Only then did Joe He, through merit and strength, become the head of the castle. Boss Shu reassured him, saying that the wave now was of average size, compared to the one from 30 years ago. The castle's leader personally led nearly 10 of the strongest masters, including Chao Nian's elder brother. They set out to find the source of the wave, leaving their cities to solve the problem once and for all. However, this left the cities vulnerable. But without giving the order for the troops to retreat, the leader led his unit to search for the source of the wave. Now that all of Blacklight's troops were massing on the defensive wall of Blacklight's gathering place, a big problem arose. The withdrawal of troops from the main defensive lines threatened the destruction of the hard-won plantations in the safe zone. The thought of the plantation made Su Heng wonder if it would be dangerous for his older sister. So he immediately suggested to Boss Shu that he return to the plantation. Then Boss Shu ordered to go with him, since the leader had called the masters, and they should gather in Chinatown for preparation. The journey would take at least 2 days, and Su Heng. But even if the snake dragon has amazing endurance, the magical foals is not so great. Ultimately, it is important to stop every now and then to rest, feed, and water him, so that he can regain his strength. Under the pretext of replenishing water, Su Heng bypassed Shu Qiu and secluded himself in the bushes near a small stream. There he forced the snake dragon to spew out its eggs and hid them safely. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shu Qiu, but he didn't want to talk about the smuggling. Su Heng only shared a few fruits from the tree for his horse. At that time, Shu Qiu thanked the guy and gave him some instructions in return while they were resting. Of course, Su Heng wasn't so foolish as to allow the energy-absorbing tree to bear energy fruits right in front of Shu Qiu. They reached Chinatown. It was already dark. It looked like a military town. Su Heng said that it really seemed like it had turned into one. The subordinates saw their boss and shouted that it was Boss Shu, happily saying that they needed to open the door for him quickly. Shu Qiu on his horse and the protagonist Su Heng on his dragon began to slowly enter the opened gate. The snake dragon looked at its master questioningly and somehow strangely, while he was lost in his thoughts. It seems like everyone is just tired from the long journey to Chinatown. Just after passing the gate, the guy smelled a strange smell and wondered what it could be. Looking a little further, he realized where this strange smell was coming from. Its size amazed him. There was a pile of raw meat lying in front of them, and an unpleasant smell emanated from it throughout the area. Boss Shu explained that food comes first before troop movement. The protagonist himself understood that animals must eat special food to unlock their power. But now it was just ordinary raw meat, which was an alarming sign. Shu said with intrigue that the guy would see everything as soon as the right time came. Soon they were brought to the chief commander Gao Tsun, where other representatives were sitting at a large table. Gao Tsun, sitting at the head of the table, accepted the challenge, in which the voice introduced itself as the command headquarters of Blacklight Castle. According to the previous agreement with the burgomaster, external support for the operation was his sole responsibility. The person sitting next to him introduced Gao Zun, a professional-level tamer, former director of operations for Blacklight, and now the chief master of Haeksu City. Haeksu City was special because in its center was the only energy crystal mine among all the numerous cities in Blacklight. This was one of the key reasons that allowed Blacklight Castle to stand for several centuries. Gao Zun was described as a ruthless man who guarded Haeksu City. The girl next to him was named Xia Yuping, and she was a master poison maker. It was she who single-handedly defended the energy mine, leading a group of 6 super dangerous species under her command. Su Heng expressed surprise at how she could defeat the terrorist species using only the super dangerous species, considering that there was a whole hierarchy between these categories. But the conversation was interrupted by a shout ordering them to go out and help with the load, and not gossip. The boys immediately fell silent, their faces frightened as they submitted to Shuchu's will. The boys went to unload boxes with another batch of raw meat for the animals. The question of what was happening to Blacklight Castle hung in the air from the protagonist's lips, and he thought that Boss Shu and the others were probably not in a hurry. His comrade pointed out that there was no use in rushing, as there was a big difference between fighting in a large group and fighting in a small group like theirs. In any case, Boss Gao and the others were veterans, so it was decided to simply do as they were told. Su Heng asked why he couldn't see Sister Ju and brother Lin Zhen. They explained to him that Lin Zhenyao remained in Rivet Town because there were metal deposits there. The gathering place for Black Lanterns was very important and could not be neglected. By the way, when he asked the castle master about the request to give a pet to his brother Lin Zhen, this guy had long wanted to thank him. While these conversations were going on, the guys continued to unload raw meat, of which there was already a lot. The group's attention was drawn to a bear running from afar, and it seemed he was not alone. A terrible sight appeared before them, the Lord of the Forest, the Grizzly. The main character was impressed. He saw Chu's sister, whom they had just recently remembered. It was she who arrived here on her dangerous form of the grizzly bear, the Lord of the Forest, who was with his relatives. On closer inspection, they confirmed that it was indeed the Lord of the Forest Grizzly. The protagonist noted with surprise that he had no idea that this time even such a creature had rushed to support Blacklight Castle. The girl sitting on the menacing bear looked proudly at the employees who greeted them. The group greeted the dear master of the Grizzly Forest. A loud roar served as his answer, probably conveying the words spiritually. He was informed that food had already been prepared and would soon be distributed to the bear warriors who had made such a long journey. The guy who worked with Su Heng explained that the Grizzly Forest Lord was once the leader of the bear fights in the lower levels of the terrible species, but the head of the castle brought it to the level of a particularly terrible appearance. The burgomaster's power was truly beyond imagination. He forced the grizzly warriors to do as they were told. The protagonist suggested that the grizzly bear, the master of the forest, was not only a particularly terrifying species, but also possessed considerable intelligence. It was no wonder that Chief Shu had prepared such a huge mountain of meat. The conversation then turned to Chu as she began to address the boys. She then climbed down from the bear to get closer to the boys. She called them 2 idiots. Afterwards, she asked, with a mocking look, whether it was really difficult for them to carry these boxes. The boys began to whisper that by some unknown chance, she had received the approval of the first son of the Lord of the Grizzly Forest. Hearing this, the girl reproached the speaker for always chatting and threatened him. At this time, the protagonist expressed confidence that Chu's sister was the only one who could control this guy. The army of fighting bears that came from the Grizzly Forest quickly recovered thanks to abundant food. Under the command of their lord, they settled down on a hillside outside the walls of Chinatown and slept soundly, filling the city with the sounds of loud snoring. But it was clear that a big battle was approaching, and Su Heng definitely had no time to rest that night. By agreement with Boss Shu, Su Heng and his 3 companions, Heiju and Shui Yu, went on reconnaissance. They discovered a strange convoy at night in a secret passage behind Chinatown. The command came from Sister Chu to help everyone unload. No one would dare to contradict her, so everyone humbly began to carry out the assigned task. The main character asked in surprise what it was, and wondered who had such a big head. Suyu asked the guy to guess whose idea it was, throwing up his hands. Right before Su Heng's shocked eyes, the army of forest grizzly war bears obediently walked towards the center of the caravan. The bears were dressed in custom-made combat armor made of special steel. The armor was incredible. Its shine was visible all over the surface, and it also had an iron unicorn horn on it. Su Heng had every reason to believe that this group of ordinary war bears who had not yet mastered the use of energies had become much more powerful. While the bears were busy with the armor, the people did not sit idle. Under the plan of Gao Zun, Shu Ke, and other powerful masters, the armed forces of more than a dozen vassal states, including Chinatown and Haeksu City, were centralized. 70 to 80 armored vehicles arrived in Chinatown, along with thousands of regular troops. 70 to 80 armored vehicles, each with a full combat team of 5 men, constituted a force of about 400 men. By the end of the day, Gao Zun and the others counted about 2,000 people who had come to Chinatown to support. It was announced that today they responded to the call of the castle's head. Reinforcements from all sides have been mobilized and will be sent directly to Blacklight Castle to lift the siege. The wave of disaster was approaching them. Their homes were in danger, and they had to defend their land. Calls were heard to fight to the death and defend their home. The main character, Su Heng, also passed by in one of the cars, and his companion was riding with him. He addressed Su Heng, saying that he was Wei Ya, the temporary commander of the 2nd Tactical Unit of the 4th Brigade, and introducing himself as his comrade in arms. He explained that following the plan of the higher-ups, Boss Gao, Boss Shu, and their deputy Xia, formed a high-ranking group of fighters. These groups were designed to combat particularly dangerous areas on the battlefield, and within this group, all forces were divided into 4 tactical brigades. Currently, Su Heng was the accompanying master of the 4th Tactical Brigade, 200th Tactical Squad. Su Heng thought that compared to the 100th Tactical Squad, which was led by Shu Yu and which led the main attack of the Mechanical Corps, his task was much easier. Su Heng thought that Boss Shu was putting him in the safest position. According to the battle plan, the 4th Tactical Brigade was the weakest and had the least firepower. Also, because it was not yet fully formed, it had the lightest combat load of the 4 tactical brigades. They simply helped and reaped the benefits. He only expressed hope that the operation would go well. Compared to human intelligence, the dangerous creatures of the catastrophe wave are mainly guided by instinct, or rather, the instinct to fight. Meanwhile, the castle's leader, Zhou He, led a large number of high-class warriors to the source of the wave, trying to get rid of it once and for all. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Blacklight Castle also took the form of an integrated defense, holding onto its walls. At that moment, the entire castle was under siege by dangerous creatures, and only after reinforcements had set out did the fighting grizzly bears of the forest come out. According to the battle plan, the Warbear Legion was not supposed to engage in battle at the same time as the 2,000 fighters under Gao Zun's command. After all, in the heat of battle, when the fire is pouring down like buckets, it is difficult to protect bullets and artillery from accidentally wounding these big guys advancing on the enemy army. According to the plan drawn up by Gao Zun and the others, the mechanized army was to be the first to engage the wave. The masters moved along the flanks and forward. The mechanized corps had to move in one direction under the cover of the army of warbears. To implement this plan of action, they had to reach Blacklight before dawn to prevent the wave of disaster from increasing. The journey from Chinatown to Blacklight Castle was long, and to get there before dawn they had to cross a dangerous zone. The convoy moved quickly and in an orderly fashion, but inside the car the boys felt a jolt. That's why they opened the hatch with built-in binoculars to see what happened outside. Through it they saw a huge creature, but it did not look like a beast. Su Heng was attracted by this creature. It turned out to be a terrifying sight, a fire doll. With this level of pressure from the professional masters, it would seem that the dangerous species would have scattered, and the area would no longer be considered dangerous. A huge bear approached this creature. It looked like it had every chance of defeating this doll. For the first time in his life, the hero witnessed a battle between terrible species and decided to follow it properly. The doll only smiled slyly at the bear. Not a drop of fear could be seen on her face. He began to laugh loudly, causing everything around him to turn a caustic red color. He used his natural skill, the fire of death, and now his balls flew straight towards the beast. The bear had no time to dodge or escape. The magic ball hit him straight in the head. The battle was fierce, but the bear never recovered from the fire doll's terrifying skills until it died. As expected, it was a high-level type of horror, a mixture of ghost, spectrum, alien, and psychic energy, capable of killing an opponent of its own kind in one blow. With the doll serving as a powerful deterrent, the army crossed the border one after another without incident. However, to prevent the doll's pressure from affecting ordinary soldiers, it was sent 1,000 meters away from the army. The Thunderhammer rhinoceros's horn was not as sharp as that of a normal rhinoceros. but it had superior destructive power. The order was given to the vehicles and crews to stay close to each other, maintaining the maximum possible distance. Everyone had to be very careful and try to pass without losses. The commander-in-chief asked again whether they had taken everything they needed and received an affirmative answer. The column continued moving through the dark, uneven terrain, and Shu-Chu began to climb out of the car. He decided it was time to summon his magical beasts. A huge bloody lion appeared alongside the column, letting out a long roar. The yellow brontosaurus immediately took off, looking at its owner. A magical child also appeared, but judging by its size, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was actually a child. Su Heng understood that with the addition of the fire golem and the thunderhammer rhinoceros, they had already summoned 6 terrifying-looking creatures. What terrible thing awaited them ahead that required such strength? The lights of the cars snatched something huge and covered in crystalline growths from the darkness. The crystals around him glowed with an ominous pulsating light. The main character looked at all this. He thought that these crystals do not look like natural minerals. They feel different. Suddenly the car shook again, as if the ground had come to life and began breathing instantly beneath them. The crystals also began to rise, and began to grow from the ground like hills. But these were not hills or mountains at all. Another ominous creature appeared out of nowhere. Unfortunately, it was not alone. Its size was terrifying. How would we have to fight it now? The protagonist, already stone-faced, did not understand how such a thing could have ended up in the danger zone near Blacklight Castle. Su Heng never thought that such a beast could exist near the gathering place of Blacklight Castle. He found out about this when he asked Chu Yu through the communication channel. It turns out that this plane was called the Rock Crack Plane that the castle leader discovered 20 years ago. The reason the Rock Fisher Plane was not discovered earlier is because of the hidden location of the canyon. This monster, which fed on energy crystals and was the ruler of the entire Rock Crevice Plain, was called the Rock Spider Dragon. At that time, even the castle's leader didn't know that Blacklight Castle was only 120 kilometers away from the gathering place of such creatures. It was surprising that such a group of terrible beasts existed. Of course, the Burgomaster was the first to escape alive and completely conquered the top of the pack. The highest-level evolutionary form of the terrifying species, the rock-spiked flame dragon, and the castle's leader entered into a non-aggression pact. However, even when the rock spider dragon is restrained by the leader, they still behave aggressively, so Gao Zun summoned all his main forces to restrain them. According to the old dragon code, this was clearly a rare race of dragons, the Crystal Rock Throne Dragons. They were among the top 3 on his list of favorite pets, and were considered some of the best defensive pets. That was why Su Heng couldn't find any mention of the Rockpath Crystal Dragon in his teacher's books. It turns out that the Crystal Dragon in Blacklight Castle was called the Rock Ridge Dragon. Su Heng decided to himself that once he got over this wave, he must find a way to tame the Crystal Dragon. He rather wanted it all to end. He asked anxiously if there would really be a battle. The purpose of these reinforcements was to support Blacklight Castle, and they were not to suffer unnecessary losses fighting these valley dwellers. Boss Shu was reminded to hope that he had brought enough things this time, and the column moved forward. The army moved slowly but surely past giant crystal formations and rock creatures frozen in anticipation. From one armored vehicle, a multitude of small crystals began to pour out. The giant dragons responded to this with surprise. It seemed that nothing else around them bothered them except these shimmering crystals. The deal made by the Burgomaster was apparently still in effect, so Gao Zun ordered everyone to leave. Finally, the army left the territory of the Crystal Dragons without encountering any danger. There were no more dangerous creatures in their path that could stop their progress. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, reinforcements reached Blacklight, but the most terrible thing was revealed to their eyes. Beneath these walls, countless dangerous creatures converged in a wave of catastrophe. The tide of disaster was accompanied by constant plunder and roaring. Most of these races were most often found in the Grey Desert. However, their number was simply shocking, with the most numerous being the animal and insect systems. From time to time, powerful and dangerous creatures appeared against the backdrop of the wave of catastrophe, spewing streams of energy towards the 30-meter city wall. The fighters defending the walls responded by opening artillery fire on the attackers, clearing the area. The two sides clashed in fierce confrontations, explosions and flashes tearing apart the pre-dawn darkness. The roar of a 2,000-strong army and hundreds of pieces of equipment attracted the attention of the tide of disaster. The tide, after the unsuccessful attack on the walls, instantly turned into a huge strip, rushing towards the ranks of reinforcements. One of the drivers was observing the situation and was alarmed by what he saw after some time. An alarming report was sent to the commander-in-chief that 2 tidal wedges were approaching them. These were mostly packs of monsters, among which the 6-fingered sword spider and the rotting toothworm wolf posed a great threat. Gao Zun calmly assessed that these were simply dangerous species that did not require excessive concern. He gave orders for all troops to take advantage of the rising tide to occupy a 50-meter zone in front of the walls of Blacklight Castle and fortify it. He ordered them to be careful and avoid the walls while they fought the garrison. Aviation and ground troops were to provide cover fire for the mechanized units with all their forces. The battle cry rang out, "Kill the high-level ones." The army began to move, the equipment deployed into battle formations, and the soldiers took up positions. A furious firefight began, and the air filled with the roar of engines, exploding shells, and the wild cries of creatures. The commanders shouted to reload faster and ordered them to be destroyed. The battle for Blacklight Castle had begun, and under the roar of artillery, the wave of disaster fell like wheat mown with a scythe. But only low and medium-level dangerous species were quickly destroyed. Incomprehensible monsters, fanged and very nasty in appearance, emerged from the waves. They held back the fire of the advancing beasts and packs using their natural skill. They all had one thing in common: they were terribly horrible looking. The protagonist said in despair that ordinary fire doesn't even harm these creatures. In response to this, Commander Gao took a step forward. He used the 7th-level skill Wave of Fatigue Light to slow down the monsters. Noticing this, Su Heng spoke of Gao Zun with joy and hope. Then Gao used an area damage skill, poor child. This confirmed the truth that the keen fighting sense of high-class beasts was not inferior to human intelligence. They were clearly trying to interrupt the poor child's skill to prevent it from gaining strength. Clouds thickened in the air and lightning struck from above. This is the 5th-level Enlightened Thunder Fortress tactic that has already been used. All pets together could attack and defend simultaneously. Su Heng couldn't help but wonder if this was the power of a perfectly matched pet team. A defensive-focused Thunderhammer Rhino, along with 2 surprisingly deadly pets. One of them also had the ability to control, and they easily repelled more than a dozen types of horror. The battlefield was filled with clouds of dust from the explosions. Almost nothing could be seen. The order was given to all masters to call their pets and join the battle. The underground worms were especially good at underground warfare, so it was important not to forget to protect your mobile units. It became clear that this would be a long battle against the wave and a huge number of animals. Su Heng didn't stand by and summoned his snake dragon lizard. The large-caliber artillery of the mobile units could not yet stop the high-class forces of the wave of disaster. However, it was effective in killing low and mid-level dangerous creatures to conserve pets' stamina and increase their chances of winning. By surrounding the artillery and guns of the mobile units, this formation turned into a meat grinder on the battlefield, holding back higher-ranking enemy fighters. But it wasn't enough to simply control the ground forces. The air forces and underground creatures would never miss this meat grinder. A new order was given. They were to become accompanying masters in the next battle. Gao Zun added that they should maintain mobile positions and destroy enemies in the air and underground. Tanks, harnessed pets, and dangerous creatures from the wave of disaster collided instantly. A multitude of insects emerged from the ground, and the battlefield became a chaotic mess of spewing acid and flying creatures. In this confusion, Su Heng's snake dragon was so powerful that it killed and injured many creatures. Wei stood and fought next to this dragon. He saw how strong it was. So the main character's comrade in arms shouted to him that, fortunately, his dragon was helping them out a lot. Otherwise, they would be in complete shit. The guy suddenly became alert to something and began to listen. Then he saw something that surprised and frightened him so much that his eyes almost fell out. The hero found himself a couple of centimeters away from a powerful beam that almost hit him. But that wasn't the main thing. Su Heng noticed that the snake dragon was too busy right now, and didn't notice that he was being watched. It was good that Gao Zun asked him to come here. A very dangerous species, a bloodthirsty tiger, jumped out of the shadows. The hero thought as he helped his comrade. He was a mature bloodthirsty tiger, a 2nd-level fighter, naturally thin, but monstrously strong. The guy knew the defense was a bit low, but he could be dealt with. Su Heng shouted at his dragon to retreat and use bad thoughts, not to fight him directly. He prepared to intervene himself, realizing that his pet now needed help against such a clever and deadly opponent. But the dragon himself decisively entered the battle, a wave of enormous energy breaking through the beasts. Seeing that this was not particularly effective, he paused for a second, considering his next steps. Then he decided to take off and used his speed skill, but soon the bloodthirsty tiger caught up with him, striking him with force. The snake dragon, having received such a powerful charge, combined with its speed, flew back several meters and hit the rocks. An even larger pack of these tigers was approaching the team, already devouring everyone with their terrifying eyes. Su Heng cursed to himself as he watched more and more enemies appear. It was impossible to defeat them directly. Su Heng's snake dragon rushed forward, using its weight and speed to deliver a powerful blow. He tried to show with his whole appearance that guests were not welcome here. Then he used his evil attack, a dash, and with a loud cry he rushed at his opponents again. He used his dragon power to throw, growling straight into the bloodthirsty tiger's face. As a result, the dragon was able to push back the opponents, hitting them several times with its paw. Afterwards, he slowly flew up to his owner, who was watching the fight. Su Heng understood that this was not a training arena. Although the snake dragon's recovery abilities were astounding, this fight was a battle of injury for injury. This was precisely the outcome that the creatures of the Tide of Disaster desired. And the bloodthirsty tiger, by nature, loved such fights, which only gave him and his relatives motivation. But Su Heng had no intention of playing by their rules, and the snake dragon thought the same thing. He used dragon power, the fearsome dragon roar. With the help of this tactic, and in parallel with the team's attack, several tigers were defeated. The protagonist decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Climbing into the car, he shouted to the others to hurry up. He shouted to Wei to have the armored vehicles and attack aircraft suppress the two tigers on the left, and let his snake dragon take out the rest. Having received confirmation, he concentrated on controlling the pet while the others fought on their own. The hero forced him to use tactical maneuvers that went against his natural attack instincts. It helped. At least for a short time, it could stop the pack of tigers when they did not expect such an outcome. The dragon, seeing that things could still get better, looked around. Gao Zun noted that this was a great disciple that the burgomaster had taken in, since he could make the beasts use tactics. Su's approving voice was heard, noticing that the guy was good and had surprised him back in the forest. He added that if it weren't for him, it's unknown what that fiery spirit would have done. Boss Shu just didn't understand how such a reserved-looking child could be so ferocious in battle. Suddenly there was a warning. Something was approaching. Boss Shu asked if they were following him, worried about the brave protagonist. Something huge and multi-legged, with a terrifying appearance, crawled out of the smoke and chaos. Su Heng understood that it was a 1,000-legged steel-armored predator, a low-level type of terror. Gao reminded everyone that the wave of disaster was different from a normal invasion. Within its depths lurked many dangerous creatures of the highest danger. High-class beasts are waiting specifically to destroy people. Unlike dangerous creatures, it is much more difficult for humans to reach the pinnacle of power. Without the deterrent of a high level of combat power, humanity will inevitably suffer defeat. They could do it, but they had to be careful, as they had barely prepared for the predator's attack when a piercing howl was heard from the sky. Gao Zun exclaimed with alarm that the flying creatures had already begun to emerge. Then he commanded his pet to come out. Everything around him began to sparkle blue. A huge flying reptile, a child of thunder, appeared in the sky. Su shouted at Gao to be careful, as the air monsters were deadly to the mobile units, and they couldn't let them rush at them. The Thunder Child soared into the air, her wings creating a strong wind. Then she raised her hand up, concentrating all her power into it. After these short actions, a roar was soon heard. The creature used its technique, and lightning sparked at the flying creatures. The protagonist was relieved to recognize her as Commander Gao's pet. But their relief was short-lived, as suddenly the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The rocks and the ground itself began to crack, and it seemed that everything could go wrong. Su Heng realized with horror that the Air Force was just a cover. The real attack was coming from underground. It was a high-level form of terror, and in a cloud of dust and smoke the tank stopped, observing the situation. A very dangerous creature of rather impressive size emerged from underground, raising clouds of dust. An earth sandworm, and he immediately began his furious attack on the people. Using the 7th-level skill Acid Plasma, he effortlessly killed one of the protagonist's comrades. The threat was great. The creature looked straight into the soul with its blood-red burning eyes, making disgusting and terrible sounds. Su Heng shouted in panic that if they continued like this, the Mobile Legion would be finished. He understood that unlike the Masters, if the Mobile Legion was captured, all the generals gathered here today would have only one outcome: defeat. The hero was already cursing out loud. It was obvious how much he was worried. His dragon was hit by a splinter from the attack of this terrifying enemy. Su Heng and the other Masters realized that they had to protect the soldiers. Protecting them was the Master's mission. Su Heng concentrated and used a mind energy technique, activating the dragon scale armor on his dragon, strengthening its defense. Gao Zun addressed everyone, saying that it was time to destroy the wave of disaster, and all they could do was destroy them. Everyone understood that this was a war of attrition, with almost no end in sight. No matter who they were, a general or a soldier, someone would definitely fall in this battle. Gao Zun urged everyone to make sure they were not killed by the terrible species. They fought, believing that their names would be in the children's poems of their descendants, that this would be a testimony of their feat for their ancestors. All the Masters had pets with shields, and among the pitch-black darkness of the wave of catastrophe, many bright flashes of hope flared up. But the pressure was enormous. The confrontation was on equal levels. Su Heng cried out with difficulty that even he and Shu Yu couldn't contain this horror. He tried to gather as much strength and energy as possible for the upcoming battle. Even the serpentine dragon, mighty as he was, began to tire under the endless pressure. The earth sandworm opened its mouth and was ready to attack everyone at once, despite the number of opponents. Su Heng watched this scene with horror and fear, whether they would be able to resist this sinister army. At the most critical moment, Sister Z appeared on the battlefield along with the fighting bears. Their arrival was a powerful reinforcement. The bears were protected. Sister Z took care of it. Moreover, all together they inflicted enormous damage on the opposing side. They went straight ahead, not seeing any obstacles in front of them, mercilessly destroying the terrible creatures every now and then. From midnight to dawn and from early morning to dusk, Gaozun, Su Heng and his troop, along with the garrison of Blacklight Fortress, fought to the death. They defeated over 200,000 dangerous creatures, but the victory came at a high price, and Blacklight Castle suffered heavy losses. More than half of the tens of thousands of allied troops who had gathered from various cities were left forever on the scorched earth. The division of Master Tamers, which numbered about 100 people at the time of entering the war, was reduced to only 39. It was feared that after this war, Blacklight Castle would need at least 2 or 3 years to recover. But a crisis is also an opportunity for development. The carcass of each horror was the most valuable asset of any gathering place. The flesh, blood, fur, scales and bones were excellent material for creating wonders. If Blacklight Castle can recycle the profits from this war, it will be a great step into the future for the entire settlement. After the battle, in the Beast Training Center, Su Heng watched as his snake dragon seemed to be enjoying the treatment, which took place with the help of a very dangerous species, a healing, easily pollinated flower. He praised Sister Lan, noting that her skill with beasts was simply superb. He also promised that from now on, if the snake dragon suffered, he would turn to her for help. Sister Lan modestly replied that it was good, but a medicinal, easily pollinated flower could be weak to such a powerful creature as his dragon. After looking at the medicinal flower, Su Heng confirmed this for himself, and he tried his best to help the snake dragon. At this moment, a servant approached Su Heng and told him that Laura Huo asked him to go to the inner council hall, as the Lord Burgomaster had returned. The protagonist asked the question that interested him. Did the master find the source of the waves? Su Heng hurried to the council hall, opening the door slightly. He saw the mentor with several other people. Seeing his teacher, he asked with relief if he had already returned. The teacher confirmed that yes, he had returned, and suggested that since everyone was already gathered, they should get down to business. He started to tell the story of how they were looking for the source of the disaster wave. But what they experienced was really strange. The guy thought about it. Together with his brother Xiaonian, the mentor identified the source of the disaster. Inside the abyss, they found traces of a mountain-sized creature. They dived into the abyss to find out what was going on, but the giant creature was not visible. At the moment when they felt relieved, they realized that a vibration of spiritual energy was coming from the bottom of the abyss. Together they descended down to the very bottom, where dozens of types of horror and a sea of dangerous species awaited them, guarded by dozens of writhing, creepy larvae. These larvae were black, their bodies covered with densely spaced holes. Each of the holes could release thin threads of spiritual energy, manipulating the sea of catastrophic waves like a puppet. They were the ones who led the attack on Blacklight Castle, as well as many other large gathering places. Together, they destroyed all the dangerous creatures at the bottom of the abyss, and, in the end, they managed to take something. He showed the find. The main character exclaimed in horror that this was a catastrophic nest. After these words, something began to happen to him. He grabbed his head, remembering the words from the code. A plague that has lasted for thousands of years. A plague of extermination. He continued his thoughts in his head. The mentor continued to explain that this was the last hope of humanity for the Twilight City. He then added that old times would come, and only through destruction would a new life come. At this moment, everyone noticed that something was wrong with Su Heng. He stood there pale and shocked, not answering questions. The teacher asked him with concern what had happened to him. Su Heng came to his senses and hastened to assure him that he was fine. He explained that when he learned of the teacher's return, he was so happy that he could not contain himself. The teacher seemed to accept this explanation and said that the student had had a difficult time this time. He added that if there was anything else, he would ask his older brother or sister to tell him. But in his heart, Su Heng was in turmoil. He couldn't believe that the old dragon code was from the future, from the final battle of the end of humanity, and that these monster eggs were not the real source of the plague. He understood that this was the beginning of a new, terrible era. These eggs, whose real name is Nest, never hatch singly. They open the doors to the darkest age of the nest, as he knew from the Codex, a terrible weapon of war, created by those creatures taboo to name. After hatching, a giant creature emerged from the nest, which the teacher was never able to find. They could create a standing army of dangerous creatures using vast amounts of matter and energy. Unlike mating and natural reproduction, a nest is a creation. The nest creates armies that do not need to grow. They are born fully formed and obey the will of the nest, without fear of death. More importantly, the time required for this production is extremely short. The larvae that the teacher and the others destroyed were just a variety of a creature called a split brain, nothing more than a tool used to control the dangerous creatures under his command. Su-heng realized with horror that Blacklight's future had been destroyed by the nest. He cursed inwardly. How could he tell his master about this? And how could he explain to him that he was a newbie who knew all this? Suddenly it dawned on him. The wound on the teacher's hand, there was something wrong with it. The cause of this damage was the nesting chamber, which contained the animal's egg. The attack power of the nest chamber is actually very weak, and the special energy it uses to incubate the nest's eggs is an excellent tonic for the nests themselves. According to the old dragon code, an ordinary person would die 2 months after she entered his body. A novice master tamer can live for a year, a professional, 2 or 3. Su-heng quickly began to think, if he sold all the bloodline incense, along with his savings and contribution points, he would be able to obtain the material for the antidote. He firmly decided to start by saving the master and change the future, and 2 whole weeks passed while Su-heng developed his plan to save the master. Every day he felt a special anxiety, because if he was late even for a day, the poison would continue to corrode the teacher's life, and he would live much less. The first thing Su-heng did was sell all 68 bottles of bloodline incense at a discounted price, leaving none for himself. He then sold some of the rare materials he brought from the ruins of the Blood Forest. In total, he received 23.5 million steel coins, a huge amount of money. However, this was still not enough, and Su-heng ended up borrowing a lot of money from everyone, a total of 30 million steel coins. He bought enough materials for 2 antidotes, but some of the materials were spoiled during the experiments, so he only had 1 full portion left. He thought with annoyance that he had lost his money on 2 antidotes. He also understood that if he messed everything up, it would be pure injustice. The most difficult thing about this strange energy was that it was mixed with both the energy of life and the energy of death, which are mutually exclusive. The solution to this problem was to turn mutually exclusive into mutually beneficial cooperation. Decades of trial and error were spent in the future to develop the optimal ratio of components. Su-heng worked hard, and when the potion began to bubble, he cried out that everything worked. The next step is to have the potion draw energy from the life source stones and the necromancer's nails, creating a balance. He began to add more ingredients, or rather an ingredient. He was essentially alone. The stone fell into the test tube with a sound, and immediately acquired the same color as the liquid. Then there was an explosion from the test tube, which caused a small puff of air. The main character tensed up. He did not expect such an outcome. Then he took out the stone. It was already sparkling and shimmering beautifully in the light. Suddenly he was distracted by a strange sound and also smelled the pleasant aroma of food. It was a dangerous-looking goblin spoon maker, standing in the kitchen with a serious look and busily cooking something. The master's daily meals were prepared in the castle's private kitchen, where his pet served as chef. Spoon goblins did not have much combat power, but they were rare pets with excellent culinary skills. To put it mildly, the goblin spoon maker's food was superior in taste to that of any cook in all the cities under Blacklight's command. But besides the master, few outsiders could try it. In the entire Blacklight collection, there was only 1 goblin spoon maker. However, according to the old dragon code, this beast had a weak spot. Su-heng took advantage of this and called the treasure hunter over to him. He pointed at the goblin, ordering the little animal to help its master. The hunter seemed to understand everything and winked at Su-heng, giving him a thumbs up. The pet used its power and became invisible, with the help of which it was able to easily make its way into the kitchen. The goblin spoon maker heard a sound and thought that someone had entered the kitchen, but he saw no one. Therefore, the main character's pet could do its business in peace, but he tried to be as quiet as possible. Su-heng thought with satisfaction that the goblin spoon maker was, as he thought, an obsessive person. The master should recover quickly by drinking his spiced soup. The teacher probably never dreamed that his student would save him from an incurable disease. Meanwhile, in his chambers, the master felt pain again. He thought with bitterness that he would not last that long, and this was madness. He couldn't tell anyone the truth, and had to keep peace in people's minds after the war. The mentor sighed, wondering how much time he had left. He consoled himself with the thought that his children and grandchildren would be blessed, and when 1 generation of burgomasters fell, a new generation would naturally rise. The teacher thought, looking at the soup placed before him, that he himself had probably been like that in his time. And then the moment came. He took the saucer in his hands and brought it to his lips. After tasting it, a smile immediately appeared on his face, throwing aside the depressing thoughts. He stood up, unable to contain so many new emotions. Then he drank the entire soup from the vessel to the bottom while standing. The teacher laughed loudly, not believing that the soup had such an effect. He asked if the cook had added anything new today. Suddenly he felt a strange sensation and asked if there was anyone else in the kitchen. A very dangerous look appeared in the room, an evil eye observer, which showed that they really looked into the kitchen. It was Su-heng, and the teacher addressed him by name in surprise. The mentor, left alone with his thoughts, reflected on what was happening. If this was Su Heng's doing, then everything became clear. He remembered how the disciple had invented the beneficial bloodline incense to strengthen the connection with the beast. At first he thought that he was simply using his name to make money. Knowing that Su Heng had gotten into debt, he was even about to scold him. But the liquid he secretly took had a miraculous effect. It was a great achievement for the post-war reconstruction. He learned that Su Heng had exchanged all the points he had earned in the battle to defend the city. He took money from his brothers and sisters, and secretly sold the materials he had brought from the ruins of the Bloody Forest. In total, tens of millions of steel coins were accumulated, but within 2 or 3 days they were all dumped on the market. He bought strange and wonderful things. Now the teacher realized that Su Heng apparently knew about his injury, and began to work on healing it, investing all his money into it. He even snuck into the kitchen and added drugs to the food. The teacher thought with warmth that he was a stupid boy. How could you hide anything from him, the head of Blacklight Castle? But then his thoughts took a more serious turn. There was definitely something wrong with Su Heng. The bloodline incense was already an incredible invention, but it also healed his wound, something even professional healers couldn't do. How many more secrets does this guy keep within himself? But he quickly pushed these suspicions aside. What was the point in thinking so much? Even if something is wrong, he is still his student. Even if he loses everything, even if his secrets are revealed, he still saved his unworthy master. Meanwhile, Teacher Lu Yu was checking Su Heng's loot from the Blood Forest ruins. In front of her lay the fire whisker root, red ore, vine, and other pollen items. She told Su Heng that she should have come to him earlier to check what he had collected, but in the end, they had to deal with the aftermath of the battle first. She thought that he had collected little, and Su Heng was surprised, and said that this was only the first bag, and the rest of the bags were with the snake dragon. When all the bags were unloaded, Lu Yu was shocked. She exclaimed that he had laid waste to the ruins of the Blood Forest, more than the 6 participants who had preceded him combined. She thought that she would look good in front of the burgomaster, since he had succeeded in everything. The girl laughed and said that the materials looked okay. There was barely enough volume, but the quality was interesting, even outstanding. Suddenly, the guy pulled out another one of his finds, which surprised Lu Yu incredibly. Su Heng said that it was a unicorn horn with dragon blood, and there was a remnant of the beast's aura in it. But that was not all. The hero began to take more materials out of his bag. The dragon's bone marrow followed. He showed it to Lu Yu in a vial. Next came the amber dragon's eyeball and the century-old scaly grass. Then Su Heng took out the Starfire spiritual stone. The dragon was watching the girl's reaction the whole time. The final loot was the eggs of high-level horror species, which the protagonist carefully held. Lu Yu remembered that before Su Heng came, the fortress master had specifically explained something to her. He said that no matter what Su Heng brought, he would pay 20,000 contribution points for it. She even protested to the burgomaster, saying that both of them were his own disciples and he couldn't be so biased towards Su Heng. Now, looking at this mountain of treasures, she thought that all of this was worth at least 100,000 contribution points. Su Heng asked how many contribution points he could get, and they showed him the number 2 on their fingers. The main character jumped joyfully, thinking that this meant 200,000. But Lu Yu stopped his joy, replying that no, only 20,000. The protagonist thought about why there was so much, but then said that it was wrong because the castle suffered great losses after the disaster. Without asking for anything else, he said goodbye to the girl, seeing her off with a smile. Lu Yu responded with the same gesture, smiling tensely. But afterwards she became indignant that it was wrong to mock a person like that, saying what a good boy he was. He was one of her students, so why should Su Heng be the only one being bullied? She decided that she had to talk to the castle master. Faced with the angry Lu Yu, He realized that the green light he gave to Su Heng had caused jealousy towards others. As a result, he was directly attacked by her. And it was only after Lu Yu showed He the list of materials that he realized what was going on. Looking at this list, He was a little worried that he would need to talk to the Blood Forest Ruins leader. He confirmed that Su Heng was indeed not someone who came for fame and loot using the castle master's name. In the end, to please his student and correct the injustice, he decided to personally take him to the warehouse. Su Heng could take whatever he wanted, and the participation points would only be deducted symbolically. The castle master was very happy and proud of Su Heng. Giving away 200,000 contribution points would be very noticeable. It would attract attention and create unnecessary risks for Su Heng. Soon after the master's miraculous healing, the hero asked why the master's hand had suddenly recovered. Does a professional tamer have such an incredible ability to recover? The teacher continued to pretend that everything was fine, without revealing the real reason. He asked Su Heng if it was true that the material he needed was out of stock. He said that he had exchanged a few contribution points for access to the Blood Forest Ruins storage, but he hadn't found anything suitable there either, so he wanted to know if he could get the materials from the master himself. After this answer, the mentor called the protagonist to go with him. The teacher brought Su Heng to his personal treasury, but the place was not like his own. The central object was the magical painting of Jin Dao, which opened the door to the world of treasures. The master carefully touched this painting with his hand. The painting of Jin Dao answered him instantly, asking what was required of it. Astonished, Su Heng asked what his teacher could have. The mentor explained that this painting was considered his only pet to have reached a racial level higher than that of the terrorist species. Unfortunately, it did not have much offensive potential and could only be used to store items. The master called Su Heng to follow him inside the painting. The hero found all this incredible, but he still obeyed and followed. The mentor continued. Her defense and security were unmatched. Without the owner's permission, one cannot enter the interior space, even if the entire painting is destroyed. Of course, whoever can destroy the Jin Dao painting must at least be a being that surpasses the terrifying appearance. The teacher said that it was all from his collection, and that he should take his time and wait outside. After Su Heng selected the items, he just needed to call the painting of Jin Dao, and it would transport him back, and also advised him to look in a certain direction. Inside the painting space, Su Heng was amazed. He couldn't believe that the teacher had already prepared all the materials that would benefit his snake dragon in advance, and put them in one place. Although he wanted to take everything, he understood that 20,000 contribution points might not be enough. He decided to focus on the target, the materials for the snake dragon, and the energy-absorbing tree. I tried to forget my own and not look at all the values, and this turned out to be quite difficult. So his pet treasure hunter volunteered to help in the search. He shouted something in his own language and began scanning everything with his eyes. Soon he found something unusual, standing above the main character's field of vision. The stone with black cracks. Su Heng immediately realized that these were not just cracks, but majestic cosmic energy gathered inside. The boy joyfully shouted that it was a void dragon bloodline crystal. He didn't even suspect that such a thing existed in his teacher's treasury. It was exactly the thing that he never hoped to find. But then the animal noticed another strange detail. The protagonist looked questioningly at the treasure hunter, and then where he was pointing. Together they approached the object that was placed on the pedestal. The guy tried to carefully take this object in his hands. It emitted an incredible glow. Su Heng decided that she was worthy of becoming the material needed to transform the serpentine dragon into a high-level terror species. He thought that even in death she possessed such power. After asking his pet if there were any other useful materials and receiving a negative answer, he decided that he had chosen enough. When Su Heng came out of the painting so quickly, the teacher was surprised and thought with satisfaction that he, as a master, really knew his student. The things he prepared for Su Heng must have been useful, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen so quickly. He asked to see what the student had chosen, placing his hand on his shoulder in a fatherly manner. Su Heng said that he had chosen 2 items, but he didn't know if he had enough contribution points to exchange them. He showed the Wind Thunder Essence and the Void Dragon Crystal. The teacher warned that these were very dangerous materials, and that he could get into big trouble. Su Heng felt a little embarrassed, realizing that he had been so busy thinking about the changes. The teacher remarked that Su Heng had always been stable, and there shouldn't be any problems, then asked if Su Heng was sure that he only needed these 2 items. Su Heng replied that he didn't think he had enough points for more, since even his 20,000 wasn't enough. 1 Wind and Thunder Essence was worth over 200,000 points, not to mention the second item. The teacher chuckled, thinking that Su Heng had a good eye for expensive things. He thought to himself that these 2 items were worth almost a full 1,000 contribution points. Su Heng asked anxiously, meaning that it wouldn't be enough for him. The teacher laughed and said that was enough, and he would even have some left. It was only 2,000 from him. Su Heng was amazed and thought it was a good deal, so he asked if the other siblings could also exchange like this. The teacher just smiled in response, telling Su Heng that he would send the 2 things to his home later, and that he should just focus on himself. He no longer has to worry about materials, but rather use them to good effect. He added that he was looking forward to his performance. Su Heng assured the master that he would try his best. The mentor then turned the conversation to the 2 terrifying-looking eggs that Su Heng had brought back from the ruins of the Bloody Forest. He said that theoretically Su Heng could have kept the 2 eggs for himself, but instead, he selflessly donated them to the collection point. Madame Lu came to him hoping to get back the 2 animal eggs, but he refused her. He explained that growing in the Blood Pond Dragon Spring was different from normal growth, and caused the beast to acquire a heavy, ferocious, and hostile aura. The slightest mistake could cause irreparable damage to the Sea of Reason. Only professional masters could tame such beasts, and it was for this reason that he kept the beast's eggs. Su Heng was lucky that the owner of these 2 eggs didn't notice him. Otherwise, even if he had 9 lives, they wouldn't be enough. However, the situation with these eggs was not very good. The blood supply was interrupted for a long time. The life force of these 2 eggs has become very weak, and if nothing is done about it, they will die. Hearing this, Su Heng thought, If so, it is too expensive. I wonder if there is a remedy for this in the Dragon Code. The teacher, watching his reaction, wondered if he had been hit hard on the head, since he was always clutching it. However, he admitted that this was the first time this smelly guy had encountered eggs of such a horrible appearance. The teacher said encouragingly that the student's business is the master's business, and that he should not be upset. After all, his master was already fixing the situation with the 2 eggs, so he invited Su Heng to go with him. He brought the student to a specially prepared place. There, he modeled the effects of the blood pool and the dragon fountain using the remains of a 4-square pillar and a large number of horror images. This was supposed to help these 2 beast eggs regain their vitality while everything was going well. The mentor walked around his room, talking about his things. The dragon's power was so terrifying that they were blocked by a chain made of a special material, but they still made people tremble. Suddenly, the master pulled the cloth from the hiding most powerful species in his hall. This creature was declared to be a heart beast, a terrible sight. Su Heng immediately decided to protect himself and used his energy. The teacher praised the decision to use a mental barrier while looking at his student. He explained that masters can control harnessed animals either by using their spiritual power. This is to suppress them, or to force them to voluntarily enter into a contract through a higher level of communication. The master told Su Heng that if he used his blood to incubate these 2 eggs, he could lay the foundation for future taming. Su Heng thought that trying to suppress the terrifying species by force with his current abilities was certainly foolish. He couldn't believe that the teacher had spent so much effort to pave the way for him. The teacher said that these 2 eggs would be ready to hatch only in 2 or 3 years. He will come from time to time to replenish their energy, and then pass them on to Su Heng when they hatch. Su Heng said that if these 2 eggs hatched, he only needed 1 young beast, and the master could take the other one for himself. The guy asked if the eggs of the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex could hatch into something else. The mentor replied, even if it is a first-class terrifying sight, it is still limited to improving his strength. He asked who told him that he could not use 2 offspring. At that moment, 2 of the teacher's pets appeared, and he asked the boy to look at them. The hero asked in surprise, is this a fiery poisonous man like Brother Zhen's? But these were fire poisonous spirits, a secondary evolutionary race of fire poisonous people, a terrible species. They had long since overcome the racial shackles, and now their strength was at the highest level among the best types of horrors. The teacher called them to show Su Heng that 2 harnessed pets of the same race could be trained to fight together. When properly cultivated, the 2 harnessed pets will combine into a single unit, attacking and defending, and their strength will be much greater than either one alone. Su Heng admitted that he didn't think the master had such a situation. The teacher encouraged him, telling him not to rush, and that one day he would become a truly strong master. Su Heng promised to remember the master's advice. He then asked the teacher if he knew about the Rift Dominion, Zhou. He looked closely at Su Heng, assessing the strength of his mental barrier. By this parameter, the student undoubtedly reached the level of a high-class adept. His talent was truly rare, one of those that is seen once in a lifetime. The spider rock dragon was too big a step, too much of a challenge. It was unwise. Taming such a creature was still an impossible task for him. The teacher understood Su Heng's ambition, his desire to have a dangerous species as his first pet. Su Heng admitted that he had bloodline incense. The mentor thought for a moment. It seemed that there was a small chance of success, albeit a very small one. He began to explain that the Valley of the Rocky Rift was much more dangerous than one might have expected. He dissuaded Su Heng not only because of the risk, but also because he himself had long cherished the idea of taming the local inhabitants. Currently, only Su Heng's 5th elder sister and the late 6th elder brother from the entire Blacklight Assembly have managed to subdue the Rock Dragon, and all because the guardians of the Rock Dragon clan established strict rules. The abundance of crystals in the valley is not so much caused by the dragons themselves, but by the many terrible species that inhabit it. They are incredibly strong, and if it weren't for their docile nature, the castle would be in trouble. There were only 2 ways to take a cub from the valley. One, to defeat its parents. The other, like the 6th brother, to develop 3 skills in the cub within 10 days. Now Su Heng understood why the teacher had not advised him to do this, but he asked if there weren't many masters in the castle who could tame this race. The teacher confirmed that this was indeed the case, and that was what he wanted to say. Su Heng asked for 3 days to try, jumping up from the table. He was confident that he had enough strength. The teacher asked if he planned to use potions, such as the very same bloodline incense. Seeing the student's determination, he relented and agreed to accompany him. For these 3 days, Su Heng could use any materials from the storage and equipment of the castle. Su Heng wanted to say something, but the teacher stopped him, telling him to return to his preparations while he took care of the castle's affairs. Later, late at night, Su Heng reflected on the teacher's trust. He guessed about the upcoming meeting, but did not ask questions, but only made his task easier, which was worth a lot. This time, regardless of the outcome of the expedition to the valley, Su Heng decided that upon his return, he would reveal to his teacher the main secrets from the old dragon code. For the next 3 days, Su Heng was absorbed in work without rest. The rock dragon, possessing 3 types of systems, mastered 8 innate techniques. With only 3 days to spare, Su Heng chose what he knew best for potion training, the 2 key techniques of dragon energy. Luckily, the skills were relatively basic, and the potion ingredients were inexpensive, which eased some of the guilt over the teacher's generosity. After solving a number of minor problems, Su Heng finally prepared a set of training potions. He also didn't forget to make a couple of copies for the teacher. When it was time to leave, the teacher noted that Su Heng's snake dragon had excellent endurance. He added that even an animal does not need skills for a long journey. Su Heng agreed with a smile that endurance was his main asset. Having gone halfway, they decided to stop and rest. The teacher's beast needed some food, so he gave him some meat on the bone and ordered him to eat. Su Heng wondered how the dragon would recover its strength without supplies. Su Heng only grinned mysteriously, stating that the Highlander had his own cunning plan. Later, he decided to show the teacher the fruits of the energy tree, which was capable of absorbing energy. Snapping his fingers, the guy asked his tree to start acting. It instantly grew a pair of fruits on its leafy branches. One such fruit, specially created for snake dragons, was quite enough for his pet. Zhou He asked if the protagonist could give one of the fruits to his teacher. Su Heng commanded the tree to make the E13 fruit, food for the wolf beasts. The mentor asked if it was possible to grow fruits of different types, which was incredible for a creature of the level of an especially dangerous species. However, Su Heng decided not to tell the teacher all the details for now. If he found out that this tree could produce energy fruits, it was unknown how he would react. The teacher said that his tamed pet is really something. It is only at the level of a particularly dangerous species, but it can bear such magical fruits. His wolf was delighted with the effect of these incredible fruits. The mentor was amazed, because even his scarlet wolf highly praised the purity of nutrients, energy, and excellent taste of these fruits. After these words, the main character reached out to pick a few more apples from the tree. Having gathered an armful, he approached the mentor, smiling and saying that he had more. The teacher suggested that in the Rift Valley, where young animals are innately dependent on food, such fruits could prove very useful. The climb up the rocky Rift Valley was challenging. In addition to this, 3 guys who had previously been hiding in the rocks were waiting for them. Zhou He said that the shop's Tyrannosaurus would take care of all 3 at once. Then he waved his hand, and powerful magical energy emanated from it. A shop Tyrannosaurus entered the field with a deafening roar. Seeing him, the rock dragons were clearly frightened. Against his background, they no longer seemed so big. Everyone at once, without any discussion, decided to run away. The hero even joked that they were running so fast it was as if they had been hit on the head. At last they reached a place where something invisible hovered over the Valley of Horrors. Su Heng was surprised to notice that he hadn't smelled any special scent here last time. The teacher explained that they would have to talk to the pack guardians. If you follow the established rules, there will be no danger. That was all he could do for him. The rest depended on Su Heng himself. The young man thanked him sincerely. He was truly pleased with such care. As he walked into the rocky Rift Valley, the boy shouted into the depths that he was there. He walked carefully now, as he noticed small animals in the valley, quietly wandering among the crystals. Su Heng noted, not without dark humor, that if they killed all these cubs, they would have a lot of fun. However, such an act would bring terror to all of Blacklight. And Su Heng, looking at the young dragons, could not decide which one to choose. Inwardly, he wanted to take them all, but the treasure hunter looked at him disapprovingly. Su Heng turned to his pet, asking if he had felt or thought of anything. He didn't answer, but simply pointed his finger at one of the rock dragon cubs. One of them was banging his head on the rocks. The other was enjoying the sight. But the baby didn't do these actions just for fun. He felt something in the rock. Enraged, he used his strength, deciding that his physical strength was not up to the task. This one little dragon immediately attracted the attention of the main character. It was incredible. But this baby was no more than 3 months old. However, the young dragon, even at such a tender age, learned to use his powers independently. Judging by the tempo marks left behind and the cracks on the crystals from the impact, he had already mastered the 2 main energy techniques, Dragon Force and Dragon Might. Su Heng never thought that the talent of a treasure-seeking beast could also be used to unlock its potential. This time they found a real treasure. This young dragon had already mastered 3 of the 8 innate techniques of the Rock-Thorn Dragon clan. The task immediately became twice as difficult. With the help of the prepared potions, he could first try to teach the technique of destruction, but other skills were also in the plans. Su Heng carefully approached the baby, trying to establish contact. He revealed that his parents had given him permission to be his teacher, and offered to teach him 3 skills over the next 10 days in exchange for entertainment. The dragon just growled angrily, seeing his character. Su Heng chuckled to himself. It wasn't a coincidence, was it? He didn't know how the 6th brother did it, but he himself had a good plan. The boy ordered the tree to make 2 F01 food fruits for the rock dragon creatures. The tree's eyes lit up with a shimmer as it considered its master's words. Soon 2 fruits of different colors appeared on the leaves. While calming the baby, Su-heng suggested not to be afraid and to make friends, and first, to try the treat. He handed him 1 red fruit, repeating again for him to try it. At first, the dragon only sniffed the fruit cautiously, but then, unable to resist, he began to eat it greedily. Su-heng watched him with a smile. It was a delicacy that even those of the monstrous species couldn't resist. The little dragon started to circle around the guy. He really liked the treat. The hero looked at him, hoping that the baby was ready to surrender to him. Even though he had prepared such a delicious reward, he had to wait. Then the guy demonstratively decided that that was enough for today, and it was time to leave. When the fruit was eaten, the baby suddenly looked at it and screamed, clearly demanding more. But Su-heng, trying to maintain his balance, muttered to himself with annoyance that the baby didn't like him. However, the little dragon clearly became attached to him and did not want to let go. The first and most important step in training is to eliminate the hostility and resistance of the young dragon and make it willing to communicate with its owner. Many masters found themselves at a dead end at this stage, losing precious time. Su-heng, looking at the multifunctional watch, noted with surprise to himself that he had overcome this barrier in less than half an hour. He modestly thought that such a result probably didn't stand out too much compared to his 6th older brother. Although if my brother and others knew about such thoughts, they would probably vomit with envy. To calm the impatient dragon, Su-heng explained that new fruits could only be obtained in exchange for learning new skills. That is why the main character was going to teach him them, in addition to the dragon's power and dragon's strength that he had already mastered. The dragon was obviously a little angry at Su-heng's words, and suddenly its small paw began to glow. His eyes blazed with rage as he slammed his glowing paw hard against the rocky ground. To the boy's amazement, he instinctively grasped the essence of the destruction skill after a simple demonstration. Su-heng even exclaimed to himself, "What a terrible talent this is. You can just throw a tantrum and get a destructive skill." This meant that there were still 2 more skills to master to succeed, and the kid clearly deserved a reward. Su-heng originally thought that controlling the energy of the destructive system and the Earth system would be easy for the rock dragon. But the reality turned out to be the opposite of expectations, since the rock dragon is a dangerous creature. 6 days passed, and there was no progress in mastering the defensive skill of transformation. Despite all the tricks and even a specially prepared potion to open skills, Su-heng was at a loss as to why this was happening. The boy watched the little animal, seeing how it ran and frolicked. He remembered the theory that transformation training requires forcing the pet to constantly hit hard rocks to strengthen the body. Pain activates an instinctive defense mechanism, which leads to the acquisition of a skill. But hasn't this little one been in pain for 6 days? The little dragon didn't seem to be suffering at all. He cheerfully demanded the fruits, clearly enjoying the process. Su-heng thought with annoyance that it seemed like he had wasted his time on this. They agreed on 50 blows per fruit, and he fed and watered it for 6 days. The boy threw the fruit to the dragon for him to catch. He squealed happily as he watched his favorite treat fly to the ground. Suddenly, while playing and demanding another treat, the baby unexpectedly activated the skill. His body was covered with stone armor. This is the rock transformation skill. The baby didn't even understand how he managed to activate this skill. He simply ate the fruit with gusto. With a sudden insight, Su-heng understood how to approach speed training. He decided to explain the new rule to the dragon by tying the magic apple with a rope. The hero said that if he could catch the thrown fruit, he would get as much of it as he wanted. The boy asked the little dragon again if he understood everything while unwinding the fruit. The baby growled enthusiastically in response, seeing only a treat in front of him. The main character was fired up by the idea. It seemed excellent to him. The distance was about 4.5 meters, and judging by the dragon's normal pace, it was impossible for him to keep up without special skill. But as soon as the fruit flew, the young dragon instinctively made a powerful and swift dragon leap. He was able to catch up with his prey easily, and again he didn't feel like he had used much of his energy. Su-heng was amazed, saying to himself that this guy was truly special. He shouted that everything was ready, that it was finally starting to work out. Suddenly the master appeared and congratulated the little boy on passing the test. He stood high on the cliff but soon came down to his student. The teacher appeared so quickly and unexpectedly that Su-heng was surprised how he managed to get there so quickly. The teacher praised the student, saying that he had done an excellent job and exceeded all his expectations. Now that the combat rock dragon that served as the examiner has confirmed that he has passed the test, this young dragon officially belongs to Su-heng. Seeing Su-heng's achievements, Master Zhou he felt even more satisfaction than acquiring a rare pet, seeing his student as his successor. On the morning of the 3rd day after returning from the valley, without even using the bloodline incense, Su-heng was able to establish a full mental connection with the young dragon. The feedback from the mind energy after this allowed him to advance in its cultivation. As a result, his old dragon codex began to be filled with a large amount of new information. He could hardly imagine that there were actually as many as 35 ways to transform a rock dragon into a true dragon. Among the many metamorphosis methods, Su Heng chose the one that targeted high-level defensive-type dread species. The reason was simple. The power of this method and the materials required for it were exactly what Su Heng could realistically obtain at the moment. It was a method of metamorphosing a crystalline bully, requiring a mountain monster's heart, a heavy stone, a levitating stone, and large amounts of blood essence. In the following pages, Su Heng discovered even more in-depth knowledge about the nightmare species. In Blacklight Castle, such knowledge was the rarest of treasures, and here about 11 types of it were described. According to the castle's records, the 2 described types of horror could be tamed relatively easily by the teacher, and the ritual of their metamorphosis also seemed to be not the most difficult. Already with the teacher, Su Heng decided to start with this, and sow the seed that would lead to a nightmarish appearance. The teacher was hesitant, asking if the student was sure of his words, although he himself strongly desired to acquire a nightmarish appearance. He recalled that the evolution of any race of dangerous creatures is the result of natural selection. Although the energy of special materials can enhance them, the described metamorphosis seemed something frightening and artificial. Su Heng responded by asking if the teacher had heard of a beast seeking treasure. The teacher confirmed that mystical beings endowed with such an instinct are extremely rare. Then Su Heng showed off his little dragon, declaring that this little one was just such a treasure hunter. However, it has undergone changes, and the method of metamorphosis works with the help of such creatures. He even offered to take the teacher into the world of treasures to check, assuring him that he was not lying. He said that not only this beast, but also his snake dragon, originally belonged to different species, having evolved in this very way. The teacher guessed that it was with the help of such a beast that Su Heng obtained the treasures in the ruins of the Blood Forest. Then he asked his student how he healed his hand by studying the metamorphoses. Su Heng, ardently persuading the teacher, spoke about the waves of disasters that would come more and more often. He also expressed his desire to see the teacher stronger in order to confront them. The guy apologized for not being able to tell him the whole truth, but asked him to go with him, at least this once. The teacher chuckled, calling him a fool, because waves of disasters do not happen for decades and are unlikely to happen again soon. Otherwise, the gathering place would have been destroyed long ago. He added that he might not even encounter a third wave in his lifetime. But then his tone softened, and he said that from the very beginning he had not refused to help, touched by the filial piety of the disciple. So he was ready to set out on this journey, telling him to first make proper preparations. A delighted Su Heng hastened to agree, determined to help his mentor, who like every master had his own secrets. The teacher, in his thoughts, noted to himself that the more powerful a thing is, the more difficult it is to comprehend its essence. It was still unknown whether this method of metamorphosis would become a blessing or a curse, but he was confident in Su Heng's sincerity and considered it his duty as a master to be his support and protection. Later, while preparing for the journey, Su Heng asked if the teacher's demands were too strict, looking at the powerful beings. The hero had to defeat a mature, terrifying-looking moon demon bear, and a mature, extra-terrifying-looking ice crystal lion dragon. The teacher reminded that dangerous creatures honor only strength, and respect comes from fear. These two are in for a rough ride as he has something special in store for them, and his pet will be unlucky enough to fight against them. He will be beaten so hard that he will have to heal his wounds, but the teacher will do everything possible. If Su Heng meets the requirements, he will receive special materials to enhance his powers. Su Heng thought that despite the teacher's gluttony, he was truly scary. He made this conclusion based on the fact that he could completely subjugate such dangerous creatures. His mentor ate little, but the protagonist still understood that despite this, he was very strong. It had been 2 weeks since they left Castle Blacklight. Of the 6 materials needed for metamorphosis, they collected only half. The teacher noted that the gray desert was vast, and they had collected only what the teacher knew. And for the rest, they might have to go beyond its borders. Jo He explained that their homeland was actually just a vast territory. It is located on the edge of the Starfall Plate, surrounded by 4 great danger spots. To get out into the big world, you have to go through them. He said that in his youth he traveled to the outside world, which turned out to be unimaginably vast. It made him feel like a weed and he ended up going back home. However, that experience was not in vain, as it was then that he acquired several pets and obtained materials similar to the heart used for Su Heng's eggs. This time, in order to find all the materials, the teacher was ready to go to the outside world again. He showed Su Heng a map of the outside world, compiled over years of wandering in the outside world. The mentor said that although it was an ordinary map, it was a constant reminder of how big the world was. He asked not to forget how great his teacher was, but the main character always understood this. The mentor then proudly asked if the student could find their location on it. Su Heng couldn't, even though he really tried hard to strain himself and think. Then the teacher pointed to a tiny dot on the Yashan Peninsula in the Emerald region, explaining that the entire Gray Plain occupies an area on this map smaller than the size of a grain. The main character replayed this in his head once again, realizing how small this part was. Chu He announced that their next target was the Yashan Peninsula. To get there, one had to cross the Thousand Peaks Ridge, where colonies of monsters lived on each peak. As we crossed one of the peaks ahead, the mentor explained that this was the shortest distance to the outside world. However, several groups of wyverns lived on this mountain peak. Fortunately, they were already protected, so the creatures' attacks were not scary, but the teacher still ordered his ice lions to slow down their movements. Then a shadow mask appeared, which the mentor told to stun them instead of killing them. He explained to Su Heng that killing a few wyverns was not difficult, but if the colony learned of the death of their kin, they would pursue the killer to the end, and this was an important lesson for the future. The teacher asked him to remember this, and his student replied that he would definitely remember it. Under Zhou He's guidance, the master and student continued their journey, overcoming dozens of dangerous peaks in half a month. Su Heng participated in many battles, still under the guidance of his mentor. He had noticeably lost weight and tanned, but his body had become muscular, and his gaze brighter and more masculine. The strength of his 4 pets increased significantly, which made the protagonist very happy. Even the treasure-seeking dragon beast received instructions from the teacher. But the most successful of all was the snake dragon, who developed the first ability of the 6th level, Dragon Power, Death, a powerful attack that destroys the enemy's brain. They also created a good attack scheme, along with their snake dragon. Now, Su Heng's beast could use a skill like Sacrifice, Explosive Strike. Another feature was the dragon's power, Drowning Pain. In addition, they worked out an effective combination of attacks from 5th level abilities. The rock dragon, feeding on fruits and participating in battles, grew at an incredible speed. Zhou. He admitted that he had never seen such a fast-growing pet. But what surprised Su Heng most was the evolution of the energy-absorbing tree. The richness of the ridge's plant resources allowed him to improve his energy management techniques, extending the properties of the fruits to the roots and achieving new types of control. Although spiritual abilities could protect against the cold, in the face of constant danger, Su Heng noted that allowing himself to relax was an unaffordable luxury. The teacher just laughed, saying that he still needed to practice. He reported that they seemed to have almost crossed the Thousand Peaks Ridge, pointing into the distance. However, they may have to linger at Zueli Peak to complete an old order the teacher took on 2 years ago, he said, which could help them. The main character looked at his teacher with surprise and questioningly. The two of them were already at the snowy summit of 1,000 peaks. The mission Zhou Hu spoke of was issued by the Golden City Association. The teacher explained that the Golden City is a true metropolis, the pinnacle of civilization, the source of the entire monetary system, familiar in the Gray Desert. Unlike their homelands, the Yashan Peninsula is not divided by danger zones. Warm ocean currents and moist air made the climate pleasant and the land fertile, which contributed to prosperity. The teacher continued to talk about the fertile and prosperous Yashan Peninsula. Here, thanks to year-round food cultivation and the absence of shortages, craftsmen were not forced to change their profession. Of course, provided that they have not awakened by the age of 18. It was there, in the Golden City, that a specialized association of craftsmen existed. This organization served as a platform for communication and interaction between craftsmen, and membership was not strictly limited. Besides this, its main function was to evaluate the rank of masters. Zhou He once joined the local association, and it was from there that he received the mission he spoke of 2 years ago. Su Heng was surprised that the mission was still active after 2 years. The teacher explained that this was a special mission with no time limit or number of attempts. He asked the student to guess what kind of mission it was, the boy thought to himself. How could he know? But he still assumed that it was related to taming, and the teacher confirmed it. The mission was to subdue a particularly dangerous high-level species called the snow spirit. This race was rare even in the outside world. The teacher described the snow spirits as a special race born from the icy energy of nature, incapable of reproduction. The main value for all the masters was a special resource that they produced, the Ice Heart Snowflower, which worked wonders for spiritual development. In the Golden City Masters Association, the price of a snow spirit was comparable to the best terror cub of a rare race, and sometimes even higher. Su Heng asked why such a valuable, but according to the teacher, weak-in-combat race had not yet been exterminated. The teacher explained that the association did not kill the snow spirits. After the Ice Heart flower was extracted, they were released back to the snow peak to recover and produce the valuable resource again. He added that the larger the snow spirit, the more ice hearts and snowflowers it contains, and the smaller ones were most likely recently released. Since they were here for the metamorphosis, they would need rare resources. The student expressed hope to catch the best cub of the super dangerous species. Su Heng, captivated by this idea, began to repeat this phrase enthusiastically until the teacher slapped him on the head. The mentor asked him if he thought that such a spirit would be easy to find. He explained that snow spirits, being nature spirits, were usually protected by the powerful races that dominated the snow peak. These races were the advanced, terrifying species, the cold snow monster and its evolutionary forms. Searching for the snow spirit will likely arouse the hostility of these monsters. Although individual monsters were easy to deal with, they often gathered in groups. Usually, several snow spirits lived under the protection of one great snow spirit, a high-class type of horror that was a first-class fugitive. The teacher concluded that it would take some effort to catch the snow spirit, calling the hero a stupid boy. At this moment, Su-heng wanted to say something while the mentor's hand was still on the boy's head. The protagonist pointed to his pet treasure hunter, whose rare ability of perception was simply astounding, and had already helped to loot the ruins of the Blood Forest. Sometime later, using the treasure hunter's abilities, they quickly found the lost snow spirit. He tried to hide using the natural snow shadow technique. The teacher noted that it was not difficult to catch him. He was completely confident in his abilities. Then he lightly waved his hand, on which was a ring from which black smoke emanated. At that moment, the little snow spirit stared at them ominously. Zhou He ordered his shadow mask, one of the best terrifying species, to carry out the capture. Su-heng was impressed, calling the teacher experienced, because using the best terrifying species to capture the best dangerous species was really something. The teacher explained that the shadow mask capture skill dealt virtually no damage to the fragile snow spirits. In addition, the Association of Masters provided special equipment for their capture. It was a golden rope that had a soporific effect. Soon the target was immobilized. The mentor and his student looked at him with interest. However, suddenly for everyone, some creature was chasing them from the opposite direction. Su-heng screamed in panic, calling for his teacher, Zhou He. He, looking at the captured creature, asked if it was the main snow spirit. The teacher replied that the value of the main snow spirit was higher than that of the 10 small ones. The protagonist realized this, and said that they couldn't just let him go. The main snow spirit, holding the little spirit in his arms, looked ahead with an uncomprehending gaze. He tried to confuse them, and at the same time knock them off their feet, breathing on them with his icy, snowy breath. However, in response, the protagonist and Zhou He patted the spirit on his cheeks. Then the animals of Su-heng and his mentor came to the rescue, and while they were dealing with the main snow spirit, they stood quietly to the side. A few minutes later, after the spirit, desperately trying to escape, was finally immobilized, the teacher began to explain. Untamed creatures cannot be placed in regular storage space, as it cannot store highly active items. Fortunately, this spirit was not too big, and when Su-heng asked about the possibility of placing living beings in space, the teacher quickly answered. This required at least a horror-level pet with spatial abilities, and even he himself didn't have a pet with such power. He then suggested that they find a few more snow spirits while the treasure hunter was with them. A little later, they finally descended from the mountains and reached the coast. The team in full force, together with the captured spirits, walked forward cheerfully. The teacher happily announced that they had arrived in the pleasant climate of the southwest coast of the Yanshan Peninsula. He suggested enjoying the sea breeze. Zhou He felt great. Su-heng, looking tiredly at the load he was carrying, doubted that he had a chance to rest. The teacher simply reminded that physical training is a very important part of a master's career. He put his hand on his student's shoulder, giving him a fatherly hug. Soon they approached the border post of the Golden City, where the guard demanded to see documents. Zhou He introduced himself as a registered professional tamer from the Golden City Masters Association. The guard greeted him politely and offered to escort him to a city located 70 kilometers to the southwest. Su-heng was surprised by such a high level of security, asking what it was like before. As he approached the city, he was struck by its size. The Golden City was a super-large settlement with a population of about 1 million people, the most important central city in the southwest of the peninsula. It was incredibly prosperous, and resembled a huge beast crawling across the earth. However, the 70-kilometer journey along the road alarmed Zhou He. In a city that should have been teeming with life, there were surprisingly few cars, people, and animals. As they passed by, several people who looked like masters noticed Zhou He's Bloodwolf and the load of snow spirits on his back. Su-heng thought that terrifying sights and professional craftsmen were probably not too common here. At the city gates, the group was met by a guard who addressed the mentor as a master. He shook his hand, asking who the good venerable gentleman would be. The teacher introduced himself again as a registered professional master tamer from the Golden City Masters Association. After checking Zhou He's token, the guard stated that although it had been possible to enter with this token in the past, the Golden City had recently experienced a huge wave of disaster. Zhou He was shocked by this news. He asked ominously if he had understood everything correctly. Now, entry requires a guarantee from one of the city's professional craftsmen. At that moment, a voice was heard declaring that she would become his guarantor. Everyone first saw the creature, a green king hawk with fierce eyes. A woman approached, riding on a pet hawk, the most terrifying of all. A security guard started running quickly towards the girl. He was very excited, but she didn't pay attention to him at first, addressing the mentor by name. The girl stopped briefly and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jo-ha confirmed her words. He recognized her, Lin Hong. In response, she confirmed that she would be his guarantor, ordering him to be let through while she did not waste time. The guard, making a gesture with his hand, said that he understood everything, adding that everything would be done. Jo-hee inquired why she, who was Commander Yu and worked in the Masters Association, was now in the ranks of the Golden City's armed forces. Lin Hong replied that it wasn't just her. Almost all the professional craftsmen from the association had been temporarily mobilized into the armed forces. About 2 months ago, a sudden wave of disaster of a magnitude unseen in centuries swept across the Yashan Peninsula, and the city bore the brunt of it. Lin Hong continued her story, describing a terrifying scene. Millions of creatures spawned by the disaster surrounded the entire Golden City. She admitted that if it weren't for luck, he wouldn't be seeing her now. Jo-he, shocked, asked again about the time. It had already been 2 months since the wave had swept across the entire peninsula. He remembered that the same wave of catastrophe had passed through the isolated gray desert at about the same time, and wondered if it was a coincidence or something more sinister. Lin Hong then turned her attention to Su Heng and asked if this was his new disciple. Jo-hee briefly introduced him as his new, gifted and good student. Lin Hong approvingly remarked that he looked better than some little girl and suggested that they bring him over more often. She promised that the association would take over the sale of the snow essence and provide an internal price in her name, but on the condition that after this he will not be able to slip away and will have to repay her debt. When Su Heng asked what he owed her, the teacher simply waved his hand. He said angrily that the little rascal didn't need to ask about that. After saying goodbye, Lin Hong flew away, wishing everyone to take care of themselves. The boys watched Lin Hong's retreating figure for a while. A slowly falling blue feather from a hawk caught their thoughtful gaze. Su Heng, watching this scene, couldn't help but ask if this was his woman. The boy noticed that the teacher was acting too seriously with her, and differently than with others. The teacher didn't answer, hastening to stop the protagonist from talking too much. However, Su Heng even joked that the teacher didn't see the hints and could have gone after her, leaving him alone. Jo-hee responded by threatening to teach him what it means to be a good son. After a short, playful scuffle, where Su Heng cried out that he was giving up and would complain to his mother, they continued on their way. Ju-he took the student to the Masters Association, whose magnificence amazed Su Heng, and there the master cleverly sold all the snow essence. After the disaster, the masters suffered great losses and were in dire need of snow essence to restore their mental strength, which drove prices skyrocketing. Thanks to Madame Huang's help and the price increase, they got an incredibly good deal. Su Heng again exclaimed that she was a good person, and received another spanking from the teacher. After receiving the contribution points from the association, Jo-hee led Su Heng to exchange the remaining materials for everything needed for the Serpent Dragon Metamorphosis ritual. Now, only one ingredient was missing to transform into a dragon snake, which made Su Heng delighted. However, the surprises did not end there. Su Heng was shocked to learn that his teacher owned a huge estate in the Golden City itself. For a moment I even envied his wealth, but quickly threw it aside. At the estate they were managed by Li Bo, who showed them the laboratory. She was abandoned by her 6th elder brother, Chen Qing, when he stayed in the city for a long time. Manager Li Bo asked the boss whether he was satisfied with these conditions. Su Heng was delighted with the perfectly equipped laboratory. Li Bo then handed him the keys, saying that he would return to work, entrusting the laboratory to him from now on. Su Heng thanked the manager very joyfully and from the bottom of his heart. Left alone, the hero pondered the difference between the rituals of metamorphosis of terrible species and transformation into a dragon. In fact, the serpentine dragon only needed 2 basic elements, wind and thunder, to have a chance of transforming. But the chances were extremely slim this way. Other materials recorded in the old dragon code were for the preparation of what was called a preliminary pill. It prepared the dragon's body to absorb the main medicine, significantly increasing the success rate. Of course, the difficulty of making it was great. But with such an excellent laboratory, Su Heng felt that he had a 20% chance of winning. Manager Li Bo reported to the teacher that he had carried out his instructions. Li Bo also observed the guy and thought that he seemed to be as talented in experiments as Xiao Liu. He has a bright future ahead of him, and his mentor decided that this would be the best use of the laboratory. He also added that Xiao Liu would also be happy to hear about this, opening the door and inviting the manager to follow him. Later, when talking to manager Li Bo, Jo-hee admitted that he was shocked by Su Heng's performance when he took him as a student. But he had no simple idea about him, and was even skeptical about his unusual talent. However, he still took it because Su Heng reminded him of Xiao Qing. They were both equally talented and hardworking. He also added that he saw himself in Su Heng when he was young. Li Bo agreed, reminding him that the master had also come to the Golden City alone when he was young, and had become famous in the city for his fighting prowess. Thanks to his powerful beasts, wealth, and real estate, he was even respected by the Craftsmen's Association. He added that Xiaoqin was indeed similar to him, and was practically unrivaled among masters of his age. At that time, he was considered his successor, but unfortunately, the heavens envy talents. When asked whether Su Heng could reach such heights, he replied that compared to Xiaoqing, his talent and ambition were greater, and sometimes he was afraid that he would not be able to protect him. Li Bo, being one of the master's first followers, had not seen him like this for a long time. He remembered that although Xiaoqin was a strong master who had broken through the racial shackles of his main pets, his overall strength was not inferior to high-level masters. He died because the master at that moment returned to the Grey Desert and was unable to save him. If the master had been in the Golden City, he would have made it in time. Faced with the new student, the master again had uncontrollable thoughts about not being able to protect him. Ju had decided that they would probably have to take shelter for a while, and the manager agreed. Meanwhile, Su Heng was running into difficulties in the lab. Fortunately, the laboratory left by the sixth brother contained highly durable steel-glazed grinding vessels. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cope with the essence of wind and lightning that created miniature wind blades and lightning. The dragon blood was extremely active and emitted powerful pressure even after being purified. If it weren't for the Association of Craftsmen, it would be difficult to find such material. He had to use his spiritual energy to restrain the dragon's power. If he didn't do this, the reagent would break, so he tried to use everything correctly. When everything was ready, Su Heng began the process, pouring the liquid from one container to another. Having mixed everything correctly, the main character got the expected result. Teacher and Li Bai, watching him, could not believe their eyes. The mentor looked at his student in surprise, so they decided to wait and see what would happen. Su Heng addressed his snake dragon, warning that it was time to begin the process soon. His powerful beast listened to his master and was ready to do anything for him. The protagonist said that the transformation process can be painful, but if he wants to follow him to the top of the world, this step is necessary. Su Heng carefully hugged his beast, asking if it wanted to accept the flask that was in his hands. The snake dragon, without answering, opened his mouth, sticking out his tongue. The hero put the flask in front of him. Almost immediately, the dragon's eyes began to glow a different color, and the pupil itself also changed. The beast roared loudly from the wave of energy and uncontrollable power that washed over it. Then he fell to the floor with a crash, and electric lines appeared around him. Under the influence of the first medicine, the energy of wind and thunder penetrated every cell of the snake dragon. This process was like the crushing of bones and the sucking out of bone marrow. Such was the price of metamorphosis. Su Heng, seeing his pets suffering, exclaimed that he would take all the pain upon himself. He began to distribute the pain among himself, opening the sea of his mind. The teacher, watching this, could not believe that he was taking such a risk by deciding to share the pain with his protege. After all, He understood that if he lost control of the beast, he would be in great trouble. Li Bo suggested breaking the psychic connection, but the teacher stopped him, saying that ever since he met this child, he had not given him any reason to doubt him. He added that nothing could force the snake dragon to undergo a metamorphosis while it was going through this. But the snake dragon trusted Su Heng, and Su Heng was trying his best for it. If they both endure this, they will be unmatched. Perhaps the young man will succeed. Suddenly, the medicine caused such a strong reaction of wind and thunder energy that it seemed to make it impossible to master this energy. The manager, shocked, asked if the dragon had really mastered the energy of wind and thunder. The teacher ordered everyone to be on guard, ready to take care of Su Heng even if the heavens were overthrown. Then something unexpected happened. The snake dragon itself severed the connection with Su Heng's mind. He didn't want his master to suffer even more. Then it was clear that the dragon was still in pain all over, but his eyes continued to glow fiercely in anticipation. The snake dragon screamed and growled, trying to cope with what was happening inside him. Su Heng exclaimed with approval that the snake dragon had done an excellent job, while he couldn't believe that he actually did it. Just think, a race that has nothing to do with wind and lightning systems was able to master the technique of electroshock and the skill of the wind blade. This was a huge achievement, capable of turning the world of masters upside down. Li Bo congratulated the master on such a wonderful student. He asked if Li Bo now understood why he was worried that he couldn't protect this boy. If this leaked out, he was afraid of the consequences. Li Bo vowed to work together with the master to protect the child, even at the risk of his life. Helping the snake dragon absorb the medicine's energy, Su Heng rested for 2 days before fully recovering. On the one hand, he helped his pet learn new skills, and on the other, he included the crystal rock dragon in the training program. After the incident with the snake dragon, he completely believed in Su Heng's metamorphosis method, and again strictly ordered him to keep it a secret. Su Heng understood that the teacher was doing this for his own good, and he had another idea to bring the teacher closer to elder sister Yu, but he was afraid of getting slapped. At Zhou He's suggestion, Su Heng took the Masters Association's written examination to join it. After all, in those years when the snake dragon had not yet hatched, Su Heng could only study. The exam was very easy for him. He soon left the classroom and waited for them to come and pick him up. He didn't have to wait long before Li Bo respectfully stepped out of the car and opened the back door for the young master. When the manager asked how he did, Su Heng replied that he thought he got a perfect score since he had seen it all before. As Liu Bei picked up speed, another black car caught up with them. The rear window rolled down and a guy appeared, who enthusiastically thanked the main character, offering to treat him to dinner. Su Heng agreed to meet at the examination center with a smile. The driver asked if he had made a friend, inadvertently becoming a witness to a short dialogue. Su Heng replied that not yet, but he hoped that everything was still ahead, to which Liu Bo remarked with a smile that he had an excellent eye for his friends. When the manager had already pulled ahead, the car's license plates became visible. So the guy who was riding in the passenger seat looked at them and concluded that 5 years ago, the Gilded Automobile Company made a model of this sedan. He also mentioned that the car Su Heng had arrived in was a limited edition, with only 20 copies in the city, and that this guy had answered questions faster than him. He ordered his driver to go to the center faster, and he naturally fulfilled his request. The second part of the entrance exam, the combat test, took place in the association's huge hall. The arena was divided into 5 sections by the Wind Banshee, a low-level type of horror. It is guaranteed that the effects of fighting in each examination room during the sparring test will not affect other examination rooms. Su Heng and the little fat man sat in the waiting room holding information cards. Su Heng finally learned that the little fat man's name was Ai Dong, and he was several years younger. It seemed to him that the guy was only interested in him, but had no ill intentions. So Su Heng behaved casually. The rules were announced. In addition to the battle itself, the pet's life status, cultivation, and skill development will be assessed. Each candidate is limited to 1 pet, and Su Heng was the first to be called. The examiners noted his age, 19 years old, the level of a high-level master, and a snake dragon of a particularly dangerous species in adulthood. They noticed an abnormal color of the scales, possibly due to some kind of energy fruit. Also, the dragon's length and bone mass exceeded the norm for its species. It looked like a lot of effort had been put into it. They noted to themselves that here was another stranger. The examination number for Su Heng and his snake dragon was announced. His opponent turned out to be a light-armored leopard. The opponents met each other's gazes, assessing each other only externally. Afterwards, the presenter confidently shouted that it was time to start the fight. Su Heng noted to himself that there were no light-armored leopards in Blacklight. They were a particularly dangerous species, unique to the outside world. On the same list as the snake dragon, it will be difficult to deal with. When the battle began, Su Heng gave the order to attack first. The dragon used its evil armor skill, growling at the leopard. The examiners were surprised that he dared to strike first at a species far more powerful than himself. This snake dragon was so brave, and the method of taming it reminded them of an old friend. The lightly armored leopard tried to attack its opponent, but it wasn't very successful. The examiners noticed something strange about the snake dragon's scales. The tail slash was the lightly armored leopard's most successful attack, but even with its heavy armor, it seemed it could not withstand the blow. They wondered how many iron energy fruits this dragon had eaten. Su Heng ordered the snake dragon to use a speed attack. He stood there, trying to predict the dragon's next moves. After this, the snake dragon rushed forward towards the leopard at an incredibly high speed. The examiners noted that it was a simple idea. The leopard has an armor system, so it is not easy to defeat it by brute force. However, the light leopard used network armor, protecting itself from the inevitable attack from the side. Then he decided not to hesitate and pounce on his opponent when he least expected it. He swung his clawed paw but missed, as the snake dragon managed to dodge in time. Deciding to immediately respond to the leopard, the dragon concentrated his energy in the form of a magic ball. Then the ball grew to a huge size and fired a powerful beam at the enemy. The dragon attempted to feign a blow and then deliver an energy attack to the forehead. But the leopard quickly recovered and used the cut to respond to his opponent. The examiners admitted that it was a good attempt, but a fully formed lightly armored leopard could break through the energy with one blow, so the tactic was unsuccessful. But this was not the end of the plan. The dragon continued to spew out more and more energy. The light leopard looked at him with distrust and contempt, not understanding what he was going to do. A beam several times larger than the previous one shot forward, cutting through the space in front of the dragon. One of the observers couldn't believe that Su Heng was trying to compete with the leopard in terms of energy. Then something amazing happened. From the other side, more power was creeping up on the leopard. The snake dragon used 2 different skills at the same time, which surprised everyone. This required basic affinity and mind control, and one wondered how he could do such a thing if he had only hatched 6 months ago. They noted that instead of relying on its master's orders, the dragon developed a battle plan based solely on its own fighting instincts. Such a harnessed beast will always be the most reliable support for its owner. This boy has found a treasure. After the last fight in the forest, the grizzly dragon seemed to like using this skill from behind, which the leopard didn't like at all. Then he decided to use his combined skills, sharp claws and tail strike. He, with absolutely no fear in his eyes, began to approach the snake dragon, making loud sounds. The dragon instantly found himself under this powerful attack, which left scratches and abrasions on him. But still, the snake dragon was able to stand firm, even though it was already bleeding. The onlookers were shocked. A normal snake dragon wouldn't be able to withstand this, and besides, it was slowly recovering from its wounds. The air was filled with the vague question of what kind of unique protection this snake dragon had. Then a dragon's roar was heard, and terrible forces appeared around the protagonist's beast. The leopard was already watching his rival with caution, and did not dare to come close. The examiner then decided it was time to end the test and stood up from his seat. The protagonist was declared to have passed the test and was sent to the treatment room. Su Heng, only after realizing this, was glad to himself. He knew that everything would turn out this way. In the healing room, a small orange frog was licking the snake dragon. While Su Heng was thinking about the battle, the dragon watched the healing process with disbelief. If the lightly armored leopard used its attributes, it would be able to avoid the attack. But if they met it in the wild, they would not be able to defeat it. The snake dragon listened to him and smiled sweetly, realizing that he had done a great job. Then the notification sound came from the watch, and the results were announced. Full marks for cultivation status, skill development, and fighting spirit. The final battle test score is 99 points. Idong congratulated him on his high score, admitting that he was jealous. Su Heng modestly replied that it was an accident. He did not expect such a result. Moreover, the opponent was fully developed, and he attacked first. He wondered how Idong knew about his grade, since grades were confidential. The question remained in the protagonist's head, but the redneck could put it off for now. After taking Su Heng, Liu Bo laughed, saying that it was only 1 point less, and that passing the test was a foregone conclusion. Su Heng asked how the master was doing. The manager replied that not long ago his lordship informed him that he had returned from a mission. The guy thought that the master had finally completed his task. He had to get the bone tissue of the ice dragon. In the end, the master also hoped to collect the dragon transformation material. Already in the mentor's mansion, the two of them carefully examined the bones of the ice dragon that the master had brought back from the mission. But the material was not what he expected, and Su Heng felt uneasy as he looked at the master's work. It was the Thunderstone he received as a reward for this quest. It was his personal dragon material. Su Heng, deeply moved, warmly thanked the teacher. However, his mentor impatiently urged him not to give in to unnecessary emotions. He just wanted to get down to business as quickly as possible, because he was burning with desire to see the snake dragon transform into a true dragon. Su Heng asked why he couldn't just buy a Thunderstone from the Golden City. In response, they explained to him that Thunderstone was a city-level strategic material that contained a stable flow of electricity as a source of energy. It's not sold for Master's Association points, which is why it's so hard to get. The guy asked if the stone could be used to power their base, but it turned out that this required an entire industrial system, which they did not have. Therefore, the most sensible thing is to use the stone to transform the snake dragon as soon as possible. It seemed that they only had to wait a little while. The hero understood this perfectly well. Juha wondered if they hadn't collected everything they needed, including the Thunderstones. But he forgot about another important event. Su Heng reminded him that he did not allow him to participate in the certification of registered master tamers. There was one last thing left, which had to be completed the day after tomorrow. The mentor praised his memory, joking that the years were taking their toll. Su Heng reported that he scored 91 points on the written test and 99 on the combat test, and if everything went well, he would be guaranteed an A rating. The mentor advised him to put the Thunderstone away, prepare well, and achieve excellent results in the upcoming test. He noted that the association's trials in the Golden City have always been renowned for their incredible difficulty, and according to local residents, they were simply bizarre. He cited as an example the last recorded assessment of one master in actual combat trials. Then a group of 5 people on the dangerous Dead Shadow Island captured a high-level dangerous species called the Shadowless Bird. This species was not known for its powerful attack, but had phenomenal speed, which made it incredibly difficult to catch and resulted in a high failure rate in examinations. Su Heng looked through the information and archived records of tests over the past 30 years, deciding that extra preparation never hurt. However, he was still somewhat confused when the day of his own test arrived. The testing site was the Green Soul Mountain, and the task was to track down and kill in a group any of the mature, especially dangerous species roaming in its depths. The test involved less than 30 masters under the supervision of 10 examiners. Typically, these were group tests, trial groups, to develop synergy, and each group was accompanied by an examiner and an observer from the Evil Eye Society. Su-heng was surprised when the examiner, reading out the names, stopped at him without assigning him partners. He asked sheepishly if he was the only one on the team this time. At that moment, Idung approached, awkwardly pretending that their meeting was accidental. Su-heng immediately realized that he had staged the whole thing, wondering how he could have pretended so poorly. The examiner explained that the task involved a small tidal wave disaster in the west, with the city's main forces fighting it. However, some danger could have seeped in here. She warned that people die every year during such tests, and urged not to take the task lightly. The protagonist understood that for the current snake dragon, not to mention the mature stage of a particularly dangerous species, even the full stage was just a trifle. Particular care had to be taken not to reveal the attributes of wind and thunder. Then the examiner announced that their task was different from the others. They have to hunt a super dangerous species in adulthood. Idong was in shock, as was Su-heng. He indignantly compared the task to the baby of his long-nosed crocodile, and asked himself why he had exposed himself like that. The examiner sternly reminded him to address him by his title, and deducted 1 point from Idong as punishment. With tears in his eyes, the fat man begged them not to do this, but nothing could be done. Meanwhile, the teams were already heading out on their missions in armored vehicles. Idung regretted joining the team, and expressed a vague feeling that there would be problems in this test. Later, when discussing the task, Idong admitted that although he thought Su-heng was stronger than himself, he didn't expect him to be able to increase the difficulty of the test so much. The protagonist said that the wave of disaster, even the smallest one, is full of unknown monsters. The examiner, writing in the same column with them, mentioned that the Yashan Peninsula had recently experienced its first wave of disaster in 100 years, and according to the elders, it was not over yet. Many of the association's masters are too cowardly to enter the fray, and from now on even newcomers will have to face the harsh reality. Almost a third of the participants, including examiners, were expected to be injured. The mentor said that if we don't treat them harshly now, they won't have a chance to survive later. The girl gloomily noted that the situation could have been worse, but He's participation in this expedition guaranteed that mass deaths of participants could be avoided. On the other hand, she admitted that this young student was remarkably similar to the master himself in his youth. He even made a prophecy that the student would one day surpass his teacher. At the beginning of the test, everything went as usual. But soon after entering the Green Soul Mountain, most of the accompanying examiners received an urgent call. Since then, each examiner has left their group, leaving only one observer from the Evil Eye Society. The situation had worsened to the point that the test participants now had to be responsible for the safety of these observers as well. As the tests continued, monsters fleeing the wave of disaster broke into the zone. These dangerous creatures were too strong and resilient. Their level was far beyond the capabilities of individual participants. Even groups of 5 found it difficult to resist, and each team began to suffer losses. The frequency of occurrence of especially dangerous creatures increased, and the attrition rate became more severe, with the mortality rate suddenly increasing tenfold. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and the ground was scorched and covered in blood from the fighting. Idong admitted with a shudder that if it weren't for Su-heng, he would most likely already be buried in the Green Soul Mountain. One time, they were almost too late to save a girl named Geng Xuan. The little fat man took care of her as best he could. They also rescued her advanced but dangerous pink furry pet. She also had to be carried, and it was unknown when she would wake up. Idung, looking at all this, said that he was lucky to be in the same group with Su-heng. He asked in despair whether they would ever return to the Golden City, and whether the examiners who had gone to war would come for them. This really worried him. He took another bottle of water. The main character patted the pink fluffy pet, looking at it affectionately. It clearly liked it. It let out a contented purr. Su-heng answered simply and firmly, "If no one comes for them, they will return on their own." Geng Xuan finally began to come to her senses, coughing from the sip of water she had taken. She tried to express her gratitude, but could only make inarticulate sounds. The fat man understood and said that she was a sweet girl, but mute. Sobbing, she explained, using the telepathy she had learned after becoming a master, that she had completely forgotten about her in her excitement, and again thanked her saviors. Her story was tragic. Everyone in her group except her was killed by a dangerous high-stage species. She managed to escape thanks to the flying harnessed pet, although it was weak in combat. Due to her flying beast flying over the mountain, she was soon overtaken by a mature flying bird of the highest dangerous species, which pursued her all the way to Su-heng's ambush. For the next 3 days, Su-heng, taking with him 2 small, troublesome companions, hid in the Green Soul Mountain, trying to escape and avoid being caught by the monsters. The 2 little crybabies also turned out to be unusually understanding. They gave Su-heng all their food, water, and animal food. realizing that he was their main protection. Their refuge was a cave on a steep slope. It was the den of a particularly dangerous species of bear. But now it belonged to Su Heng. The original owner was simply driven out by the serpent dragon using very crude tactics. Su Heng gently chided Geng Xuan, reminding him to eat on time next time so that he wouldn't have to give him all the food. The girl, embarrassed, mentally apologized for causing problems again. One night they heard a deafening roar that shook the mountain itself. The protagonist tensed up, trying to understand what was making that sound. Dong whispered in horror, "This cannot be a kind of horror." Suddenly Su Heng jumped up from his place. It seems he realized something. Two guys hid behind a small rock waiting for him. The protagonist recognized this sound. It was the roar of his master's lava Tyrannosaurus. The master was fighting somewhere nearby. Su Heng saw signs of battle in the distance. A terrifying level 10 lava explosion technique was visible as hot lava fell from the sky. Looking at the reflections of the battle coming from the distant sky, Su Heng couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although he knew that he could do nothing to help the master, he ordered Dong and Geng Xuan to remain in the cave, and he himself, riding his beast, rushed into the depths of the mountain. After passing through the dense forest, Su Heng finally picked up his binoculars and saw the battle scenes deep in the Green Soul Mountain. His master stood side by side with the chief examiner, who, graying at the temples, floated in the air. Below them, several enormous creatures fought in the very heart of the remnants of the cataclysmic wave. And among them, Su Heng recognized with horror a nightmarish appearance, an ice ring dragon. According to the records of the old dragon code, the bone marrow that allows the ice dragon to transform and the ice capsule are just what the master needs for his work. Only after realizing who his master was fighting did Su Heng scream in horror. Based on the records of the ancient dragon code, the bone marrow and capsule were exactly the auxiliary materials needed to transform into a true dragon. This battle was a chance for the master, and Su Heng held his breath, proudly looking at the terrible scene. Suddenly the master, raising his hand up, began to summon another of his pets. The master's assistant, the Monkey Lord, appeared on the battlefield. He rushed forward at the ice dragon only for his master to command him to fight. With a deafening roar, the Monkey Lord approached the dragon from behind. Swinging with all his strength, he hit him on the head. But suddenly, the ice dragon outwitted the monkey, wrapping itself around him, leaving him immobilized. The boy knew that it was an extremely terrifying species with a perfect combination of the 5 systems: earth, beast, strength, air, and attack. Truly the pinnacle of the horror species. The Monkey Lord managed to escape the ice dragon's grip and tried to accumulate as much strength as possible for the next blow. He began to smash his fists together viciously, trying to frighten his opponent. He then pushed off the ground and jumped at the dragon, hoping to knock it down in one fell swoop. He was already almost close to the ice dragon, but it had protection and was not at all afraid of the monkey. The protagonist saw that the Overlord had used a 10th level enlightenment technique, Atmosphere Break, but the ice dragon had the ability to fly, and there were doubts whether the attack would work. And then something incomprehensible happened. Only Joe. He beckoned with his finger with the ring. The black figure that flashed before the master's eyes turned out to be his most powerful pet, the Black Sin. Noticing this figure, even the ice dragon himself was amazed. He never expected this. A huge hand grabbed this dragon without much effort. Now he could not escape anywhere. Seeing how quickly the creature crushed such an opponent, the protagonist was shocked. Su Heng couldn't figure out what kind of ability it was. It was so strange that it easily stunned the nightmarish beast. To his astonishment, Zhou He's beast, Black Sin, knocked down the ice dragon and took the transformation materials. The small wave of catastrophe finally ended with the death of the ice dragon, and with it, this terrible ordeal ended. However, the high number of deaths has drawn much criticism in the city, with the leading expert only coldly remarking that if someone doesn't have the resolve to freeze, they will freeze anyway. After this, the results of the test were officially announced. Su Heng took first place without any doubt, and received an award from the association. With the thought that there was no point in being a simpleton if there was an opportunity to gain benefit, Su Heng hurried to the research institute with the proof document in hand. At the institute, he was met by a strange man who, upon hearing his name, suddenly hit him. When asked why he did it, he only cheerfully replied that he liked beating people, especially Su Heng. Then he proudly said, "It's all because he, the embodiment of the reader's father, Chi Huai." Su Heng couldn't shake the feeling that he was not quite in his right mind, and a staff member came up and took him away, explaining that the doctor was like that sometimes. He decided to take Su Heng around and show him several types of pets, from which he could choose one for himself. As he walked on, he assured the hero that it should pass in a couple of minutes. There were 7 dangerous species in the entire institute that posed the greatest threat to health. The employee explained that there were 3 particularly dangerous cubs in total. He decided to show him a unique, especially dangerous species of golden jade grass, unique to the Golden City. It was a pet of 3 systems: grass, blood and healing. Possessing the blood and healing system, it is able to heal penetrating and lacerated wounds, even to some extent, to restore small deformities of the limbs. The guy was already looking at something out of the corner of his eye. Of course, if this beast didn't fit into his combat system, there were other options, like an ice spirit or a goblin essence. But Su Heng's gaze was drawn to something else, a little girl with wings, sitting sadly on the floor. The employee, noticing his interest, sat down and began to describe the creature. It was a young pet of mixed blood, in which the completely incompatible light and dark systems were combined. The guy thought it was a hybrid of light and darkness. He asked to show it closer. Then, taking the magic key, the boy brought it to the lock with which the girl was locked. He replied that of course he would show it, but there was no need to put it off for long. The employee explained that even without reproductive isolation, creating a powerful hybrid between different elements would be difficult. Not to mention that this creature contained two completely incompatible energy systems. Judging by the strength of its energy, it was below the horror species. But it was worth noting that it was no less dangerous than the super dangerous species. This baby contained within herself the opposite light and dark energies. Once out of control, her power would be infinitely close to that of a terrifying species. However, they had never seen this mysterious creature before, and could not even determine the race of her parents. Su Heng muttered two words in his head, light and darkness, and began to think. A spark of interest flashed in his eyes. If he tried to make it stronger, to subdue this inner storm, then it could become a real treasure. His decision made, Su Heng persistently wanted to know the baby's origin. The employee explained that it was no secret. About a month ago, a team of craftsmen from the association discovered it in a small, secret natural area. There reigned a world of intertwined night and day, with an impeccable boundary between them. Half of the territory was plunged into endless night, while the other half was bathed in eternal light. Although the danger level of this place was low and the area was small, due to the special situation, the association quickly formed a team to explore it. It was there, in the depths of this black and white world, that the scouts found this baby. It was later discovered that the cub had the ability to heal with light, but its life force was quickly depleted, so it was handed over. Then Su Heng remembered, it was she, the Lady of Light and Darkness. She was a combination of the highest kind of terror, the Light Lady and the Dark Lady. Children of mixed races often had greater racial potential than their parents, and at birth they were already a highly dangerous species. However, she was born with a fatal flaw, despite being a hybrid of the light and dark systems. They were mutually exclusive. The terrifying energies of both systems constantly raged in her body, rejecting her and using up her already insufficient vital forces. This led to the Ladies of Light and Darkness, a race with terrifying talents, becoming a super-terrorist species that did not last long. Luckily, there was a way to save her in the old Dragon Code. Su Heng firmly declared that he had decided to take this hybrid pet. The employee was stunned and reminded her that her life force was rapidly depleting. All because of the conflict between light and darkness. He suggested not to miss the precious opportunity that his first place offered. But Su Heng was adamant. He knew what the employee was thinking, but he still wanted to choose her. With a quiet sadness in his voice, he explained that he grew up without a mother and father, and was raised by his sister, so he knew very well what it was like to be alone. His sister taught him from childhood that if he wanted to become a true master, he had to love his beast as much as his family. He was a kind-hearted man, and could not bear to see his poor pet suffer as his life came to an end at such a young age. He wanted to take her in and do everything possible to ensure that she grew up and could avoid the fate that her short life had in store for her. His words seemed to have touched the very core. The scientist now hugged him with tears in his eyes, admitting that the little girl really was so pathetic. He even offered to be his guarantor, using his career to help him trade his hard-won position. He explained that the light and dark energies in this beast were at risk of going mad, so it could not be taken outside the Institute. But today the employee promised that he would be his guarantor. Late at night, the main character tried to quietly drag the girl's cage to himself. Finally reaching the right place, he looked around and opened the doors. Having finally received the baby, Su Heng immediately immersed himself in studying the ancient recipe. According to the code, in order to save the Lady of Light and Darkness, it was necessary to create a magic potion called the Black and White Vortex. The recipe required 5 fresh flowers, Lin-Chen stone, and the blood of some light and dark beasts. The materials, fortunately, were not too expensive. However, the finished product had to naturally create a vortex, and adhesion depended on the radiance of alternating day and night. The chance of success was only 1 in 1,000. The main character cursed to himself that it would not be possible to simply realize his plan. The setup process was agonizing, with materials taking 3 hours to process, plus the subsequent tedious process of preparation, the probability of which was 1 in 1,000. It all promised to be incredibly tiring, but the guy didn't want to give up. Although he understood that his strength might also be running out, All these thoughts frightened him, but then a brilliant idea flashed through Su Heng's mind. He looked at the ingredients he had already prepared. One of them reminded him of his beast, the energy-absorbing tree. The materials for this potion were not scarce, and the price was not too high, meaning he could simply ask the tree to make a copy. He laughed, and his laughter seemed a little abnormal to the people watching him through the window. The manager asked his master if Su Heng's laughter was normal, and the master calmly replied that the boy was fine. But Liu Bo added that this child could have chosen the most dangerous kind of auxiliary beasts. But instead he chose the hybrid kind. His interlocutor asked skeptically whether he thought Lao Liu could make the snake dragon develop the attributes of wind and thunder. The question hung in the air, whether this boy had a cure for this hybrid, which even the best research institutes could not understand. The answer seemed to lie in Su Heng's own determination and unusual approach. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, he addressed the girl, showing her a potion that would help her recover from injuries. However, the little girl did not react to his words in any way. She just sat there frightened, hugging her knees with her hands. The boy realized that after preparing the potion, he had encountered an unexpected problem. The message from his heart seemed to sink like a stone in the sea, finding no response. Perhaps the long period of confinement in the cage deprived the Lady of Light and Darkness not only of her health, but also of her will to live. With the help of the energy-absorbing tree, the potion was no problem, but the little girl stubbornly refused to take it. She seemed to have withdrawn into herself, not reacting to anything. The guy watched as she wrapped herself in a cocoon and thought to himself, "Is she autistic?" Su Heng knew that if she didn't take the potion, his strength would begin to fade. Then, looking at the tree, he suggested a crude solution: pour the potion down her throat. The tree took out its roots and reached out to the little lady's cocoon. But even when they tried to force her mouth open, nothing worked. It seemed as if she had given up the fight entirely. Then Su Heng began to think about a different approach to the situation. He quietly placed the vial of potion next to her. Then he gently but firmly said that he had put the medicine there, and if she wanted to live, she had to drink it herself. He expressed hope that she would get better. Several agonizing minutes passed, filled only with a quiet hiss. All this time, the main character and his pets waited, looking at the cocoon. Afterwards, Su Heng said that it was very difficult. Shouldn't she drink with her mouth? And suddenly, weakly and tenderly, a child's voice squeaked out one word: "Dad." He asked again if he was her father. Su Heng, stunned, replied that no, he was not her father. He thought for a moment, but answered, raising his finger to his mouth, that he was her master. The little girl seemed to think about it, then asked the master, "He is her mother." Su Heng embarrassedly corrected her, explaining that this word has a different meaning. Not knowing how to cope with the situation, he called for help from his more experienced pet, ordering the hunter to help somehow. The telepathic transmission of the Lady of Light and Darkness clearly belonged to the voice of a little girl, and his own voice, apparently, was associated with her father's. It is not surprising that the attribute of friendliness was added to the description of the Old Dragon Codex. He thought about this meaning, but did not consider himself a particularly friendly person. Then the guy decided to call another pet for help. When the snake dragon appeared, the situation did not improve. The dragon only stared at the new inhabitant, clearly not understanding how to deal with her. Su Heng asked him what he was looking at, since he didn't know how to treat girls. He pointed his hand at the container filled with the potion and told the dragon to look there. Meanwhile, while the energy-absorbing tree was duplicating the potion, Su Heng took out the main potion for the metamorphosis of the snake dragon itself. He quickly stopped the dragon, who, sensing the powerful energy, was about to swallow the bottle. The main character calmly explained that he was asking not to eat him, but simply to look at him. The boy was about to start screaming when the dragon tried to get to the potion. It couldn't be drunk in the laboratory. But it was too late. The dragon's eyes lit up with desire and clinging power. The serpent dragon was unable to contain himself due to the excitement and the powerful energy impulse emanating from the transformation potion. He consumed the potion right in the laboratory, which was strictly forbidden. The explosion of energy that followed was devastating. A thunderous roar deafened everyone, and a wave of force swept away the equipment and part of the wall. When the dust settled, it became clear that the snake dragon had destroyed half of Su Heng's house, and the student himself was panicking and calling for help from the teacher. It was clear from the mentor's face that he was very angry with his student. Soon, Su Heng appeared on the deserted street, among the rubble of his mansion. The teacher calmly reminded him that a special prepared place was needed for the transformation. But the boy insisted that the dragon had only swallowed the main medicine. Su Heng looked at the destruction in his pet, whose form had already begun to change. She was twisted under the influence of powerful forces. The mentor reproachfully said that he was not yet a true dragon, but had already done it. Then he bitterly asked why he blew up his mansion. The protagonist only replied, embarrassed but determined, that he simply wanted to surprise him with the potion and his new level of strength. The noise made by the snake dragon exceeded Su Heng's expectations. Fortunately, Teacher Joe, he had a strong position in the city. Despite this, the magistrate of the Golden City came to investigate. However, for an experienced butler like Li Bo, this was a small matter. He simply said that Joe, he was using the beasts to practice new skills. Meanwhile, the elements raged in the sky above the destroyed mansion, with the energies of wind and thunder pouring down from the heavens. The light was so bright that it was difficult to open your eyes, and amidst the riot of sparks, the soul-rending roar of a snake dragon was heard. It was obviously in pain. When the light finally faded, the figure of the serpentine dragon reappeared before the eyes of Su Heng, his master, and Liu Bo. By this time, his body size had exceeded 10 meters in length, and his initially strong physique had become even more massive and powerful. However, the suppression of the excess energy resulted in the dragon's body being riddled with numerous wounds and covered in blood, causing Su Heng mental pain. He anxiously asked his pet if he was okay. In response, the snake dragon demonstrated his newfound strength. He decided to release a sphere of concentrated plasma into the sky. He began to shape it with his internal energy, holding it in his paw. Then, when she had reached the required size, the dragon released her, his eyes glowing with power. The main character stepped aside in surprise, his face distorted by a storm of emotions. This concentrated sphere caused another powerful explosion. Joe, he was shocked to recognize this skill as a 5th-level enlightenment ability, the plasma sphere. He had no idea that after taking the main drug, the snake dragon would receive such a powerful boost. But the wounds were serious. Su Heng turned to the teacher in panic. He began to panic, realizing that his snake dragon might be seriously injured. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The wounds on his body began to heal instantly. The quiet lady of light and darkness, who had been watching what was happening, came closer. A soft but powerful glow emanated from her small body. It was a horror healing technique, enlightenment-level light healing. The master, Su Hena, and the manager noted with amazement that this was a light healing technique. The mentor, shocked, confirmed, watching this, grumbled that he knew it wouldn't be easy when that bastard wanted to take the pet. At the institute, the hybrid pet couldn't even cast a decent healing spell. But how did it happen that she ended up in the hands of this brat? Not only that, she used such a skill as healing with light. Su Heng didn't know that the Lady of Light and Darkness had already mastered light healing and developed it to the 1st level. He added that this at least suggests that the snake dragon and others have entered the lady's closed world, having managed to reach her. Noticing the smile on Su Heng's face, the master asked him if he thought the snake dragon had completed its metamorphosis. The answer was no. It's not that simple. There isn't enough wind and thunder energy here, and special conditions are needed for that. Liu Bo began to say that Su Heng should know that the master was very kind to him. Last time he said that he wanted to find a place where the energies of wind and thunder converged. Then his lordship went specifically to see Advisor Yu and got acquainted with the association database, which was a great service. Su Heng, surprised, asked again whether the teacher had visited his wife. In response, he received a slap on the head, with the words that he was a bastard. It was time to pack his things. They were leaving tomorrow. He wanted to see what this snake dragon could turn into. To transform into a serpentine dragon of wind and thunder, an environment is needed where these energies intertwine. Powerful squalls and lightning should calm the form of the serpentine dragon, allowing it to thoroughly digest the essence of the main medicine. With the help of Advisor Yu, Joe, he managed to find a terrifying race in the databank that combines wind, lightning, and the dragon system. It was the dragon hawk of wind and thunder. When the beast reaches the level of a terrifying species, it more or less interacts with its habitat. The habitat of the giant dragon eagle was the goal of Su Heng and Joe. His expedition, the two of them needed to get to this place. The planned operation was carried out in haste after a snake dragon accidentally ingested the key drug in the lab. In order to get there quickly, Joe, he immediately took out his pet, the ice stream butterfly. It was Joe, his strongest super terrible flying pet, and also one of his strongest pets in general. As a super terrible species that combined dream, insect, and spirit systems, it wasn't the best at flying, but it was very fast. At the same time, the butterfly's best skill is Ice Dream, which freezes the target's mind if they are in a sleep state. She can even freeze the target's soul, forcing them to remain in a frozen sleep forever until their body completely fails, or even dies. Joe He pointed to an unremarkable patch of mountainous terrain, declaring that this must be the place. Su Heng was surprised to find that there was no strong wind or thunder energy felt in this area. The master explained that all naturally formed secret places have their own secret methods of entry. Luckily, his teacher found the information in the association, otherwise they would have had to look for it on their own. The symbol of this place was a special thunder pine. Then Joe, he commanded the Ice Dream butterfly to attack this place with a dream beam. Under the influence of the ghostly beam, the space before them trembled and opened up, revealing an entrance to a secret kingdom. Su Heng said that it was true. All of these naturally formed secret places had their own secret methods. Following the master inside, he realized how good it was that the mentor was with him. Inside this secret kingdom, a huge mountain towered, its peak reaching into the leaden clouds. Besides this mountain, the entire secret world was filled with the raging energy of wind and thunder. Dark clouds, roaring whirlwinds, and flashing lightning. The top of the mountain was immersed in clouds, and the black shadow hovering in them was the master of this secret kingdom. To be on the safe side, he summoned the Scarlet Wolf to carry the master and disciple, and began to climb up the mountainside, avoiding the open sky. Unlike the free energy of wind and thunder around, the ideal place for the transformation of the serpentine dragon is the fusion node of these energies. There are quite a lot of such nodes in the secret kingdom. It will be difficult to find anything. However, it seems that it is not too difficult for Su Heng. His pet, a treasure hunter, sensed something and indicated the direction with his babble. Su Heng, despite the hunter's incomprehensible babble, began to engage in dialogue with him. Chu-ha noted with a slight smile that they understood each other so easily. He added that this brat was his student, and if it had been anyone else in his place, even he would not have been able to resist the temptation to steal such a pet. Su Heng called the teacher, asking what he was thinking, and reported that the treasure-seeking beast said that the knot was in that direction. The master waved him off, ordering him to shut up and not interfere with his observation of the surrounding environment. Soon they reached a place where a spherical vortex hung in the air in front of them. He muttered that this was a wind and thunder energy node, and even he saw it for the first time. He asked if Su Heng was sure that the snake dragon needed to be in the center of the knot, for he was afraid that the dragon would turn into a pile of charred meat. At this time, the dragon flew up, roaring loudly, showing its strength. The main character, as soon as the beast came down, patted him on the head and said that he needed to understand something. However, the dragon did not listen to the end. He began to fly in again, not looking at his master. Before Su Heng could continue, the snake dragon had already flown far ahead. Su Heng screamed at him in horror, thinking that he had gone crazy and was heading towards certain death. The master reassured him, saying that all animals have a much higher sense of danger than people, and they will not kill themselves in vain. The snake dragon entered the edge of the vortex. After taking the main medicine, the dragon seemed to have gained the ability to attract wind and thunder. The energy mass that was originally located at the center of the wind and thunder node began to slowly converge towards it. According to the records of the old dragon code, if a snake dragon wants to transform into a wind and thunder snake dragon, it needs to forge its body. This must be done with the help of the powerful energy of wind and thunder. At the same time, he must eliminate the attributes of the earth in his body. They, in turn, do not belong to the serpentine dragon of wind and thunder. Only Su Heng didn't think that a simple prescription in the dragon code would turn out to be so terrible and painful in reality. The so-called body forging was actually a direct bombardment of the serpent dragon's flesh with wind and thunder energy, until it was charred and fell off. The strange situation in front of him and the weakening breath of the snake dragon caused Su Heng to panic greatly, and he called out to his pet with anxiety. He, with a concentrated expression, intervened, saying that Su Heng's spiritual cultivation was insufficient, but he can say for sure that the body of the snake dragon rapidly absorbs the energy of wind and thunder, and the speed is simply amazing. And at that moment, a change occurred. He exclaimed that here it is, and this is the fragrance of the ancient dragon bloodline. Su Heng responded that he felt it too. He said that the snake dragon's life breath was recovering at a rapid speed. From the center of the vortex, now brighter and more powerful than ever, came a new roar, incredibly powerful and full of dignity. Ju-hung wondered if the transformation had been successful, noting that such an aura was not something even the most dangerous species could control. He exclaimed that he couldn't believe that they had managed to turn him into a dragon in such a short period of time. If this becomes known, there will never be peace on the entire continent again. He added with astonished pride. What a damn monster he had accepted as a student. He shouted that it was now the wind and thunder snake dragon. He hastened to add that they needed to go back and catch up, and that they shouldn't stay here after the commotion they had caused. After obeying, Su Heng hurriedly placed the wind and thunder snake dragon into the seal space. Just his appearance made the other pets in the press a little worried. For them, the aura of the wind and thunder snake dragon was too unfamiliar and overwhelming. It was as if a stranger had walked in on them, and the intensity of that aura was so striking that it frightened them greatly. Fortunately, Su Heng and the snake dragon had a special connection that did not separate them. So the treasure hunter and the energy-absorbing tree soon found out everything. It was also because this strange guy was none other than their older brother. They asked Su Heng and the snake dragon what happened. But just at that moment, a sharp headache hit his head. Su Heng's head almost cracked. He instantly assessed the situation and said that this was a psychic energy feedback. The transformation of the lizard dragon into the wind and thunder serpent dragon is equivalent to the transition from a dangerous species to a terrifying one. The psychic energy that comes from this increases exponentially. He muttered anxiously that he had always wondered whether the dragon transformation was real or not. Then, out of anger and despair, he punched the rocky wall. However, he did not take into account the chain reaction after the dragon's successful transformation. There was no need to rush the child, otherwise he could become disabled. Su Heng's inner sea of mind, raging like a storm, was already continuously raising terrifying waves. Su Heng was shocked. He was afraid that he would become a fool for the rest of his life. At this critical moment, Su Heng discovered that the old Dragon Codex appeared in his hand. The ancient tome strengthened his mind, and Su Heng found that the storm on the sea of his mind could no longer shake him. Instead, his own mind began to rapidly absorb energy, and soon he broke through to the mid and late stage early-level Supreme Master Tamer one after another. Along with the increase in energy, new content has appeared in the Codex. Su Heng noted that there are now far more unlockable items than in previous unlocks combined. What shocked Su Heng even more was the appearance of records of other creatures' transformations within it. Although just looking at the materials made Su Heng's insides go numb from their cost and rarity, it was also an excellent addition to everything, a kind of training. Of course, thanks to this training, Su Heng's understanding of the serpent dragon also increased. He knew before that the snake dragon had elements of evil and earth, but now everything was different. The 5 techniques received different enhancements. The Jiao Devouring and Jiao Fu were caused by the awakening of the Jiao Grass, and the enhancements were also inherited to perfection. What's more interesting is that this metamorphosis allowed him to directly grasp the powerful skills of both wind and thunder systems. Bathing in lightning can restore injuries and physical strength by attracting lightning to oneself and forming a protective layer on the surface of the body. Dance of the Silver Snake, a rare racial lightning-based energy skill that is extremely difficult to train after birth. Wind Harness is a skill of wind and thunder. He gained the ability to fly on a whirlwind, develop speed, and consume very little energy. What's even more frightening is that the skill has a wind attribute, and it will increase in power as the speed increases. As for the ability to combine wind and thunder, it will take time to master. When Su Heng finally opened his eyes, his master asked how he was doing and how much his abilities had grown. Su Heng replied that he was already at the late stage of a supreme disciple and should soon break through to the professional level. Zhou He commented that it was higher than expected, and it seemed that Su Heng had benefited greatly from this transformation of his dragon. He also said that the snake dragon created a commotion, attracted the wind thunder eagles, and they came when Su Heng plunged into the sea of mind. Su Heng was shocked to realize that the master could defend himself for so long using only his psychic energy. At that moment, the mentor, looking at the shadows approaching in the sky with a menacing cry, said that they deserved to kill his strongest pet. And then, for the first time, Su Heng saw the true appearance of the master's strongest pet, the Black Sin Beast. Su Heng thought that at first he only saw one of his skills, which caused the terrifying-looking monster to simply freeze. And now this skill has appeared again. The Black Sin Beast skill seems to not take into account the difference in racial classes. When facing the Wind Thunder Eagle and the Ice Dragon Jiao, there is virtually no difference in the effectiveness of this skill. Su Heng watched the battle in amazement, wondering if this was the 4-element pet that was rumored. But his attention was drawn to another threat. The dragon eagles in the sky began to form something menacing. This is the racial ability of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Eagle, Power Formation. They can unleash a powerful joint attack by connecting multiple eagles together through a special process. The skill's power is incredible. Su Heng understood that the master wanted to fight them, but this was a combined technique of more than 10 terror creatures, and it was as powerful as the power of the strongest pet. Su Heng couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is this skill?" when he saw the energy condensing in the sky. He thought with alarm that it was a very nightmarish sight. The Black Sin Beast was also very strong and terrifying. But the eagles of the wind and thunder were not afraid of him at all. They rushed at him one after another. The intelligence of the lords of wind and thunder, the dragon hawks, is definitely not inferior to that of humans, and they can attack them too. But, to his surprise, the pack did not attack. He continued to watch, looking into the distance. Then he asked in surprise if they were really going to form a pack. Zhou He said no. The owner of this secret place gave him a message, and that the pack would no longer attack them, asking them to leave as quickly as possible. Su Heng proudly thought that this was the authority of his master at the level of a great mentor. The mentor continued. He said that it was time for them to return. On the way back, Su Heng finally remembered something from the code. He exclaimed to himself, "Dimness," and remembered that this was the product of sin, personifying the supreme sin. Su Heng realized that the Black Sin Beast had just resisted the attack of the Dragon Eagle. He thought that the fact that the teacher had made such a fortune in the Golden City must have something to do with this beast. But how did he get it? Zhou He called out to him, asking what he was doing there and telling him to go back, and the guy got hit on the head again. Apparently, Su Heng didn't even understand why he was hit again, scratching his sore spot. Returning to the estate in the Golden City, Su Heng once again began training his pets in the villa's training ground. This was especially true for the recently transformed dragon, who needed to master his new skills. It was difficult for the crystal dragon to become a good companion. Even the little fairy of light and darkness had already officially entered the late stage of growth under Su Heng's guidance. He has turned into a huge creature, more than 4 meters long and more than 2 meters high. Even the wind and thunder snake dragon is a little harsh on him. However, this is unavoidable, because the treasure hunter, the energy tree, and the fairy are not very good at fighting. So the most common scene every day was the fairy of light and darkness, together with the treasure hunter, leaning against the shade of a tree, watching the beating. Yes, it's a tragedy, but the crystal dragon's power rapidly increases from resisting for 3 seconds to resisting for 10 seconds. Su Heng's teacher was constantly on the move, carrying out individual assignments for the Golden City Masters Association. He was collecting materials to transform the crystal ice dragon. Su Heng also followed Butler Lee and helped his teacher win part of the main ingredient at the auction in the Golden City. It cost a lot of money, but that's what his great master is for. One day, while training his pet's treasure-seeking skill, Su Heng told the pet that it had already eaten 3 boxes, and that he suspected it was lying to him. Su Heng was indignant, meaning that he couldn't use this skill without eating ice cream. I suggested that if he liked ice cream so much, why not put it in the master's refrigerator, where it was only minus 80 degrees, and keep it there. The hunter had mastered the ability to summon treasures since his transformation into a dragon. But Su Heng had never tried it. After all, communicating with certain treasure locations requires an unknown understanding, which is what allows the hunter to find treasures. However, the ability of the treasure-seeking dragon is that without 3 boxes of ice fruits, the ability will not activate, judging by the hunter's character. Su Heng suspects that he is most likely being deceived, but there is nothing to be done in the current situation. All that remains is to try. And after the hunter had consumed the required amount of frozen fruits, he pointed out the direction. Su Heng, looking at the unremarkable piece of land, asked if he found anything like this. He asked again if he meant that there was nothing nearby. But the hunter insisted. He showed the number 2 on his fingers. The whole estate could hear the cry that his pet had played enough. Su Heng ran to the master and told him what he had found, holding a bundle in his hands. The treasure hunter was frozen and could not move. This was how his master punished him. The master asked what he found, taking off his sunglasses, taking a break from his rest. Su Heng explained that right here, according to the clue, was the last material for transforming the crystal dragon. The mentor said that this area is an abandoned zone on the Yashin Peninsula. There are no large settlements there, but only a few scattered small ones. He added that the area had recently been hit by a catastrophic wave, and there were no more signs of life there. Su Heng said, looking at the hunter, that he wasn't sure if the ice wolf's eye was there. He needed to ask him, and added that if it didn't help, they would just freeze him again. But the hunter seemed to be completely sure of his feelings. He made a low growl, and then tried to say something, uttering inarticulate sounds.